The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. After the establishment of the Self-Aid Association, Shen Feng's first order was to go to the construction site outside the school to steal steel bars, because he found that the weapons in the hands of the students are basically wooden sticks. At most they are nails on the front end as a mace. This kind of lethality is obviously not enough. To deal with zombies, you must kill them with one blow, otherwise the zombies behind will pile up, and the best weapon to kill with one blow is a blunt weapon, of course. Blunt weapons also have disadvantages, that is, they consume more energy. Li Xiang opened the gate and started off in his car. There were several cars behind him. Go in the ditch, then everything will be easy to talk about. Li Xiang is now the team leader, and he was full of ambition at this time, and said, I have never stolen steel bars so openly. I used to steal, and I was always afraid of being caught. The boy in the co-pilot looked at Li Xiang in surprise, and asked, Brother Xiang, you used to steal steel bars? I always thought that such an upright person like you wouldn't do such sneaky things. I didn't expect that. That happened when I was a child. I had no money to buy candy, so I went to the construction site to steal short steel bars and sell it for money. The candy I ate at that time was really sweet. The embarrassment of steel bars. There are not many zombies on the construction site, and because the construction has just started, the road is full of potholes, and the zombies can't get through at all. So, everyone tied the steel bars to the back of the car without worry, started the engine, and the steel bars dragged out sparks on the ground with a crash, and the group left the construction site gracefully. At the same time, Shen Feng found an empty room as an office, and he was currently talking with Renjing and Wu Kai. He was holding 2 bottles of pink medicine in his hand, and was going to give these 2 people a dose. However, after taking before that, he needed to explain the source of the evolution potion. In fact, the zombie virus can infect 9 out of 10 people. The stronger the immunity, the harder it is for the zombie virus to successfully infect humans. Similarly, the virus protein in the human body will become less, and the virus protein can make people evolve. Shen Feng patiently explained the source of the potion in his hand, and immediately, the 2 people in front of him looked at the potion excitedly. So, President, you evolved because you drank the potion? Renjing asked hastily. No, I evolved naturally. Shen Feng said casually, the reason why I chose you 2 is because you are very good at reading the situation. Help me do things that are not visible. So, I know, you are all loyal. Yes, we are very loyal. Renjing and Wu Kai nodded quickly. Right now, they also want to evolve into a strong man like Shen Feng. In previous battles, as long as there were mutated zombies, they would only can make Shen Feng take action, but it's different now. If he can drink the potion, maybe he can also have Shen Feng's current power and status. As long as you become an evolutionary, then you can get what you want, and the hearts of both of them are excited. If you want to say loyalty, it is of course loyalty. You must keep the matter of taking the potion a secret, and no one can tell it to anyone. For those who are loyal, I will naturally give the potion, but for those who are not loyal, then... A meaningful smile appeared in Shen Feng's eyes. Then, let us deal with it. Wu Kai said very politely, and he also understood that sometimes he needs to deal with things that the boss is unwilling to do. Then, go. Remember, after drinking it, you will be unconscious for 5 or 6 hours, and you will become an evolutionary when you wake up. Shen Feng warned. How? Do you know it's 5 or 6 hours? Renjing asked casually, but then he was stabbed by Wu Kai, and then he realized that this matter was not what he should ask. Want to speak out? Afterwards, the 2 left with a potion. Shen Feng leaned on the seat and thought to himself, I still need more evolutionists, but I don't know how loyal these people are. Speaking of which, I don't know about other evolutionists. What is the gap between the evolutionary and me? Otherwise, take the time to compete. After that, Shen Feng returned to the dormitory and saw the senior sister who was studying the map, so he reached out and hugged her, and asked, Sister, are you still studying the route? Have you thought of a rescue method? While talking, one side of Shen Feng's palm slipped into the senior sister's clothes. Chang Jianyi looked at the complicated map, and said helplessly, there is no way. This elementary school is in the city center, and it is not close to the Yangtze River. No matter how we set off, we will encounter a large number of zombies. There is no way to choose a shortcut, and it is impossible to fight quickly. Quick decision. Shen Feng put his chin on the senior sister's shoulder, and then looked at the location of the elementary school. This elementary school is in the city center, and there are many neighborhoods around it. Whether it is far from the city or the Yangtze River, it is very far to reach the elementary school. Only a large number of zombies can do it, so saving people is simply impossible. The urban area is different from the university. The university is at least on the outskirts of the city. As long as the school gate is closed, it is impossible for zombies outside to enter. However, the urban area is full of people. As long as they rush in, they will be completely trapped in the vast ocean of the people, so we still choose to clean up the surrounding zombies before saving people. Shen Feng said quickly, actually, I thought of a good way, but the first task is to go to the technical school and rescue the students inside. Among them are some students learning how to drive an excavator. I am going to gather them together and do something big. Chang Jianyi grabbed the palm under the clothes, and said, stop making trouble, wait until you change to a better place in 2 days, you can do whatever you want, it's not good to be seen by your classmates here. Shen Feng withdrew his palm, smiled, and then continued, I observed the moving speed of the zombies, and found that these zombies basically move a distance of 3 kilometers per hour, but after receiving the attraction, they will rush to the target. At that time, the speed can reach 8 kilometers per hour. So, as long as all the zombies along the road are attracted away, there will be no zombies on the way forward for the time being, and you can take the opportunity to rescue them. It turned out that Shen Feng's plan was to divert the tiger away from the mountain. It was the same method as when he rushed out of the logistics center, but he attracted hundreds of zombies at the beginning, but now he attracts tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of zombies. However, there is still a distance of 10 kilometers from here to the elementary school, and there are still a lot of zombies on the road. Chang Jianyi said helplessly. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and then said, it's okay, not all the zombies are on the road. I plan to build fortifications to deal with a large number of zombies, temporarily open the way forward, and wait until I save your brother before proceeding with the follow-up actions. Chang Jianyi put down the map in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then said, if you rely on building fortifications to deal with zombies, you need a lot of manpower. It is impossible to build large-scale fortifications with just the manpower from our school and the technical school. Thousands of people. It's hard. The number of people in the technical school is probably a few hundred. Besides, I really can't think of any place where there are more people. Liziao College is far away from us. Besides, there are 2 nearby villages. According to counting 1/10 of the number, there may be 500 or 600 people. Shen Feng is also very helpless at this time. There are ways to eliminate zombies, but at present there is not enough manpower, and only 400 people can be used in battle. Facing a city with hundreds of thousands of zombies, it is really powerless. No, people in the village may be able to help us. Chang Jianyi suddenly raised her head. She thought of a very important matter, which seemed to be able to reverse the current situation. Li Xiong dragged the steel bars back to the school smoothly, and then started cutting. Shen Feng was going to let the students use uniform weapons to cut the steel bars into 1-meter-long sticks, and wrap cloth strips around the hands to prevent them from falling out. Enough to face ordinary zombies. There is a generator in this school, so you can use some electrical appliances, such as cutting machines, and soon the steel bars are cut into short sticks, and the boys have already got weapons afterwards. Shen Feng came forward, holding a samurai sword to gather the boys, and said to them, students, the recovery of Liziao is about to begin, but before that, we need to get more companions first. Next, our goal is the students and teachers of the technical school. Rescue them. Killing zombies is the second priority. The students responded loudly, expressing their agreement, but Li Xiong didn't understand, and asked, by the way, where did Renjing and Wukai go? Aren't they the captain? Shen Feng explained, the 2 of them need to deal with the remaining zombies in the school, so they can't go together for the time being, but don't worry, I can command you as well. Of course Shen Feng knew that these 2 guys were looking for a place to evolve quietly, and it was probably in a classroom in the second teaching building, and basically no one would go there. However, now is not the time to expose the evolution potion, so it can only be kept secret temporarily. Originally, in Shen Feng's idea, Li Xiong was also very loyal, and he could use potions to evolve, but he was too timid, So he was not suitable for fighting, so he had to give up temporarily, and then use it when he had a chance in the future potion on the construction site. There are several trucks, but none of the current students can drive them, so they can only be placed in place randomly. Everyone set off in the school's car. As for the gasoline used, it was taken from other cars. More than 400 people set off in cars, and the cars were basically full. A few cars were pickup trucks, which could accommodate a few more people, but more students could only squeeze into narrow cars. However, according to Shen Feng, the plan is that as long as you get to the technical school, you can find a way to get enough cars. The distance between the technical school and Shen Feng's school is not very far, only about 2 kilometers away, and the car will arrive in a short time. After opening the gate, more than 100 zombies rushed up immediately, and everyone rushed forward to meet the enemy. Shen Feng could not wanting to waste too much time. He yelled directly, "Li Xiang, drive the zombies away, and the others will immediately look for the students. Don't love to fight, it's pointless to fight these things that have no IQ." Li Xiang immediately called Hula, who was beside him, and said, "Turn on the stereo to track the zombies. I will drive slowly to track the zombies to a distance first, and then we will make a detour back." Hu Lai was also very obedient, and immediately turned on the stereo, and then the war music rang out. Li Xiang drove the car around in front of the zombie, and then the zombie was attracted to leave. Zombies still give priority to chasing louder targets, and at this time, the students rushed out. Search for the students in the dormitory first, then the teaching building and the cafeteria, and don't search for other places for now. Shen Feng ordered, so the group of people divided into 3 groups, and under the leadership of the team leader, they headed for 3 places search. However, there are still many zombies in the technical school, and the students will inevitably fight. In the end, every student's hands are stained with the blood of zombies. Shen Feng has been watching from behind the crowd. Ordinary zombies are too weak, losing the advantage of numbers. These zombies can only be slaughtered. However, when Shen Feng was relaxing, someone came to report that there were speed zombies in the dormitory building, so Shen Feng immediately rushed over with a knife. The boys retreated in a timely manner. They retreated as soon as they found the speed zombies. However, given the large number of them, the speed zombies did not rush forward rashly. Very good, that's it. Tell me next time. Shen Feng was very satisfied with the boy's reaction this time. He didn't stay where he was, and he didn't rush to deliver the head, but waited for himself to solve it afterwards. Shen Feng chased after him. After several rounds of fighting, he successfully cornered the speed zombie and stabbed him to death. Its body was very thin, and it couldn't bear Shen Feng's full-strength knife at all, and Shen Feng already had experience in facing this zombie, so he could easily deal with it. Chapter 27: Greed for Life and Fear of Death. Luo Qing is a student of a technical school. The reason why she came to the technical school is very simple, because she failed to pass the high school entrance examination. In fact, she didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, college students can't find a job after graduation. It's all about pens and pens, and she doesn't need to value academic qualifications. Moreover, life in a technical school is so easy. You don't need to read books and do test papers all day long like high school students. You can go to class when there are classes, and you can even stay in the dormitory to sleep. The teachers rarely care about it. There are many people. Luo Qing is also one of them, and she often thinks in her heart, "My parents sent me to school. In fact, it is because I am young that I am sent to school to have something to do. Unfortunately, I can't go back." Luo Qing came back to his senses, looked at the students who were also huddled in the corner, and regretted in his heart why he didn't cherish the opportunity at the beginning, and now he has fallen into such a precarious situation. Back then life was so beautiful. "Luo Qing, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry." A girl squatting next to Luo Qing asked in a low voice. Luo Qing looked at the closed room in the distance with hatred, and then said, "The food is all in the hands of those damned guys. How can I have food now?" It was more than 10 days ago, when she was eating in the cafeteria, zombies suddenly appeared, and the whole cafeteria fell into chaos. At this moment, Luo Qing saw many students running into the cafeteria kitchen, and she followed. When she ran in, she saw with her own eyes that people who were bitten by zombies gradually turned into zombies, and she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, there were more than 20 people who rushed into the kitchen to escape together. One of them was a teacher, the rest had 2 chefs, and the rest were students. Under the command of the teacher, everyone blocked the door with tables and chairs, and finally got rid of the zombies. However, Luo Qing didn't notice that after the teacher whispered to the two chefs, all the food was moved to a deep room. When she was hungry again, she realized that there was no food in the kitchen at this time. The teacher stood up and said to the students righteously, "Students, there is not much food left. We must implement food control, so we must save food, and the same is true for water sources. Don't let it go. Eat and drink, otherwise we may not be able to persist in the rescue." Luo Qing didn't think too much about it, and felt that what the teacher said made sense. If the food was not controlled, it might not be possible to eat for a few days. There is often oil. Isn't it said that food control is required? Where does the oil come from? The food for the students is only half a bowl of rice, and only half a bowl of water for the whole day, and there is only one bowl of water. Soon the students collapsed weakly, only half a bowl of rice to supplement their physical strength every day, which is completely unable to support normal physical exertion. However, something strange happened. The teachers and chefs were still full of energy at this time. Even a fool could understand that the food must have been pocketed, because they never doubted why the food was kept by the three of them. A boy bravely stood up and questioned why they still persisted. Did they steal it? But both the teacher and the cook denied it, firmly not admitting that they stole the food, but explaining that adults have plenty of physical strength, so they can last longer. The explanation is indeed perfect, but the students obviously don't believe it. But now there is no evidence, so they have to give up. Everyone has already discussed it. If evidence is found, everyone must stand up and resist, and then put the food in their own hands. This is the safest thing to do. So, when eating one night, the boy ate half of the rice in the bowl, and then hid outside the door of the secret room. When the teacher opened the door, he kicked the door open. At this time, the students I was shocked to find that the teachers and chefs were cooking hot pot in the innermost room. And the so-called lack of food is just an excuse. There are at least 5 bags of rice in this room. With so much rice, you still say that there is not much food. The boy began to accuse angrily at that time, accusing the teacher and the chef of joining forces to starve everyone to death. The teacher saw the truth had been exposed, and he didn't care about face, just stepped forward. The boy lacked physical strength and was kicked down on the spot, and then said, "This food is not enough for everyone, especially you little bastards. You can't do anything, and you dare to ask for food." The boy turned his head to look at his classmates, including Luo Qing. He was asking for help. Didn't it be agreed before? Everyone stood up and resisted. "What are you doing?" When the teacher heard this, he became even more angry, kicked him out, and said, "You kids still dare to be a prick? Don't you still dare to form a gang? I want to see who else dares to stand out today. Get out of here today." While talking, the teacher dragged the boy towards the door of the kitchen. The boy was so weak that he asked for help. "Get up quickly, save me. Save me quickly." "What are you thinking? What?" While moving the table blocking the door, the teacher threatened the students, "Who dares to stand up? Just try, and see if I solve it together with you." The students looked at each other, seemed to be hesitating, seemed to be thinking, but in the end, no one stood up, and they all squatted in the corner without moving. Luo Qing couldn't help begging, "Teacher, we are really hungry, and he didn't mean it. Please forgive him." "Shut up. If you want to die too, I'll be the next one to deal with you," the teacher said viciously. Luo Qing was too frightened to speak, and the other students were even more frightened. After all, they were only teenagers. When facing a strong teacher, they were inherently short. Still not full for a long time, not even drinking enough water, extremely weak. How could he resist? After that, the door of the kitchen was opened, the boy was thrown out, and the zombies who were still wandering in the cafeteria immediately surrounded him, and then the door was slammed shut. The boy was surrounded by zombies and was bitten on his body. "All of you. I'm a ghost and I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Just wait for me. Traitors, beasts." The boy screamed before he died. He is desperate now, but his heart still full of hatred. Hearing this in the corner, Luo Qing was stunned, and then murmured to himself while shedding tears, "Don't blame me, don't blame me. I can't help you, I really can't help you." After that, the teachers and chefs did not cover up, and they did not shy away from eating and drinking, and the students could only get a little bit of food by begging. Compared with before, life became more difficult, and the teachers and the chefs are still full of fat. Then, the boy who was bitten before stood up again, and he turned into a zombie. The boy began to bite the zombies and eat the flesh of the zombies. Perhaps the remaining memory told him that he must not starve, Must not starve. So, now he eats whatever he sees. This scene was seen by the students from the dining window, and their hearts were filled with fear. They were wondering if this boy would turn his head around and attack him within a few days. The boy's figure became more and more bloated, and his body gradually became taller, gradually forming a fat and strong man with a height of 2.5 meters. And he never left the cafeteria. He kept wandering around, and looked at the kitchen from time to time, as if he knew there was food in it. All the zombies in the cafeteria have been eaten by this boy. Perhaps, at this time, he should be called a tank zombie. He will eat whatever he sees, no matter if it is a zombie or something else. Even if it is a zombie's bone, he will chew it broken. It seems that he never knows that his stomach is full. One day, when the teacher appeared in the kitchen, the zombie tank saw him. In an instant, he rushed over, broke the glass of the cooking window with his head, and grabbed the teacher with his hand. Now he found the food. Seeing this scene, the teacher quickly pulled a girl nearby to him. In an instant, the girl was caught by the tank zombie and stuffed into her mouth. The girl died with a scream in time. This scene was watched by many students when he arrived. He was terrified on the spot, and hurriedly ran around to hide. After the tank zombie ate a person, it returned to the center of the cafeteria and sat down again. After that, every day, the tank zombie had to eat one person, otherwise he would never give up. He seemed to have used this place as a cafeteria. No, this was originally a canteen. The students decreased one by one. There were originally more than 20 students, but now there are only 10 left. After the teacher discovered the danger outside, he closed the door of the airtight room and never came out again. Even if it is to provide food to the students outside, the chef will throw it out of the room. And a little bit of food is not enough for the students to fill their stomachs. They were all going to die. He's taking revenge. The students were all desperate, and now they would be eaten if they went out, but if they hid here, one person would be eaten every day. It was a dilemma. Luo Qing didn't know what to do. She was only 16 years old now, and she had no idea how to be saved next. She had already given up, and now she was so weak that she couldn't run even if she wanted to. She would either starve to death or be eaten by zombies outside. I hate it so much. Why did I encounter such a thing? Luo Qing felt resentment in his heart. The reason why he was reduced to this point was because the teacher in the room was the one who cooperating with the chef to deduct rations. Zombies, it was him who caused one person to die every day. Luo Qing gradually fell into a semi-comatose state, sometimes awake, sometimes drowsy. Her stomach stopped growling, and now she was so hungry that she didn't bother to protest. While half asleep and half awake, Luo Qing heard a chaotic sound, which seemed to be the noise of the crowd. These voices get louder and louder. President, there are mutated zombies here, and all the zombies around here have been eaten. Okay, you all get out of the way and watch me deal with him. President, be careful. This zombie is almost 3 meters high. Luo Qing struggled to stand up immediately after hearing this voice. Through the window, he could see a lot of people coming into the cafeteria, but most of them stood in the distance. Only a young man stood in front with a knife drawn, and the huge zombie has already stood up, and he wants to eat people. Someone is here to save us. Someone is here. Luo Qing's eyes shed tears unconsciously. She saw the hope of survival, but she didn't believe that this person could deal with such a powerful zombie. The rest of the students were too weak to get up. They could only try their best to listen to the movement outside, hoping to be rescued sooner. After fighting the tank zombies, Shen Feng specifically asked Professor Hao what the structure of the human body is like. Finally, after a systematic study, he understood the way to deal with the tank zombies at this time. When Shen Feng faced the tank zombies, he no longer looked for an opening, because the best way to deal with the tank zombies is to break through the defense. Last time, he killed the tank zombies with their own weight. This time, Shen Feng decided rely on your own strength. The tank zombies attacked first. Seeing so many humans in front of him, he immediately chased after him. He was ready to have a feast. But just as he was rushing up, Shen Feng bent forward and stabbed fiercely into the tank zombie's body. This time, Shen Feng didn't stab straight into it, but stabbed obliquely, and then with the help of the tank, the power of the zombie's forward rush sent the samurai sword into the rib of the zombie. The katana passed through the tank zombie's body, through a layer of fat, then through the muscle, and pierced straight into the tank zombie's heart from under the ribs. If the samurai sword pierces straight, it will be blocked by the sternum and ribs, and the abdomen of the zombie has thick fat as a buffer, so if you want to kill with a knife, you can only avoid the bones of the zombie, and you have to cut it from the body. Pierce the area with less fat. Find the correct position to pierce the heart. This difficulty is so high that it is basically impossible to appear in the process of fighting, but at this time, Shen Feng, as an evolutionary, barely managed to achieve this. In an instant, the tank zombie started to roll in pain. Shen Feng quickly drew his knife and retreated. After half a minute, the tank zombie finally died. Then, Shen Feng ordered, behead and take away, find the warehouse, and prepare gone back. Shen Feng was very satisfied with his sword skills, and said to himself, if this continues, I will either become Himura Kenshin, or Zoro, or even Zatoichi. Regarding Shen Feng's narcissism at this time, others can't say anything, because in everyone's eyes, Shen Feng's sword skills are just like that. How could it be comparable to these swordsmen? However, they didn't dare to speak out what was in their hearts. Instead, they flattered Shen Feng one by one, saying the president is the best in the world. Flattery. However, at this moment, Luo Qing mustered all his strength, crawled out from the broken window, and shouted, help me, save me. I beg you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Burning Zombies. Shen Feng originally thought that there were no living people in the cafeteria. After all, the main purpose of coming to the cafeteria was to bring back the food inside. When you come out, you can't just bring back a group of people, you have to bring back food too. Moreover, in the hall on the first floor, there was actually a tank zombie, so Shen Feng defaulted that there were no living people in it. There are still a lot of blood and garbage on the ground of the cafeteria. One can tell at a glance that the zombies and people in the cafeteria have been eaten. However, at this moment, a disheveled girl rushed out of the kitchen of the cafeteria. She had a sour smell all over her body. It seemed that she hadn't bathed for a long time. In addition, her cheeks are sunken, her eyes are dull, and her lips are already chapped. It can be seen that she has been starving for a long time. Luo Qing rushed forward with all his strength and hugged Shen Feng, saying, help me. Seeing that there are still students alive here, Shen Feng quickly said to the people around him, hurry up and bring water and food. The boy next to him quickly handed over the food and water. When Luo Qing saw the water and the food, his eyes lit up immediately. He drank the water and ate the bread at the same time, and said, by the way, there are still classmates in the kitchen. Luo Qing ate in a hurry, and soon choked, but her meaning was obvious. There were still survivors in the kitchen. Go in and have a look quickly, and bring all the students out. Others, go to the warehouse, there must be food in the cafeteria. Shen Feng continued afterwards. The boys split into two groups and went to bring the students out of the kitchen, but these students had lost too much water, and now they didn't even have the strength to speak. So, everyone had to lift the students out, feed them some light salt water, and wait until the students woke up before giving them some bread or rice balls. At this moment, 3 people suddenly came out of the kitchen. One of them was wearing a suit and leather shoes, with glasses on his face, obviously dressed as a teacher. And the other 2, wearing chef's clothes, walked forward enthusiastically and said, thank you so much, we are finally saved now. This zombie ate many of our students, you kill him now, really doing justice for the heavens. After Luo Qing saw these 3 people appearing, his eyes suddenly showed hatred, and then he pointed at them and said, these 3 people are scum, they don't give us food, and let us die, and he even killed us with his own hands. One person, hearing this, the teacher was furious, stepped forward and kicked Luo Qing, saying, if I don't give you food, you will starve to death. However, just as the teacher's foot kicked out, Shen Feng brought Luo Qing behind him, and did not let Luo Qing be successfully attacked. He then said, don't rush to do it, you haven't said clearly yet, and besides, it seems inappropriate for you to hide a student. Hearing what Shen Feng said, the teacher couldn't help but look carefully, only to find that the young man in front of him was young, probably also a student, and immediately felt contemptuous. Do I have so much to talk to you? Call your leader, I want to talk to your leader. You can't handle this matter, a leader? Not really, but it looks like you're quite arrogant. Shen Feng kicked out as he spoke. This time, the teacher didn't escape and was kicked away on the spot. The 2 chefs behind him, all they were stunned. They didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so violent. He would strike at the slightest disagreement. Afterwards, Shen Feng said directly, Come here, tie up these 3 guys, eat them all, and starve the students to the point of coma. It's really not a thing. At this time, Shen Feng can probably guess the fact that the students are all sallow and thin now, but the cooks and teachers are so fat and strong. It is obvious that they have abused the students. After Luo Qing finished eating the food, he narrated all the experiences of the past half-month. When he talked about the teacher throwing the boys out to feed the zombies, he was even more uncomfortable, and cried until he couldn't make a sound. Hearing this, Shen Feng looked at the students around him who were still in a coma. He felt a little headache. It seemed difficult to deal with so many burdens. Moreover, these 3 scumbags were not easy to deal with at this time. Yang Chang walked up to Shen Feng's side, and said quietly, "Brother Feng, the students we saved don't seem to be worth it. They didn't dare to stand up when their companions were dragged out, and what's more, this it was agreed before, they can't do it. I doubt if they are still useful." Shen Feng and Yang Chang walked aside, and Yang Chang continued, "We have already rescued more than 300 students in the dormitory building, and now we are not short of these dozen people. Otherwise, let's leave it alone. It just so happens that the teacher is nothing good stuff. Students are useless." The implication of Yang Chang's words is very simple, that is, he is not going to save these students, since these people can't bring much benefit anyway. Shen Feng didn't expect such words to come from the mouths of the classmates around him. Can such cruel things be done? Although the teachers and chefs are indeed damned, are these students going to be abandoned just because they didn't stand up? You know, these students were already too hungry at the time. Yang Chang, sometimes, you can't be too cruel. Shen Feng patted Yang Chang's shoulder and said. Yang Chang said helplessly, "Brother Feng, do you think I'm ruthless? But you also know that there are so many students in them now, and we only have 50 cars, and it takes 2 trips to take them all away. More than a dozen people say that they need a car to transport. It is better to free up space to transport food. These people are useless in a short time, and it's okay to give up. If I give up these students now, will I give up on you when you are useless in the future?" Shen Feng asked. Yang Chang was speechless immediately, and he also realized that he was too extreme. If he abandoned people who were temporarily useless, then he might be abandoned when he was useless. At this moment, Li Xiong and Hular rushed into the cafeteria and said, "Brother Feng, the zombies have already arrived, everyone prepare to evacuate." "How many zombies are there?" Shen Feng asked. "There are 500 or 600. It's almost here, and there is no room to continue luring zombies," Li Xiong said anxiously. "If it was normal, it would be fine if everyone fought, but at this time, there are still 300. There are many students waiting. These people have no fighting power. If they are chased by zombies, the loss will be too great." Shen Feng thought carefully about what terrain could be used in the technical school, such as teaching buildings, football fields, and basketball courts. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought that the football field is surrounded by barbed wire, so he immediately had an idea. "Isn't this football field with barbed wire a good place to fight?" Li Xiong, take the students from the technical school and leave first. Don't let go of the 3 people who are tied up here, and deal with them slowly when you get back," Shen Feng ordered. "Other people don't carry food for the time being. Now, you are responsible for collecting gasoline, and then follow my command." Li Xiong left in a hurry. At this time, the students of the technical school were waiting anxiously under the cafeteria. They were very happy when they heard that they could leave. Then they saw the tied-up teacher and 2 chefs, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Wondering why my teacher was tied up at this time, Shen Feng came out with the members of the Self-Aid Association, and said, "Students, please be quiet, everyone get on the bus in an orderly manner, the zombies are coming soon. Everyone, please go to the base of our Self-Aid Association quickly. Everything actions follow orders, it is forbidden to walk around without permission." Afterwards, Shen Feng whispered to Yang Chang, "I'll lure the zombies to the football field later, and when most of the zombies go in, close the door." "Brother Feng, what should you do?" Yang Chang couldn't help asking. "I don't need your worry yet, I have a way to get out." Shen Feng smiled, and then left with a trolley stereo. At this time, the roads of the technical school were full of zombies, so Li Xiong said that there was no room to attract zombies, but Shen Feng decided to attract zombies by himself, and he could attract zombies through some small roads that cars could not pass, and the students of the technical school also quickly got into the car. Li Xiong drove the car and set off. "Hurry up, go collect gasoline, be careful, don't catch fire." Yang Chang watched the group of zombies in the distance being led away by Shen Feng with a sound, and hurriedly followed. He now needs to be responsible for closing the door behind him. He probably guessed what Shen Feng was going to do. He was probably going to burn these zombies to death. Boys are very experienced in stealing fuel now. Either stab a knife at the fuel tank and the gasoline will flow out, or open the fuel tank door and suck the gasoline out with a pipe. However, this method is not safe because it is easy to suck the gasoline out into the mouth. In mild cases, you don't need to eat dinner, and in severe cases, you don't need to eat in the future. Shen Feng was carrying a stereo to track the zombies, and the zombies still followed behind foolishly. For these zombies, whoever made the loudest noise would be the one they attacked first. At present, only mutant zombies have IQ. The speed zombies know how to sneak attack, the strong zombies know how to lure the enemy deep, and the tank zombies know how to knock on the door. I hope these zombies will always be like this. In this way, the restoration of human civilization will be just around the corner. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. After Shen Feng lured the zombies to the football field, Yang Chang resolutely closed the big iron gate of the football field behind him. Since there was no lock in his hand, he had to tie the gate with cloth strips. Anyway, the zombies would not untie the cloth strips. Just rush forward foolishly. Seeing that the zombies were all lured to the football field, Shen Feng threw away the stereo in his hand, and the zombies rushed to bite them, and the stereo was soon torn into pieces. At this time, Shen Feng jumped over the barbed wire. His jumping ability is very strong now. For the 3-meter-high barbed wire, he only needs to jump on the net to go up and then jump down. For this, Shen Feng feels that anyone who is an evolutionary can do it. Afterwards, Shen Feng returned to the boys and said, "Follow me to the football field and pour gasoline around the football field." After the zombies tore up the stereo, they suddenly found that they had lost their target, so they began to wander around the football field. Afterwards, the zombies found Shen Feng and others outside the barbed wire fence, and rushed over with claws in claws. The zombies did not notice the surroundings of the barbed wire had been doused with petrol, and Shen Feng held a cigarette in his hand. Shen Feng doesn't know how to smoke. This cigarette is used to start a fire. When the zombies came nearby, he threw the cigarette out. In an instant, the flames spread to the surroundings, and the zombies rushed over foolishly. They were caught in a sea of flames in an instant, their clothes were ignited, and their bodies were covered in flames. The zombies seemed to feel pain, but they didn't know what to do, so they kept gnawing on the barbed wire. Yang Chang felt a little nauseous, couldn't help but poured gasoline on it again, and the flames sprang up again. The zombies were burnt beyond recognition, but they didn't know how to dodge, so they quickly fell to the ground. The flesh was roasted by the flames and made a sizzling sound, mixed with gasoline, giving off a meaty smell. Everyone present couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that they didn't want to eat meat anymore. The taste was really disgusting. However, Shen Feng stood by and watched, and did not leave. Even though the smell from the zombies was very unpleasant, he did not leave. "President, let's go. These zombies are sure to die, so don't look any further," a boy couldn't help but say. Shen Feng still didn't move, and said while watching, "I'm collecting the data of these zombies now to prepare for future actions. If you feel disgusted, you can take a step first, and I'll watch for a while." The president has already said that. How dare other people say inappropriate things? I had no choice but to continue to watch. Finally, the barbed wire was burned red, and the corpses of the zombies pressed on it, overwhelming the barbed wire. However, at this time, the zombies had been burned so badly that it was impossible to attack everyone. Afterwards, Li Xiang drove back again, and everyone hurriedly loaded the food into the car, and rushed back to school in a crowded manner. Chapter 29. In the Name of Justice. When Shen Feng returned to the school, he saw the bustling people. The technical school students were devouring food, and the girls were running around, preparing to accommodate these students. The 10 students who were rescued from the cafeteria before have all recovered, and they are telling what happened before. After the students of the technical school knew what happened, they all glared at the tied-up teacher and chef, as if they wanted to. "These 3 people are going to be eaten alive." Chang Jianyi quietly took Shen Feng aside, and asked, "What are you going to do with those 3 scumbags? If you keep them alive, it seems difficult to explain to the students of the technical school." Shen Feng said in a low voice, "Actually, I was going to kill them, but I found that I don't seem to have the right to kill people. This is a lynching. If I really do this, it means rebellion. So, I'm thinking, do you want them to feed the zombies, you have already established a gang, and now you are still afraid of lynching? Let me tell you, you have been rebelling since the time you established the gang. Chang Jianyi said helplessly. She really did not expect, as a junior of mine, the big ones have already done it, but the young ones dare not do it. At this time, Chang Jianyi was wondering if there was something wrong with Shen Feng's head. When doing big things, he was in a hurry, and when doing small things, he was extremely entangled. Really. It turns out that I was already rebelling before, so it's fine. I'm going to use the death of these 3 people to deter the students of the technical school. Shen Feng let go of his worries and thought about what to do next. Chang Jianyi reminded, don't worry about this matter for now, you should go and see Renjing and Wu Kai, they have woken up and have become evolutionaries. Shen Feng quickly went to find Renjing and Wu Kai, and gave an order, there are still scattered zombies in the school now, you will take people to kill these zombies later, and then throw the corpses away. Fish, you know, Ren. Jing and Wu Kai asked hesitantly, President, these scattered zombies don't need to be wiped out, right? Anyway, just make sure that there are no zombies around the teaching building. Don't worry about other places, they won't threaten us anyway. It seems that you have become evolutionists, and you are not ready to listen to my command, are you? Shen Feng showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face, and asked directly, I'll ask again now, are you going? Go, go, we didn't say no. Renjing quickly explained, we have never thought of disobeying orders, but there are some things we don't understand. Now we will kill zombies. Seeing the 2 gradually go away, Shen Feng felt a little helpless in his heart. After Wu Kai and Renjing became evolutionaries, it seems that their mentality has changed. Before they heard the order, they would do it immediately. Now, at this time, he even began to doubt his decision-making. It seems that when people have power, they will want more things. Is it necessary to add some restrictive measures? Otherwise, everyone will doubt my decision-making. What should I do as the boss? Shen Feng began to think in his heart, the man-made evolutionary must not only focus on loyalty, because loyalty it may also be pretended, it is best to have a means of control. Afterwards, at dinner time, Shen Feng called all the students of the technical school to the first teaching building, where the students stayed obediently. They saw the way people from the Self-Aid Association killed zombies today, and now I dare not escape at all. I only hope that I can get corresponding protection in the future. Hello, I am the president of the Self-Aid Association, the person who rescued you today. The reason why I brought you together is to decide where you will go in the future. Shen Feng said calmly, here, in this base of the Self-Aid Association, you need to join the Self-Aid Association to get enough food. Of course, it's okay if you don't join, but the rations will be halved. As soon as this remark came out, the students immediately whispered and began to discuss whether to join the Self-Aid Association. Shen Feng continued, of course, this matter will be discussed later. Let's judge a sinner first. After finishing speaking, Li Xiong dragged 3 tied-up people in. These 3 people were the teacher and cook rescued from the technical school. They struggled desperately just to explain that they didn't want to die. Shen Feng looked at the 3 struggling guys, and said silently in his heart, I can't help it, now I have to use your death to stabilize my heart. After that, Shen Feng pointed to the 3 people on the ground, and continued, students should have heard that these 3 beasts deliberately refused to give food to the students in order to preserve their own survival, causing the students to collapse from hunger, and then returned murdered a boy with my own hands, and put another girl in front of him to die. Although the main thing is done by the teacher, the chef is also an accomplice. I am not from your school. I am not qualified to deal with him, but I will uphold justice. Now, you come to pronounce the punishment of these 3 people. More than 300 students were excited, all angry at the actions of these 3 people. They all shouted, kill them, kill them. In fact, among the more than 300 students, many of them were the atmosphere group that Shen Feng asked to enter, just to stir up everyone's anger at critical moments, and then proceed to the next step. It has to be said that the young people nowadays are full of vigor. When they heard that their classmates died at the hands of their teachers, they all demanded to kill him. Seeing the excitement of the students, Shen Feng knew that the plan was half successful, so he took off the rag that blocked the teacher's mouth, put the microphone next to his mouth, and asked, up to now, what else do you want? Did you say that? The teacher immediately roared, you have no right to judge me, I am your teacher, you must respect the teacher. I want to find a lawyer, I want to defend, I want to find your leader, let your leader come to see me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Feng blocked his mouth again, and then said, "You think too much? There are no leaders here, there are only self-aid associations, and now the self-aid associations are about to uphold justice. I sentence you the death penalty. The execution will be carried out tomorrow." Seeing that Shen Feng did what he said, the students of the technical school cheered even more. At this time, they all believe that the self-aid association is a gang that helps others and upholds justice. Shen Feng followed a trend and led everyone to join, so all the more than 300 people present joined in, and then established a brand new department, that is the engineering team. The reason why we want to get these students is to value their identities. At least they have learned a little technology, and no matter how bad they are, they can organize to carry food. Of course, Shen Feng did not trust the skills of these technical school students enough. You must know that if they studied hard, they would not be in technical schools, but would be studying in high schools. Therefore, they need to really master the technology, and they need the guidance of the teacher. In fact, Chang Jianyi had already thought about this point. Aren't there teachers who teach techniques in the two villages near the school? The villages near the school are actually very profitable, especially college students. Money is easier to earn. After all, college students have more free time, and they also have a few coins on them. They like to go out and spend when they are free. Therefore, the school and nearby villages are particularly profitable, especially when a boy meets a beautiful girl. He always needs to express himself, and the easiest way to express himself is consumption. Take the girl to a well-decorated store for a meal, and then go to the movies. After a while, you can go to the hotel to cook rice with raw rice. There is a construction site near the school. This construction site is where some bosses plan to build food streets and shopping malls. Therefore, the construction team lives in the village. There are about 1,000 people. In addition, there are various industries in the village. Therefore, once the people inside are obtained, they can quickly lead the students of the technical school to carry out the construction. In the middle of the night, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi returned to the dormitory, finally able to rest, but Chang Jianyi still carefully told Shen Feng, "Go to save the people in the village tomorrow. Remember, you must bring back the food and mineral water inside. Don't leave any behind. People can be saved temporarily, but the food must be taken away." Shen Feng asked, "Why?" "Manpower is obviously more important now," Chang Jianyi quickly said. "The people in the village are very familiar with each other. When troubled times come, they are the easiest to form a group. Are you sure you can control these people? What if they don't obey orders? So, put all the food. Bringing it back is to make the people in the village have no food, so that they can't hold together outside. They can only follow you back obediently. If there is food, they won't listen to you. Understood? Let them not have the foundation to continue living outside the school, so that they can obediently obey orders." Shen Feng understood what the senior sister meant. Chang Jianyi continued, "According to your plan, the construction of fortifications to kill zombies requires the help of the construction team. The students of the technical school can be used as apprentices. After training them to learn how to use tools, we can officially start the rescue plan. It's just that I don't know if Xiaoji is still alive." On the second day, Shen Feng led a group of combat team members to set off. There are about 3,000 permanent residents in the village, but there are also many migrants. The village is usually built illegally, so the streets are very narrow. The population density here is also very large, and there are people from all walks of life at the entrance of the village. There were more than a dozen zombies wandering around. After seeing the crowd, they rushed up, but were beaten to death by the boys. Shen Feng looked at Yang Chang beside him, and asked, "Have the three sinners brought?" Yang Chang pointed to the car behind him and said, "President, there are 3 people in the car. What are you going to do?" Since he pushed the students to feed the zombies, let him taste the taste of feeding the zombies himself. Shen Feng said with a smile, and then, Shen Feng had the technical school teacher tied to a tree at the entrance of the village, and took out a knife. A stroke was drawn on the teacher's arm, and blood flowed out immediately. Shen Feng took the rag from the teacher's mouth, and the teacher immediately began to wail. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't treat the students cruelly. Please forgive me. I will listen to you all from now on. Ren Jing, go lure the zombies. We will deal with the zombies in batches today. Don't worry about the zombies in the house. Let's kill the zombies on the street first." Shen Feng ordered Ren Jing directly. This time, Ren Jing didn't dare to question the president. After deciding, he rushed into the village and started to attract zombies. More than 200 zombies were immediately lured out. Afterwards, these zombies smelled the smell of blood and rushed up immediately. However, the zombies didn't notice it. The road has been blocked by vehicles into a narrow road. Shen Feng still used the old method to deal with zombies. Since zombies have no IQ, he put a bait at the end of the road, and the soldiers hid on the side and waited for an opportunity. The technical school teacher was finally bitten to death by the zombies. Before he died, he probably understood the feeling of being pushed to feed the zombies, but it was too late, and the same retribution fell on him, which made him regret in hell. Why did you let others face the zombies in the first place? At this time, Shen Feng also gave an order, and the crowd began to slaughter the zombies, one by one, until there were no more zombies in the village. This time, the number of zombies lured out was only over 200, which was obviously not enough. For a village with thousands of people, this number of zombies was only about 1/20. However, Shen Feng was patient and continued to direct the people of the Self-Aid Association around him, tied another chef to a tree, and then cut a knife to let Wuka go to lure the zombies. After so many times, the zombies on the streets of the village were finally killed, and the rest of the zombies were basically in the house, and the three sinners got their due revenge. Yang. Chang, you are driving with 100 people. You only need to carry food, you don't need to save people. Shen Feng is very optimistic about Yang Chang at this time. He will get it done. Obviously loyal Yang Chang didn't refuse, and asked 100 people to drive into the village with him. When he found supermarkets and convenience stores, he began to carry food. At this time, a group of people broke into the village, which immediately alarmed the survivors, but when they saw Yang Chang carrying food upstairs or behind the door, they all cursed. You poor students are actually robbing in broad daylight. Believe it or not, I will go to your principal to report. Why don't you let it go quickly? Come and save me. There are zombies in my building, and I also have food in my house. If you want food, come and save me. I didn't expect that the current students are so good at stealing chickens and dogs. It's really a decline in the world. Some of the villagers were cursing, thinking that Shen Feng had blatantly brought people to rob, and some wanted to be rescued quickly. As for the food, they didn't care about it. In some rooms, there was even the cry of a child. For a while, the sound of insults, pleading, and crying all appeared, and the whole village became extremely noisy, but the team led by Yang Chang didn't care about these, and kept going carry food. At this time, Shen Feng also thought of something important. It seemed that there was not enough gasoline, so he found Li Xiong and said to him, you go and take 50 people to see if the cars in the village can be used. If it doesn't work, drive back. If it doesn't work, take the gasoline away. Understood? I will look for a car that can be used immediately. To be honest, we have too few cars now. Li Xiong was also excited. He is now the team leader of the transportation team, but he only has 5 cars in his hand. 10 cars, when they usually set off, are all squeezed back and forth. Now is the right time to replenish the car, lest the car in hand is not enough. Chapter 30 Food Disturbance. Li Xiong's luck is very good. He thought that he could only find the car by luck. If there were zombies in the car, he would open the door and kill the zombies. Normally, the keys could be found on the zombies, but he was in the village. I found a 4S shop next to it, and I was immediately pleasantly surprised. The cars here are all brand new, but they are short of fuel. After replenishing the fuel, wouldn't it be possible to drive these cars away? So, after Li Xiong found the key, he told Shen Feng the surprise. Shen Feng said nothing about this, and said, now is a troubled world. In my opinion, these cars are not as good as trucks. Trucks can pull more than 70 people at a time. If they are crowded, they can also pull 100 people. Yes, these cars look handsome, but there are still a little fewer people who can sit on them. It's just better than nothing. Li Xiong quietly took out a key from his body and handed it to Shen Feng, saying, President, this is the key of the purple sports car inside. I think it is very suitable for you. Smooth, handsome, and it looks very good. People have a gorgeous and noble feeling. No one else deserves it. Only you can use it. Really? Are you flattering? Shen Feng asked with a smile. How could it be? Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart and was sincere. Li Xiong immediately assured. When Shen Feng heard this, Li Xiong immediately became pleasing to the eye. Before, he thought that this kid's timidity was useless, but now it seems that he is very good at it. So he ordered, you drive the car back later, and hand the key to the vice president. If you have time, I will let her take me for a ride, Li Xiong cursed in his heart. The vice president was asked to drive for a ride. It seems to be reversed. However, Li Xiong immediately agreed, and then he was ready to drive. At this time, Shen Feng stopped Li Xiong and said in a low voice, "At 11 o'clock in the evening, go to the roof of the 5th teaching building. Don't tell anyone. I'll show you a good thing." Li Xiong nodded blankly, and then drove away. He was terrified at this moment. He felt that the president spoke so secretly. Could it be that he was smart and capable, and wanted to unspoken rules for himself, but he was a man? Will it grow so heavy? In fact, after Shen Feng killed 2 mutant zombies yesterday, he asked Yuan Shu to make a potion. I got it this morning. There are 4 bottles in total. Shen Feng drank 1 bottle by himself, but he felt that there was no change, no evolution at all. So, there are still 3 bottles of potion left in his hand. Shen Feng felt that Li Xiong had a future, so he decided to use a bottle of potion on him. Although he was a little timid, it also showed that he would not betray himself casually. Afterwards, Shen Feng led the rest of the people to hunt zombies and find the construction team members by the way, but it was really difficult. Although the area of the village is not very good, there are too many illegal structures inside. The houses are one after the other, and there are not many gaps except for the small alleys where people can enter. It's even more difficult than taking back the school. Shen Feng looked at the buildings in the village and felt a headache at this time. Some villagers saw that the zombies on the street had been killed, and immediately began to call for help. There are zombies in my house, come and save me. Shen Feng said casually, throw down the key. Otherwise how will we get in? As a result, the villagers who heard this sentence threw the keys from upstairs one after another, hoping to be rescued earlier. Shen Feng then picked up the loudspeaker and said to the people sticking their heads out of the window, we are members of the Self-Aid Association. If you want to get relief, you need to give us all the food. We implement food control. You won't starve a single person, but you won't be allowed to hide your food either. Hearing this, the villagers who were asking for help just now were silent. They had already seen the people downstairs carrying grain, and that was all. After all, it was all grain from the store. But now, if the family's food is also removed, what will they rely on to survive in the future? Seeing that no one answered, Shen Feng said to the people upstairs, since you don't want to, we won't force you, so let's leave now. As he said that, Shen Feng wanted to withdraw with his people. At this time, a woman holding a child couldn't help it, and said, I am willing to hand over the food. Come and save me. Shen Feng said to Ren Jing, go and save people, remember to collect food. Ren Jing immediately nodded and picked up the key, and rushed into the house alone. The boys behind him couldn't keep up with the pace of the team leader, and they all looked suspicious. How did Ren Jing's speed become so fast? Did he take medicine? It is true that Ren Jing's speed is far beyond normal. Although he can hide his strength, he is still much faster than ordinary people. After that, the villagers didn't care too much, and quickly shouted, we are willing to hand over the food, come and save us. There was a smile on Shen Feng's face. At first, everyone started to save people. In fact, no one wanted to hand over the food, because the people in the village lived on this food. At this time, it is no doubt that they are asked to hand over the food in exchange for help. It is a huge test, but if the zombies are not resolved, they will eventually be trapped to death. Thinking of this, everyone can only bow their heads. Shen Feng originally thought that there would definitely be mutated zombies in a village with thousands of people, but he didn't encounter any mutated zombies from the beginning to the end of the village. It seems that the probability of mutant zombies appearing is also uncertain. Shen Feng spent a whole day in the village, carrying food and dealing with zombies. However, the terrain here is very complicated, and there are no rules to follow. You can only find one after another. After opening some houses, it is found that there is no one inside, only zombies exist. It seems that the whole family should have changed. Become a zombie when having lunch. The food was delivered by Li Xiong after the girls in the school had prepared it. At this time, Li Xiong was proud of himself. At this time, he had a fleet of cars in his hands, and there were still many cars. The car is really majestic, but not many people can see it. If it was before the outbreak of zombies, driving a row of luxury cars with people on the road, I don't know how many women's hearts I have to attract, and I don't know how many men's hatred I have to get. It's a pity that nowadays luxury cars are not only good looking, but also functional. It is far inferior to Wuling Hongguang. After the villagers were rescued, they were organized to take refuge in the school. Some people were unwilling to leave the village, but the food was taken away, so they had no choice but to follow. Old man, let's go. This place is not safe. We are thinking of you. Don't be stubborn. Renjing said to an old man, but the old man said that he would not leave his home. Even if all the food in the house was taken away, he would not leave. He said word by word, my ancestors have lived here for generations, so I will not leave. You want food, just take it away. I won't leave anyway. Renjing was very helpless, and told Shen Feng about this. Shen Feng could only tell Renjing, when you evacuate, you throw half a bag of rice to the old man. Don't be seen by others. Of course, Shen Feng couldn't really starve others to death, but if other villagers saw the food left behind, most of the other villagers would not leave. The people in the village are already united. After the threat of zombies is lifted, who will listen to other people's orders? Of course, it is guarding their own 1-acre 3-point land. The members of the construction team were also successfully found. More than 200 of them are still alive. After all, they are strong, and the probability of being infected by the virus is much lower. However, an accident happened, and the construction team members formed a group. They refused to leave the village, and began to snatch the food from the Self-Aid Association. Go? Let me down. More than 200 strong men started to form a group, which immediately made everyone present at a loss. After all, they are all students, and they can handle killing zombies, but now facing so many people, they are a little helpless, and, if a conflict breaks out now, it will not be easy to deal with. Shen Feng rushed here after hearing the news, but saw that the two sides were confronting each other, and quickly asked what happened. Yang Chang gritted his teeth and said, President, we saved this group of people and gave them lunch, but at this time, they not only did not cooperate, but also wanted to grab our food. Shen Feng looked at the construction team on the opposite side and asked, is this true? When the people in the construction team heard the person on the opposite side call this young man president, they all understood that the boy in front of him was the leader, so one of the big men stood up and said, this brother, next to Wang Xiang, we are also very grateful to you for saving all of us, but everything counts. You will definitely repay your life-saving grace in the future, but the food was originally in the store. Now that the boss is dead, you take the food away. What do you think it's inappropriate for us to take away the food? Shen Feng asked coldly. Shen Feng did not expect that the construction team had a problem with the key link. He originally planned to rely on the professional ability of the construction team to carry out the next plan, but he forgot to consider that the construction team would also form a group, and now the construction team is also obviously if you want to grab food, you will naturally not obey your orders in the future. Shen Feng smiled, and then said, you have already said that food is something that has no owner. Naturally, it is first come, first served. We have already obtained it. If you still want to grab it, that is revenge. Wang Xiang said unceremoniously, you have already transported so much food, enough to feed you for a year, now leave some for us. What's the problem? The other big men quickly echoed, that's right, you all have so much food, you should give us some too. Eating alone will not gain weight. Seeing that you are also students, how can you do this kind of behavior of stealing food? Shen Feng slowly drew out his samurai sword and said, you want to grab food, right? It's okay, we'll talk about it if we win. When Shen Feng finished speaking, the boys also picked up the steel bars one after another, and more than 400 people rushed over. The people who were carrying food before heard that there was going to be a group fight, so they all rushed to the scene. The construction team on the opposite side immediately was surrounded. Wang Xiang saw a group of young men surrounded by steel bars. His face changed slightly. He also raised the wrench in his hand, and said, don't scare me, the wrench in my hand has killed zombies, believe it or not I knock it kill you. Shen Feng said lightly, I have an idea now, the two of us leaders will fight one-on-one. If you win, I will take the others and turn around and leave. I don't want anything. If I win, you will pay me now. Get out of here. Speaking of which, my knife is not sharpened. Hearing this, Wang Xiang quickly turned around to discuss with the brothers behind him. What do you think? This kid seems to be the leader, but he doesn't look strong enough, so he should be easy to deal with. The brothers quickly came up with an idea and said, if we fight in groups now, I'm afraid we will suffer. You see, these boys are all holding steel bars. They have obviously fought with zombies. The number of them is more than double that of ours. It's still a one-on-one fight. Alright, that kid's knife is not sharpened, it can't hurt anyone, don't be afraid, brother. Wang, as long as you win the battle, we will have food. Then everyone will listen to you. The rest of the people cheered Wang Xiang up and encouraged him to go up to the duel. As long as he wins, it will be a big victory for himself and he can get a lot of food, but if he loses, it will only be Wang Xiang who is injured. There was no loss. The abacus was crackling hearing the words of his brothers. Wang Xiang finally decided to give it a go and change his bicycle into a motorcycle. He picked up a crowbar in someone's hand, turned to Shen Feng and said, "Swords have no eyes, if you accidentally hurt you, please forgive me." Obviously, Wang Xiang also knew the truth that 1 inch is 1 inch longer and 1 inch is strong. It is impossible to use a wrench to meet the enemy. At this moment, he's going to use a crowbar to deal with Shen Feng. A smile appeared on Shen Feng's face, and then he said, "Everyone, get out of the way, we are going to be singled out." The crowd quickly dispersed to the surroundings, and the construction team also retreated a lot, and the scene was vacated immediately. Shen Feng and Wang Xiang were about to fight each other on the street. I saw Wang Xiang rushing over holding the crowbar high, full of momentum, but at this moment, Shen Feng also moved. He moved directly to Wang Xiang's side. Wang Xiang had no choice but to move along with him. Prying the stick has not been dropped for a long time. Shen Feng kept circling around Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang couldn't bear it anymore. He saw the direction Shen Feng was going in, and smashed down with a stick. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng predicted Wang Xiang's movements, stopped his figure in time, and then swung the saber fiercely. Shen Feng didn't use all his strength. After all, the opponent was just a human, not a zombie. Crack! Wang Xiang only felt that his arm was in severe pain and he was no longer able to hold the crowbar. He could only watch helplessly as the crowbar fell to the ground, and then his arm dropped powerlessly. It was obvious that his right arm was squeezed. Feng broke it, using an unsharpened samurai sword. "It seems that I won. Brothers, continue to carry the food. If there are still unsightly, everyone will fight." Shen Feng said with a smile. For Shen Feng, it is not difficult to single out an ordinary person. Even if the opponent looks stronger, it's not enough. He just tested how his own combat powers when fighting humans. After trying it, he found that it was not bad. Chapter 31 Killing with a Boro Knife. Almost everyone didn't see Shen Feng's knife on Wang Xiang's body. They saw Shen Feng running around Wang Xiang. After that, Wang Xiang's arm was broken. All they got here were cheers. As for the construction team, they all looked ugly, because they could only watch helplessly as the food was taken away among all the people present. Only Renjing and Wu Kai saw Shen Feng's movements clearly. At that time, Shen Feng swung the knife very quickly. The eyes of ordinary people cannot capture this scene, but both Renjing and Wu Kai have already evolved. Or, they can see Shen Feng's movements, but they can't match this speed, and there is no way to copy it. What? A fast speed. Renjing and Wu Kai found that their speed was not faster than the president, and they couldn't even reach the current speed of the president, so they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed unexpectedly. Even if I evolved, I might not be able to reach the height of the president at this moment. Both of them understood that there was a gap even among evolutionists, and not all evolutionaries were equally powerful. After that, a group of people continued to carry food, and now there is no one to stop them. As for the construction team, they got together to find a way. It is obviously impossible to grab food, but we still have to survive, so we can only look for the food left in the village. Shen Feng then led everyone towards the school. On the way, Yang Chang said angrily, "President, you don't even know how angry I was at that time. Let's fight." This group of people is submissive when facing zombies. They think they are great after killing a zombie, but in fact they only dare to do it to their own people. This is probably the mouse anti-gun. It's right in the nest. Shen Feng said with a smile, "President, you only broke his hand, which is too cheap for him. If he recovers, he will definitely dare to attack us." Yang Chang was still indignant. "Everyone is human, so we can't kill people, right?" Shen Feng was still smiling. However, at this time, Shen Feng has already thought about what to do next. It is impossible to lack a construction team, but it is also impossible for a construction team to form a group. How can we get an honest and obedient construction team? Then we can only wait until the evening to talk about it. Shen Feng has a plan for the construction team, But it's not easy to do it at this time, and he needs to wait until the dead of night to do it quietly. When Shen Feng returned to the school, Chang Jianyi hurriedly asked, "Where's the construction team? Why are there only villagers now? Let's talk about it tonight." Shen Feng didn't intend to discuss this matter, and Chang Jianyi also understood that there must be something inside, so he immediately arranged for dinner. The villagers were relocated to the second teaching building. Now they have no food and can only rely on the self-aid association to survive. However, they are also tightly bound together. It may be that in their understanding, only people who know each other can live together better at night. Everyone fell asleep one after another. After all, there is no electricity now, so what else can they do if they don't sleep? But Li Xiang got up slowly and walked towards the roof of the fifth teaching building. No one was alarmed along the way. After thinking about it carefully, Li Xiang felt that the president found him at night. There must be a serious business, otherwise, there is a gentle and beautiful vice president beside the president, so why go to unspoken rules for an ordinary-looking man? Therefore, Li Xiang quietly rushed to the rooftop. When Li Xiang came to the rooftop, he found that the president was already waiting. He was sitting on the edge of the rooftop. Looking around, the whole school was pitch black. "I really don't know what the president is looking at. You're finally here. I thought you were too timid to go out at night," Shen Feng said with a smile. Li Xiang smiled awkwardly, and then asked, "President, what do you want to give me?" Shen Feng took out a test tube, handed it to Li Xiang, and said, "This is the evolution potion. As long as you drink it, you can evolve, but you have to sleep for 5 or 6 hours." Li Xiang took the test tube, thinking that during the daytime today, Ren Jing's speed was very fast, and his strength was also very strong. Could it be that he drank the evolution potion? Remember to keep it secret. Don't tell anyone about this, Shen Feng said to Li Xiang. Li Xiang nodded quickly, and then said, "I guarantee that no one will tell, and besides, I will be loyal, and I will do everything you tell me." Shen Feng nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Li Xiang couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and went back with the evolution potion. He finally knew why the president is so strong. It must be because the president is also an evolutionary. Moreover, after being appreciated by the president and getting the potion, he can also become an evolutionary. After Li Xiang left, Chang Jianyi slowly came out from the darkness, and said, "This guy is really too timid. You may not be able to exert much effect if you give him the medicine. It's okay, it's a good thing to be timid sometimes." Shen Feng said to the senior sister, "I'm going out now to solve the problems of those construction teams. You wait for me in the dormitory." "What are you going to do?" Chang Jianyi asked hastily. She has also learned what happened today from the boys' exchanges, but she did not expect that the members of the construction team would choose to fight in groups. As a result, the next step of the plan could not be carried out. A cold look appeared on Shen Feng's face. At this time, he had not concealed it. During the day, it seemed that the dispute had ended, but in fact, Shen Feng was going to continue fighting at night. These guys always think that they can live better if they are in a group, but they ignore one thing, that is the existence of mutant zombies. Shen Feng said with a sneer, "Did you find the mutated zombies again?" Chang Jianyi asked quickly. If any mutated zombies appeared, it meant that he needed an evolution potion again. Shen Feng gave Chang Jianyi 2 bottles of evolution potion, because he was still worried about the safety of the senior, so if there is an evolutionary around the senior, then it can be protected at critical moments. Chang Jianyi immediately decided to use the evolution potion for her 2 confidants, and the 2 girls were very obedient. In the village 1 kilometer away, there are indeed mutated zombies, because I found that there are basically no zombies outside the village over there. So why is this happening? There's only one explanation: many zombies have been killed, so the number of zombies will be extremely small, and only mutant zombies can do this. Either they are strong zombies or tank zombies. Shen Feng analyzed the situation discovered during the day, and probably guessed at another zombie in the distance. There are zombies in a village. Shen Feng said slowly, "I will kill the mutated zombies, but this is before those people know how powerful they are." Chang Jianyi immediately guessed Shen Feng's purpose, and then asked cautiously, "Are you going to borrow a knife to kill someone?" Shen Feng nodded and said, "Although I have no grievances with these people, but for the sake of the follow-up plan, I can only do this. Once the mutant zombies appear, they will be irresistible. When one of them dies, you know if you can't live independently, then you can only come and rely on us." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng walked downstairs, preparing to carry out the plan to divert trouble from the east. Chang Jianyi quickly chased after him and said, "Well, I'll go with you too, now I'm an evolutionary too." Shen Feng did not refuse. After leaving the teaching building, he took his senior sister and set off. The two of them did not go through the main entrance, but climbed over the wall and went out. After that, they went to the nearby village to see where the construction team was hiding. Proceed to the next step. At this time, Shen Feng started running with all his strength, and Chang Jianyi hurriedly followed. In an instant, the two rushed out like cheetahs, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. This scene was not seen by others. A city without electric lights is somewhat eerie. After all, there are still some animals in the wild, but in the city, people are basically active. At this time, people dare not go out, and few people have candles in their homes. Therefore, without electricity, human beings basically lose their light. Of course, some people choose to light a fire at home, but a little light is useless, so it is better to go to bed early. When Shen Feng came outside the village, he finally stopped in his tracks. Then, Chang Jianyi stopped panting, and said, "Why are you running so fast, senior sister? Are you tired?" Shen Feng was a little surprised. After only running for 10 minutes, "Why is senior sister so tired?" Chang Jianyi supported Shen Feng, gasped continuously, and said, "You run so fast, it's hard for me to keep up. It's really strange, why your stamina is so good." Shen Feng was also not very clear, and said, "I don't understand this, maybe we have different degrees of evolution." After that, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi quietly entered the village and began to look for the location of the construction team. Finally, Shen Feng found the fire in the center of the village, so he started to climb the wall and upstairs, and he could clearly see the fire in the direction of the roof. The zombies in the village have basically been killed, and everyone in the construction team also lives in the village with peace of mind. Secondly, they don't know what the outside world has become. Of course they are staying in a safe place now. Know the external situation before proceeding to the next step. After becoming an evolutionary, Shen Feng's eyes and ears became more sensitive. Standing on the top of the building, he looked towards the fire in the distance, and then he saw the construction team who were making a fire and cooking. Everyone was here. Among them, Wang Shuang's arm has also been splinted to prevent a bone from growing crooked. However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi pointed to the group of people and said, "Shen Feng, look quickly, there's an old man over there." Shen Feng looked in the direction of his fingers, but found that there was an old man lying on the ground next to the group of workers. The old man's body was covered with scars, and his body was covered with blood. He was lying motionless on the ground at this moment, already dead. A group of beasts. Shen Feng was angry at this time. He recognized that this old man was actually the guy who was unwilling to leave during the day, and in the end, Shen Feng asked Renjing to leave half a bag of rice for the old man when he left. Unexpectedly, the old man did not die in the hands of zombies, but in the hands of humans. "Shen Feng, what's going on?" Chang Jianyi asked hastily. Shen Feng looked at the group of people 300 meters away and told what happened today. He was trying to suppress the anger in his heart at this moment. In the end, Shen Feng sneered and said, "Since something like this happened, then I don't have to feel guilty about it. This group of people can't sympathize." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng told Chang Jianyi, "You just wait here, I will lure the zombies. If there is danger, you run first. Generally speaking, it is impossible for zombies to catch up with you." Of Chang Jianyi didn't expect that giving the old man half a bag of rice kindly would bring the old man a fatal disaster. It can only be said that people's hearts are not old. Shen Feng left quickly. Before that, he had some psychological barriers. He felt that he was not righteous in doing this kind of troublesome thing. It seemed that he was doing it for his own purpose. "Guys, you shouldn't show kindness, maybe you should use force to make them submit today." 5 minutes later, Shen Feng came to another village. The ground in this village was full of corpses of zombies. It seems that the zombies in this village are strong zombies, because if the tank zombies were there, the corpses of zombies on the ground would be eaten, and the zombies here are only brains eaten. This can only be the masterpiece of strong zombies. "Hey!" Shen Feng yelled loudly, trying to alarm the strong zombies in the village. The sound spread far and wide in the village, but it actually woke up some surviving villagers. When the villagers saw a young man walking on the street, They hurriedly made movements to signal Shen Feng not to make a sound. However, Shen Feng didn't care about this, and continued to yell in the village. Finally, the strong zombie hiding in the village appeared. This strong zombie is more than 2 meters tall, with strong muscles all over its body, and it also supports the clothes on its body. It is a big guy, roar. The zombie rushed towards Shen Feng's direction, ready to have a full meal, while Shen Feng ran away unhurriedly, keeping a subtle distance at all times, so as not to be caught by the strong zombies. It will not cause the zombies to lose interest because the distance is too far away. If you use the terminology of the game, this is called flying a kite. Chapter 32 Unparalleled Strength. Wang Xiong and his brothers cooked 2 pots of rice with half a bag of rice they found, which was barely enough. After all, there were more than 200 people present, and half a bag of rice was not enough. By tomorrow, these college students will go to fight zombies in another village. At that time, we will quietly follow behind and take the opportunity to grab more food. Moreover, we must bring more weapons, otherwise, if college students turn their faces, we may not be able to handle it. Wang Xiong said to the brothers around him, I heard that there are many female college students in the school. The food we ate today was made by those girls. As I said, we rushed into the school to grab some while the boys were out. Anyway, no one cares, just grab food and grab women. Said a man beside him afterwards. Another person echoed, that's right, everyone is strong and strong. We broke in while those boys were out. Is there anyone else who can stop us? A group of people were talking and laughing to discuss what to do tomorrow. In their opinion, zombies are too scary, so it is better not to confront them head-on. College students are not afraid of death, so let these group of college students deal with it. And if other people are easy to deal with, then you can start with these people at this time. A worker suggested, it's a pity that this old man died here, or should we bury this old man? After saying this, Wang Xiong laughed at that moment, pointed at the worker's nose and said, your father has also become a zombie, why don't you go back and bury him? Let me tell you, this old man deserves to die. What do you care about him? The rest of the people also laughed and said, who made this old man die? You said if he let go, can we still kill him? That's right. It's just half a bag of rice, why are you holding on so tightly? These people have never thought that the half bag of rice that the old man is holding on to is actually the hope of living, and it is the price he would rather stay in the village than go to school. In the eyes of many people, it is not enough to fill their stomachs. At this time, a worker pointed to the roof in the distance and said, there's someone. There seems to be a woman upstairs over there. When the surrounding workers heard this sentence, they gathered around one after another, but there was nothing on the roof in the distance, only the quiet starry sky. Did you miss a woman? There is nothing over there, and you can see a woman. What a problem. Who made this kid single for more than 30 years? Now he is hallucinating. You must be considerate. Haha, what an embarrassing thing. The rest of the people also started to laugh. Obviously they couldn't see anything, but they insisted that they saw a woman. The man who was ridiculed blushed and couldn't speak. In fact, he was sure that he saw a woman. He was standing on the top of a distant building watching just now, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was too dark at that time. This woman, I can't tell what it looks like at this moment. A roar came from not far away, and all the men present panicked, as if something rushed over. Could it be the zombies? Everyone was worried, and quickly picked up the weapons around them. In short, it is right to be careful now. At the same time, the strong zombie lost its target. He just felt that the food that was running in front of him disappeared in a blink of an eye, and he couldn't help being a little furious. But then he heard the voice, and he could vaguely see a light appearing in the distant room. As a result, the zombies rushed towards here immediately, and they saw food. There were more than 200 of them, and now they can finally have a full meal. When Wang Xiong saw a tall zombie appearing in front of him, he was not particularly alarmed, and quickly said to the people around him, brothers must unite now. Isn't it just a zombie? We took care of him, like watching college students cooking zombies today. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, a group of people grabbed their weapons and rushed up, ready to kill the zombie in front of them. However, they didn't know that the current zombie was not an ordinary zombie, but a mutated zombie. Afterwards, the powerful zombie, even Shen Feng, did not dare to touch this zombie. As a result, the workers who rushed up were immediately blown away by the fists of the strong zombies. Some hit the wall, and some had their heads crushed on the spot. Immediately, The workers on the scene began to flee in all directions. I understand, this zombie is not ordinary, he is very strong. Afterwards, the strong zombies started chasing and killing the food present. He had a basic IQ, so he knew that the food could be killed first and then enjoyed. If you killed one and ate one, the food would have run away long ago. Therefore, he chased the people present and started to kill. As long as the slow-running person was caught up, he would die immediately. Shen Feng returned to the roof of the building where the senior sister was. At this time, the senior sister was secretly looking down from the top of the building. Animals hurt their kind, that is, when seeing the death of their own kind, most of the animals will be sad. Shen Feng, I seem to have been exposed just now and was seen. Chang Jianyi said with some annoyance. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, it's okay, these people are not evolutionists, and now it's so dark, they must not be able to see your face clearly, so there will be no problem of exposure, don't worry. Chang Jianyi then asked, however, if the group of people below are all killed, our plan cannot be carried out. What are you going to do? I'm going to take a look again. Shen Feng said calmly, so many people killed an old man, isn't it just bullying others? Now, let the zombies do justice for the sky, and let these people know that if they have it, they will have it. When being bullied by the strong, wait until more than half of the people are dead, and then I will kill the zombies. Chang Jianyi didn't continue talking. She also knew that a weak old man was beaten to death. Most likely no one would avenge this revenge. If she and Shen Feng hadn't come here, maybe they wouldn't have found out that the old man was beaten the fact of death. Now, these people need to pay a certain price, and the price is death. Standing on the top of the building, Shen Feng watched the group of people running and evading continuously, just to survive, and began to say to himself, you also know that you are afraid of death, and you also know that you want to survive. Why don't you consider others? Is the life of the old man lower than yours? If not, why did you commit murder? Is it because there is no law to restrain you? Or is it that morality can no longer restrain your behavior? The pursuit of strong zombies is endless, and most people choose to avoid them. However, this zombie can accurately find the hiding place of people, then kill it and throw it on the ground, so the workers become more and more less and less. Many workers chose to resist when it was impossible to retreat, but the weapons in their hands could not harm the zombie, and they could only be strangled to death in the end. Seeing the number of workers decrease one by one, Shen Feng finally started to take action. Now more than 100 people have died. If more people died, they might be impressed with a follow-up plan. Now it must be stopped. Shen Feng chose to sneak attack. When the strong zombie passed by the street under his feet, he jumped from the top of the building. The samurai sword was already aimed at the back of the zombie's neck. It went directly through the zombie's neck, and the zombie's cervical spine was broken. Afterwards, Shen Feng took out a dagger from his body, cut off the zombie's head and took it away. After the workers of the construction team found that the roar of the zombies had disappeared, they finally felt relieved, but they still didn't dare to leave the hiding place, for fear that the zombies would grab their heads and crush them like walnuts. Of course, ordinary people definitely cannot crush walnuts, and only those with great strength can crush thin-skinned walnuts. For these people, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. They discovered that zombies are actually not that easy to deal with. They thought they could survive in a group, and maybe they could rush into the university to grab one, but now at this time, reality gave them a slap in the face, telling them that it is very difficult to survive independently. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi left, and when they returned to the office, they hid the zombie's head and prepared to hand it over to Yuren the next day. She had nothing to do except study medicine every day. No way, many people are envious, but they also know that this PhD studies microbes and doesn't need to work. As long as he stays in the laboratory and does scientific research, the zombies in the school were basically killed, and the corpses were thrown into the artificial lake to feed the catfish. Perhaps because the food is better these days, the body of the catfish has grown a lot, and some catfish even grow when it is 2 meters long. If it is a little longer, it will be almost the size of a crocodile. Okay, let's go back to sleep. Unfortunately there is no bathroom, otherwise, I should really take a good wash. Shen Feng said helplessly. After all, this is a special period. There is no running water, let alone a bathroom. Moreover, even if there is a bathroom, there is no water or electricity, and it is impossible to take a bath. Chang Jianyi couldn't help smelling the clothes on her body, wondering if there was any smell, but Shen Feng said, "Senior sister, you don't smell bad at all, It's very fragrant. By the way, I'll come back in a few days, bring you back some perfume. Sleeping, you're the only one who talks too much? Chang Jianyi said with a blushing face. When morning came again, Shen Feng gave an order to the combat team, follow me and bring back people from another village. Also, where's Li Xiang? Li Xiang quickly stood up. He had already evolved. He felt the strength all over his body. He was very excited at this moment. It would be great to be appreciated by the president. He has already surpassed ordinary people by a large margin. He said excitedly, President, is there anything I need to do? The people in our transportation team are always on call. Shen Feng issued an order, take a few villagers and go to the village yesterday to look for tools. Bring back all the tools that can be used. No matter if it is a hoe or a shovel, as long as it is a tool that can dig soil, you must bring it back. Li Xiang immediately replied, understood, I'll go right away. Shen Feng then set off with his people. Yesterday, he brought back more than 300 people from the village, including men, women and children. This is obviously not enough, so more people are needed, otherwise, the plan will not work. To carry it out smoothly, all you need to do is find 300 people in the next village, and it will be enough to gather them together. As for Li Xiang, after arriving in the village, he began to collect farm tools. However, he unexpectedly found many corpses, which seemed to be the corpses of yesterday's construction team. After that, the survivors of the construction team appeared one by one and told what happened last night. Of course, these people concealed the fact that they killed the old man. Wang Xiang was also in the crowd. Although his arm was broken, he was very lucky last night. After hiding, he was not chased by strong zombies, so he survived. Hearing everyone's description, Li Xiang said proudly, you should be talking about strong zombies. This kind of zombies are very cruel. They will eat human brains or zombie brains, but well, our president can kill them. I killed him before, but it's a pity that you didn't follow us. If you followed us, this kind of thing would never happen. After hearing that the Self-Aid Association can kill strong zombies, the workers of the construction team hurriedly asked to join. Li Xiang pretended to ask the president for instructions, but then he couldn't hold back the pleadings of the people and agreed to take them back. However, joining the Self-Aid Association is not that simple. It needs the consent of the president or the vice president. Otherwise, it is a fake member and will be expelled from the camp once discovered. If the president finds out that I brought so many people back, he will definitely reward me, right? Li Xiang was delighted. Li Xiang didn't know that the reason why he appeared here today and successfully met these people from the construction team was planned by Shen Feng. The excuse was to find farm tools, but the real purpose was to get the construction team people take it back. At this time, there were 78 members of the construction team, or the rest were killed by strong zombies. Chapter 33 The Perfect Plan. After the members of the construction team were sent to the school, Chang Jianyi arranged them in the third teaching building, staying with the students of the technical school, and did not provide breakfast, because today's breakfast had already been eaten, so they had to wait until it's time for lunch. This made everyone in the construction team very grateful. Of course, it doesn't matter if they are hungry. It is enough to be protected now. Wang Xiang was carefully observing when he entered the school. He wanted to know why this school did not encounter zombies when they got to the school gate. The two boys removed the roadblock to let the car in. The retractable door had already been removed, because it couldn't be used without electricity, so it was naturally more convenient to remove it now. Looking upstairs in the distance, there was actually someone holding a binoculars on guard. In this way, as long as there are zombies approaching, they will definitely be found. Yeah, why didn't I think of guarding the sentry? Wang Xiang suddenly felt a little annoyed. If he had been more cautious last night and sent someone to watch the sentry, he might not have been attacked by a strong zombie, although he couldn't beat him. But at least you can hide. However, Wang Xiang later discovered something strange. The students walking around in the school seemed to have red cloth strips tied to their arms, which looked very eye-catching. They are all tied with red cloth. Is there any rule? Li Xiang didn't hide it either, and said directly, this is the regulation of our Self-Aid Association. A red cloth is tied on the arm to indicate identity. Anyone who joins the Self-Aid Association must have a red cloth tied to the arm. After that, Wang Xiang continued to observe carefully, and found that this school had become a very tightly managed base, and there were basically no idlers in it. Wang Xiang and others were arranged in a separate classroom. Nearly 80 people were crowded into one room, which seemed too narrow. However, everyone couldn't be picky. It's good to be safe right now. After the members of the construction team were sent to the school, some people immediately felt that the opportunity had come. Li Xiangxiao and the 4 leaders had heard from the students that there was a conflict between Shen Feng and the members of the construction team. After entering the school, there was a festival before, so it can be used. Li Xiangxiao excitedly said to Dean Hu, "Our chance has come. Before, we only had more than 30 people, and we couldn't fight against these people outside. But now, the construction team has about 80 people. We only need to. It would be much easier to pull them into our camp." Dean Hu nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Actually, there is good news from my side. A student I know decided to join us. Moreover, this student has a very important status in the Self-Aid Association. We got without his support, it will be much easier to seize the leadership." Li Xiangxiao looked at Dean Hu in surprise, and asked, "Will someone from the Self-Aid Association join us? Are you kidding me? Could someone be preparing to be an undercover agent?" Dean Hu said proudly, "God knows, you are still too young, you have no idea how serious people's greed is." This person felt that he didn't get what he wanted in the Self-Aid Association, so he decided to rebel. However, he only has one request. What request? Could it be that he wants to be the boss? Li Xiangxiao asked quickly. Dean Hu said lightly, "It's just for a woman, that is, the female doctor who is doing nothing all day long. I think this person simply likes her but dare not confess, so he decided to cooperate with us in the rebellion. As long as we hand over the female doctor to him, of course it's fine, it's just a woman." Li Xiangxiao said with confidence. Li Xiangxiao doesn't care about women, he only cares about one thing, and that is whether he can return to his original superior status. However, after thinking of the combat team led by Shen Feng, Li Xiangxiao felt a little helpless, and asked, "But what about those boys? They are the most important force now. What if they fight back? We may not be able to fight back." "I can beat it." Dean Hu had already made up his mind at this time, and said directly, "Indeed, we can't beat these boys, but we can see the right time. When these boys go out, we will take the opportunity to kidnap Chang Jianyi. Shen Feng has the best relationship with her, and with a hostage in hand, we won't be afraid that Shen Feng will be disobedient. At that time, let him obediently hand over the command. Our plan will be successful." Li Xiangxiao nodded quickly. "That's right, we can't beat these boys. Can't we beat this group of girls?" In a separate room, 5 people were planning how to seize the command. Before the zombie outbreak, they had always been higher-ranking figures. At this time, how could they be willing to be ordinary? Of course, it was impossible to obey a freshman commander of the students. Now is the time for revenge. They thought about their experiences these days, eating only half of the average person's, and, in the eyes of others, they were no longer bossy leaders. However, the most critical point is how to persuade the construction team to help, which Li Xiangxiao has not yet figured out. Dean Hu was very comfortable, and said directly, "Heavens Zio, when you win over others, you have to give them what they want. You should understand this truth. So, as long as we can give the construction team what they want things, then there is absolutely no problem. Don't worry, I will find a chance to persuade them." At noon, Chang Jianyi suddenly walked into the room of the construction team and asked directly, "Is there anyone who can drive excavators and bulldozers? If there is, follow me, and the rest stay here." The members of the construction team looked at each other and didn't speak. They didn't understand what the other party was trying to do. With better living conditions, you can eat whatever you want, Chang Jianyi said afterwards. More than a dozen workers raised their hands. They all wanted to enjoy a better life, so they immediately raised their hands. After that, they were taken away by Chang Jianyi and sent directly to the room in the 5th teaching building. Was guarded. If you want to eat, you can, but if you want to go out, you can't. When it was almost dusk, Shen Feng came back with villagers from another village. There were only more than 300 people, so these people could only live in the 1st teaching building, which is full of large classrooms. If you want to live there, can accommodate a lot, but the meeting cannot be held for the time being. Afterwards, everyone began to eat, and everything seemed to be peaceful, as usual. However, at this moment, Dean Hu quietly entered the room of the construction team, and said to the people present, "Everyone, does anyone know me? I am the dean of this school." Of course, The principal and the vice principal, they're all dead, and now I have the biggest job. Hello. The workers didn't quite understand what the old man wanted to do when he walked in, but they didn't dare to underestimate him when they heard that he was the leader. Dean Hu then asked, I came here to clarify one thing. No, why are there fewer people? Wang Xiang explained, during the day, a girl came in and took people away. They were all people who could drive excavators and bulldozers. Dean Hu frowned. He didn't expect that the current combat power was reduced by more than a dozen, but this did not affect the follow-up. So he continued, brothers, I know that you all want a better life, but this kind of life will not appear in a vacuum. I have a plan now and I need you to help me realize it. Of course, after it is done, you want to live a better life? Take whatever you want. As soon as the words came out, the workers all started discussing, wondering what the old man wanted to do. Was he planning to let himself work hard? What exactly do you want to do? Why don't you make it clear? I promise, you won't talk nonsense. Wang Xiang asked carefully. Dean Hu looked outside the door to make sure no one was paying attention, and said, we want to seize the command here. I don't care about any self-aid associations, they are just children's play games. These children understand what? Running around with a student, only by following it can I lead them to survive. However, I don't have enough manpower here, so I need your help. Don't be kidding, we can't beat those boys. You have to work hard, go yourself. Wang Xiang immediately shook his head when he heard the plan. He didn't even see what the opponent was doing in the one-on-one match yesterday. My own arm was broken, and those boys were obviously not good at it, so it was not worthwhile to go all out at this time. Dean Hu didn't expect these guys in front of him to be so timid, so he continued, according to observation, in fact, we have already mastered the rules of the boys' travel, so as long as we do it when the boys leave, then we can success. The students in the technical school are too far away from the 5th teaching building, and they are children who don't understand anything, so they are easier to control. Besides, you won't be able to beat those girls, right? When the workers heard that they only needed to deal with girls, they immediately understood, yes, isn't this a good opportunity? Before, it was because of the boys that they didn't dare to act rashly, but what if those boys all went out? Isn't it his chance? What can you give us? Wang Xiang asked quickly. When we occupy this school, I will give you whatever you want. Dean Hu said, patting his chest. Hearing this promise, everyone was a little moved. They spent so long in fear, just wanting a stable life. Now, the opportunity is in front of them. If the school is occupied, wouldn't it be worry-free? Moreover, there is obviously enough food in this school. As long as it can be occupied, it will really turn over and become the master. We need food and shelter. We must not live in classrooms like this, at least in dormitories. Secondly, many of us are bachelors. You must give us a wife. In this case, we will follow you, fool. Wang Xiang said excitedly. Yes. Dean Hu doesn't care so much, isn't it just some girls? Take care of that much? As long as you can return to your leadership position, everything will be worthwhile. By then, these people will not respect themselves. However, at this moment, Dean Hu thought of Shen Feng. This kid is a ruthless person, you can't push him into a hurry. If you come back to attack yourself, you may not be able to defend. So, Dean Hu quickly said, we are going to do it tomorrow, but let me remind you that you must not hurt a woman named Chang Jianyi, the woman who called your companion away. Do you know? She is Shen Feng's woman. If she is hurt, the role of the hostage will be reduced. I do things, you just have to rest assured that I will never hurt them. Wang Xiang quickly made a promise. That's it. Let's do it together tomorrow. I have more than 30 people under my command. They are all people who can't understand Shen Feng's actions. In addition, when tomorrow, there will be internal staff who will help us. Just don't worry. Dealing with a group of girls must be a piece of cake. Dean Hu is confident at this moment, thinking that his plan is perfect, and once he starts to act, it will be a day of success. Wang Xiang also thought of the mountains of food and the white and tender college students. He was excited when he thought of this. It seems that opportunities always favor the lucky ones. At this moment, isn't the opportunity coming? Moreover, Wang Xiang also has his own ideas. Why must he obey your orders? Wait until tomorrow, after occupying the school. Why not just see whose fist is bigger? At that time, I will be the master of this base. Both parties have their own ulterior motives, and they both think that if the plan is successful, they will reach the pinnacle of life, but they don't take into account that girls are actually capable of fighting, but they usually need to cook and clean up, so they are covered up. Chapter 34 Seizing Power. When Yang Chang was in a deep sleep, he was suddenly woken up by the people around him, and then he said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing? Why don't you let people sleep?" The boy quickly said, "Yang Chang, the president told you to go there now, president." When Yang Chang heard that the president was looking for him, he quickly pulled himself together, put on his clothes and rushed to Shen Feng's office. When he came to the office, Yang Chang found that not only the president was here, but even the vice president was beside him. At this moment, the two of them were looking at the map in their hands, discussing while looking at it, as if they were deciding on the next one. The location of the attack. "President, I'm here, what can I do?" Yang Chang asked quickly. Shen Feng raised his head slowly, and said to Yang Chang, "I asked you to come here. Actually, for the next action, I will take people to the Calais Hotel 5 kilometers away to clean up the hotel later. What do you think of the zombies next to you?" "What do you think? Of course I'm going with you." Yang Chang was a little confused hearing such an answer. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and said, "It's not very useful for you to follow me. I have a more important task for you to complete, but I need you to keep it secret. Can you do it?" "Yes. I will do whatever the president asks me to do," Yang Chang said without thinking. Shen Feng smiled, then asked Yang Chang to come over and said, "I have a potion that can make you an evolutionary, but, as you know, everything is not that simple. Now, I need you to give me a piece of medicine. Vote for the certificate. As long as you can complete my next task, this potion will be given to you." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng told Yang Chang about his plan. Yang Chang heard Shen Feng's narration. His face first showed gritted teeth, then became gloomy, and finally said, "Don't worry, we will deal with the traitors. I will definitely not be soft-hearted. I have ordered this potion." After that, Yang Chang left slowly, acted according to Shen Feng's opportunity, and walked out of the school with his subordinates. Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng, and said firmly, "You can do it with confidence. I will take care of things here, you just plan outside. I will always be your backing." Shen Feng nodded and smiled, and then sent someone to tell everyone to gather. Next, he will announce a big event. Both the villagers and the students in the school were gathered in a square. There was already a stage set up here. Someone turned on the diesel generator, and then Shen Feng took the stage with a microphone. With a serious expression on his face, he said directly, "Everyone in the aid society, the nearby villagers, and other people who have sought shelter in this school. Next, I announce the next move of the aid association. That is to exterminate the zombies. This time, it is not a small fight, but let's really start to take back our Luzhou from the hands of the zombies." Everyone in the audience applauded quickly, feeling a little excited. Is the president really going to take everyone to recover Luzhou? If Luzhou is really recovered, wouldn't it mean that you can get what you want? Listen, everyone, next, I will take the combat team and the engineering team to the roof hotel, which is our temporary stronghold. After that, the villagers and the logistics team will also go there one after another. The school's base here, we will temporarily give up. However, please rest assured that this is only temporary, and when Luzhou is recovered, everyone can still go back to school." Shen Feng continued. The people in the audience began to waver. Everyone thought, isn't this a good time? With safe shelter and plenty of food, why do you have to travel so far if you want to help others? Why not go to a hotel close to the city center if you just hit a few villages in the nearby suburbs? Of course, Shen Feng did not give the following people a chance to object, and said directly, "Next, we will set off immediately. The combat team and the engineering team are all ready to board the vehicle. The logistics team and the medical team are packing up. Everyone in the team, the second batch gets on the car and starts." Hearing such an arrangement, everyone in the construction team was very pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect the opportunity to come to them so soon. They thought that if the students of the technical school stayed, it might be a hindrance, but now it seems that the students of the technical school, they are also the first batch of people to set off. So after this group of people set off, that is their chance to perform perfectly. Then, Shen Feng called Wu Kai in front of him and said, "You have a special task, that is to stay and maintain order. I allow you to stay with 20 people, as long as you are in charge of order. Today's battle, you don't need to participate for now." Hearing Shen Feng's words, Wu Kai was ecstatic in his heart, But he didn't show it. Instead he said dissatisfiedly, "President, I have always wanted to fight side by side with you. How can I stay to maintain order now? Question mark. You know, others can stay too." Shen Feng patted Wu Kai on the shoulder and said, "I can't do without you here. Please be considerate. Although I know that things here are complicated, logistics is also very important. I have wronged you. Stay here to maintain order and protect important things. People, since the president has said so, of course I have no objection." Wu Kai reluctantly stayed, and then chose classmates who had a good relationship with him to stay at this time. Li Xiong already had more than 100 cars in his hand. Although they were all small cars, there was no problem in terms of transportation. At this time, under the command of Shen Feng, the combat team and the engineering team people got into the car one after another, ready to leave for the hotel 5 kilometers away. Suddenly, Li Xiong noticed something was wrong. It seemed that the car was not crowded enough, and there seemed to be a little less people, so he hurriedly asked Shen Feng, "President, is there someone deserting? I found that there are a lot fewer people in the combat team. There are only more than 300 people." "You don't need to worry about that. Those people have other tasks to do. It's no problem for 300 people to go to a hotel," Shen Feng said with a smile. Li Xiong has never heard of any other missions in the combat team, but now that the president has said so, if he still has doubts, then he is questioning the authority of the president, so he can only keep his doubts in his stomach. After announcing their departure, they turned on the wireless radio to listen while driving, and found that only the big cities have been recovered, and the small cities basically have no army to manage them, and they are still in dire straits. Shen Feng sat in the co-pilot's seat and asked, "Li Xiong, tell me, why are people so greedy?" This is a random question, which seems to be asked by Shen Feng on a whim. Li Xiong didn't understand why the president asked this question, but he had no choice but to answer, so he said, "Probably these people are greedy, but not everyone is greedy. However, people often die because of greed." Shen Feng said such a sentence for no reason. After the convoy left the school, the girls also started to pack their things under Chang Jianyi's command. Although they didn't understand why they had to move their base, the president and vice president had already made a decision, which means this matter was not discussed and must be transferred all along. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were the ones who made the decisions, and the others could only follow their orders to take the next step. At this time, Li Xiangxiao found Wang Xiong and said anxiously, "There is only one chance. If we don't do it now, we may have no chance in the future. Are you willing to be driven by others all the time?" Wang Xiong said quickly, "What about those villagers? If those villagers object, we may suffer. You know, there are more than 600 villagers over there," Li Xiangxiao explained. "There are a lot of old, weak, women and children in the villagers over there, and they were brought here by force, so they are not convinced. Now you do it, they will not care. If you don't do it soon, wait until if the boys from the motorcade come back, it will be bad." Wang Xiong thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. If it wasn't for the food being taken away, these villagers would not have come here at all. Now that they have seized power by themselves, these villagers would not care at all, so he immediately let the brothers behind him put on your weapon and walk in the direction of Chang Jianyi. When Li Xiangxiao saw Wang Xiong started to fight, he immediately called more than 30 boys to go up together, and they also had weapons in their hands. Chang Jianyi saw a team of about 100 people encircling him. A trace of panic appeared on his face, and then he began to shout, "Wu Kai, hurry up and protect me. These people want to harm me." Wu Kai and the friends behind him glanced at each other, and then stepped forward, but they did not stop the construction team from approaching, but instead blocked Chang Jianyi, saying, "Vice President, please let me. These girls stop their hands. I promise not to hurt you. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing it." "What do you mean?" Chang Jianyi asked hastily. "What do you mean?" "Of course it means to ask you to surrender. As long as you surrender now, we promise not to hurt you. Of course, you don't want to think about the position of vice president in the future." Wu Kai was very arrogant at this time. Now, Shen Feng, the people who had already brought a battle group left, and the other evolutionary, Ren Jing, also left together. Now he is the only evolutionary here, and of course he has the chance to win. At this time, as long as Chang Jianyi is caught, he will be able to threaten Shen Feng to be obedient. Then, Wu Kai looked at Yuan Shu, who was standing not far away. At this time, She was wearing a white coat and was looking at this side with great interest. Wu Kai knew that the evolution potion could not appear out of thin air, so someone must have made it, and this person is Yurin Shu, who usually has nothing to do. Although she usually has nothing to do, but for a while, she often stayed in the laboratory here, it means that Yurin Shu is the person who made the potion. Dean, who also stood up from the crowd at this time, and said with a smile, Wu Kai is the student I am most familiar with. You didn't expect that he would betray you now. Of course, we will have the final say in this school in the future. All the food and luggage here are not allowed to be taken away, they are all our things. Chang Jianyi lowered his head and laughed, haha. The laughter became louder and louder, even overshadowing other people's words. Is this woman crazy? Everyone who surrounded Chang Jianyi was stunned. Why is this woman laughing now? Is it because the pressure is too great, so it is crazy? At this moment, everyone was looking in Chang Jianyi's direction. Whether it was the girls in the logistics team or the villagers in the distance, they were all looking at this place, because they discovered that at this moment, someone was plotting a rebellion. Of course, the opposition here is opposing Chang Jianyi's command and wanting to seize power. It seems that you are all determined to fight against me, so I have nothing to say. Lu Zhongqiang and Tao Xian, you can come here. Chang Jianyi said with a sneer. At this time, her pretty face was full of with a cold look. It was obvious that she was really angry at this time. Behind Li Xiangxiao, two boys came out. They were two of the 30 people who had taken refuge in him and his leader. They stood in front of Chang Jianyi and said to the others, a word of advice, hurry up. Surrender, otherwise, it will be hard to say later. Li Xiangxiao pointed at these two guys and yelled, I didn't expect you to seek refuge with me simply because you want to be traitors, but what can you do now? Let me tell you, you are doomed today, and no one can save you. After finishing speaking, Li Xiangxiao waved his hand, and all three parties surrounded him, ready to tie up Chang Jianyi. I really don't know what you think. If you have a traitor, you should understand our plan. You dare to let the boys in the battle group leave? You really don't know what to do. However, you have no chance to regret it. Dean Hu sneered, today, he will regain his own position. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Cleaning Up the Traitors. Facing the crowd approaching, Chang Jianyi sneered and said, Yin Li, Zhang Zhioqiang, do it now. Then, two girls nearby rushed over quickly, holding the steel bars used by the combat team in their hands, and then began to attack the rebellious people present. This group of people did not expect girls to be able to fight, and they were caught off guard. No small blow. The two girls were like foxes, moving through the crowd at an extremely fast speed, and the steel bars in their hands would immediately cause fractures if they hit someone. This is evolutionary. Wu Kai was stunned when he saw the two girls fighting in the crowd. The speed was so fast, it was faster than professional athletes, and they flashed in front of people. However, there are a lot of wounded left behind. This kind of speed and strength can only be achieved by evolutionists. Leave them alone, grab Chang Jianyi, and we'll win. Dean Hu shouted at this moment. Wang Xiang also came to his senses. These two girls were indeed difficult to deal with. Their speed was too fast. They were almost like ghosts and ghosts, but as long as Chang Jianyi was caught, and their leader was caught, then they would be rewarded. The ultimate victory. So, more than a dozen people rushed forward, ready to grab Chang Jianyi. However, Chang Jianyi slipped two short knives from his sleeves, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet the enemy head-on. Shui, Hua. Chang Jianyi cut the throats of the two workers directly with two sharp knives. Before the two could say anything, blood spurted from their throats, and then fell to the ground to die. In the end, Chang Jianyi continued to attack, and saw workers fall to the ground one after another. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Xiang immediately retreated. However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi had already stared at him. How could he let him run away? So he quickly chased after him, slashed Wang Xiang on the back, and Wang Xiang fell to the ground immediately, then turned around and begged, don't kill me, don't kill me, President who asked me to do it, he is the culprit. What? Tao Xian saw the vigor of the vice president, So he quickly shouted, "Vice President, don't listen to his sophistry. This guy said yesterday that he wants to rob food and women, and he will give each of his workers a wife. He is a scumbag, eh?" Cold light flashed in Chang Jianyi's eyes, and he stabbed Wang Xiong's chest with a knife. Wang Xiong clutched his chest and struggled, kicked his feet on the ground twice, and then died. He didn't understand why the combat power was reversed immediately. They are obviously just a group of girls with no power to restrain chickens. Why do they have such great power? Why can they kill many people in an instant? Seeing this scene, Wu Kai finally remembered that since the president can give himself evolution potions, he can also give evolution potions to those around him, so he thought that the only person present was himself, an evolver, but in fact, the evolutionary has been hidden for a long time. No, if Shen Feng finds out what happened today, I will definitely die. I can't beat him, and I can't catch up with him. I must run. Wu Kai immediately made a decision. The comrades around said, "Everyone run separately, one who can run is one, you can't beat them, they are evolutionaries." After finishing speaking, Wu Kai was about to run away, but at this moment, he saw Yu Renshu standing in the crowd. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and then he thought, "It's all this woman. She made the evolution potion. As long as you get her, you can have more evolutionaries." Therefore, Wu Kai planned to seek wealth and danger, and rush towards Yu Renshu. He was going to catch Yu Renshu and threaten him. As long as the hostages are in hand, his safety will be guaranteed. Afterwards, Wu Kai quickly rushed to Yu Renshu's side, scaring the people around him to retreat. Afterwards, he grabbed Yu Renshu's shoulder, pointed the steel bar at her neck, and said, "Stop it, Chang Jianyi. Let us go now, otherwise, I will kill her." Chang Jianyi glanced this way, and then continued to order, "Do it." Wu Kai felt something was wrong. Why did Chang Jianyi say to do it? Could it be that there are still evolutionaries hiding? Where? Wu Kai hurriedly looked around, only to find that the people around him retreated far away, and there was no one around. So, where's the evolutionary hiding? At this time, the fleeing people came back, because 50 boys with steel bars in their hands suddenly appeared and blocked them back. Yang Chang shouted, "Break the legs of this group of people. These people are all traitors, don't let any of them go." Seeing this scene, Wu Kai was somewhat relieved. It turned out that it was only the people in the combat team who were hiding. These people are ordinary people and don't need to pay special attention. Therefore, I still have the advantage now. Moreover, Yu Renshu is in his hands. He has already imagined that in the future, he can train a group of evolutionaries as his subordinates. At that time, he can have whatever he wants: money, power, women. All to myself. Don't come here, I'll say it again, if you don't stop, I'll kill this woman. Wu Kai arrogantly said to Chang Jianyi, who was killing someone in the distance. Chang Jianyi glanced in Wu Kai's direction, and said casually, "Stop pretending, it's boring." "What are you pretending to be? You're not pretending to be anything." Wu Kai didn't know what Chang Jianyi said, and was a little confused, but then Wu Kai knew that what Chang Jianyi said just now was not actually aimed at him. Because, at this time, Yu Renshu, who was caught by him, suddenly grabbed his arm with his backhand, and threw it over his shoulder. Wu Kai was thrown to the ground at that time, and before he could stand up, his thigh was cut, suddenly bleeding profusely. "There's no cook who doesn't steal food. Why don't I know how to drink evolution potions?" Yu Renshu said with a smile, and then brushed her hair by her ears, showing off all kinds of coquettishness. Wu Kai's thigh was scratched, and he couldn't run at all at this time, so he sat on the ground and waved the steel bars in his hands, threatening the people around him not to come. However, in the process, the rebels were dealt with by the 3 evolutionaries one by one. Some were killed on the spot, and some fell to the ground with their legs broken. Din Hu and Li Xiangxiao wanted to run when they saw that something was wrong, but Yang Chang had been watching them for a long time. When they came forward, each of them was rewarded with a stick. Immediately, both of them could only lie on the ground and howl. At this time, Chang Jianyi approached Wu Kai step by step. At this time, her body was already covered with blood. She used to dare not even kill zombies. Now at this time, she has become an evolutionary. For the first time, she just killed more than a dozen people, and she suddenly found that she didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps, in her eyes, these rebels were no longer real people at this time. Seeing Chang Jianyi approaching constantly, Wu Kai begged, "Vice President, Vice President. I was wrong. I shouldn't have so many small thoughts. I just went wrong for a while. Don't kill me. I can give you fighting. As long as my injury heals, I can kill zombies." It's late. Chang Jianyi threw the dagger in his hand far away. Wu Kai quickly defended and knocked the hidden weapon away, but he forgot that Chang Jianyi had two weapons in his hand, so he could dodge it. The first dagger was thrown, but the second dagger pierced the heart, blood gushed out of the mouth, and he died a moment later. Vice President, what should we do with these people? Yang Chang also came up at this time, and all the rebels present were dealt with, but half of them died, and half of them had their legs broken. Chang Jianyi regained his composure, and said, "You lead people to throw the dead people into the lake, and then tie up the wounded. These people will be useful in 2 days. As for your reward, here it is, take it." While talking, Chang Jianyi took out a test tube from her body. There was a pink potion in the test tube, which looked very attractive. Yang Chang took the potion carefully and was about to drink it on the spot, but Chang Jianyi stopped him. "After drinking it, you won't be able to move for about 6 hours. You should save it for the evening." Chang Jianyi said. Yang Chang looked at the test tube in his hand, feeling very excited. As long as he drank the potion in his hand, he could become an evolutionary. Today, Yang Chang has seen the horror of the evolutionary. To ordinary people, it is like a god of death. Ordinary people have no power to resist it all. He carefully placed the potion on his body, preparing to drink it at night and become one of the evolutionaries. The members of the combat team saw this scene, and they had some guesses in their hearts, and they couldn't help being a little envious of Yang Chang. Then, the dead were thrown into the lake to feed the fish, and the wounded needed to face reality no matter how much they begged, and were finally tied up and sent aside. "Continue to pack your things, and leave for the hotel later," Chang Jianyi said slowly, and the girls continued to pack their things immediately. Now, they are glad that they escaped unharmed. After all, if they were successfully repelled by those people just now, they are likely to usher in a catastrophe. But at this time, the girls have also discovered that it seems that girls can also fight. As long as they can become evolutionaries, their fighting ability will be stronger than that of ordinary people afterwards. Chang Jianyi looked towards the distance, which was the direction of the villagers, and the villagers quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Chang Jianyi. In their eyes, Chang Jianyi used extremely bloody means to suppress this rebellion just now, and now her body is covered with blood, which looks extremely terrifying. Chang Jianyi was very satisfied with the reactions of these people, which proved that today's operation was very successful because of the internal support. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi had grasped the actions of the rebels early, so they responded in advance. Now, killing these rebels on the spot is very important for the rest of the people to turn it effect. After all, in the next few days, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi will make the next plan. If there are factors that are not conducive to management, they must be dealt with as soon as possible. Before today, Shen Feng was still worried that Li Xiangxiao and the others would dare to do anything, so he specially took away the students from the technical school, paving the way for these people's rebellion. If I use one word to describe today's action, it is to lure the snake out of the hole, deliberately detonate the uneasy factors, and then solve this factor. At the same time, Shen Feng led his people to a hotel 5 kilometers away, where the next main battlefield will be. Clean up the zombies in the hotel immediately, and prepare for the people who will move in, Shen Feng said directly after getting out of the car. He found that there seemed to be not enough zombies around here, but it's no big deal. There are 700 people here right now. People, as long as they don't encounter 10 times as many zombies, have the ability to protect themselves. Renjing took the lead and rushed into the hotel with people. He is working very hard now, because he is the leader of the combat team after all, and now he has become an evolutionary person. Ordinary zombies can't hurt him at all. Members followed suit. There were not many people in the hotel, and soon, all the zombies in the hotel were eliminated. A group of people began to smash the door and clean up the zombies in the room. Of course, if the survivors were inside, they would be rescued. By the way, in a club hundreds of meters away, someone was watching the situation in the hotel with a telescope. It was a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, and while watching, he said, "What are the conditions of the young people over there?" Huh? More than 100 cars, 700 people got off inside, and there is no room outside the hotel. What are these people doing here? At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over. He looked to be in his 40s, and his face was full of majesty. At this time, there was a young and beautiful woman holding his arm. The man in the suit said, "What's the situation? Is there rescue?" The man who was watching quickly turned around and said, "Boss, no one has come to rescue yet, but there are more than 700 people over there, and it seems that they are attacking the hotel. Give me the binoculars, I'll take a closer look," the boss said, and then took the binoculars to observe the hotel in the distance. Chapter 36. A new couple. The name of the man in the suit is Hao Liangguo. At this time, he was using a telescope to observe the people in the distance, and at the same time analyze. These guys are all young people, don't worry. Isn't it just over 700? We also have to. There are more than 100 people. It is impossible for them to enter our club, but there are too many of these people, right? Don't they worry about being targeted by zombies? The woman on the side asked with a frown. Hao Liangguo touched the woman, and said with a smile, "Don't care about other people's life or death. At this moment, we can just enjoy ourselves. At worst, we can find the right time to go to the provincial capital. This is the edge of the city, and there are very few zombies. I hate it." The woman smiled and pushed Hao Liangguo. Shen Feng was directing everyone to enter the hotel, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something, turned his head instantly, and looked in the direction of the club. He had a feeling that someone was watching him secretly, which was very strange. However, Shen Feng had no interest in the club over there, so he turned his head and continued to attack the hotel. The hotel has 9 floors, but there are no living people on the lower 8 floors. Shen Feng thought that everyone in the hotel was wiped out, but when he reached the 9th floor, Renjing came back to report that the road leading to the stairs to the 9th floor were blocked, seemingly blocked by tables, chairs and furniture. It seems that the living people have gone to the 9th floor to hide. In order to prevent being chased and killed by zombies, they even blocked the room with furniture. Shen Feng quickly realized that the living people in the hotel were also trying to survive, so I chose to save myself. After that, everyone chose to move away the furniture blocking the stairs, and then they saw a dozen people who were on guard in the corridor, and they asked directly, "What are you doing here? Are you here to rescue us?" "Yes, and no." Shen Feng smiled and said a philosophical sentence. "Now, the hotel has been expropriated by us. Please make way." One of the middle-aged people stood up and said, "Little brother, I am the manager of this hotel. I have never heard of the hotel being expropriated. Did you make a mistake?" Regardless of what the manager said, Shen Feng stepped forward and said to the survivors, "I said requisition is requisition, and you have no right to refuse. Of course, I don't want to kill them all. You can choose a room by yourself and go in by yourself. Living here, everyone does not interfere with the water in the well." At this moment, an old man came up with the help of a young woman, and the people around him also quickly moved out of the way. It could be seen that among the survivors, the old man had a high prestige. He walked up to Shen Feng slowly and asked, "Young man, what are you going to do? If you only want this hotel, then you are robbing." Shen Feng didn't know the identity of this old man, but he said calmly, "Old man, we are going to borrow this hotel for a while, in order to kill zombies. Please be considerate, seeing that you are quite old. Don't embarrass me. Time is precious, okay? As long as it's killing zombies, I absolutely support it. Hurry up and make room for this young man." Hearing Shen Feng's answer, the old man became excited and immediately asked everyone to vacate the room. At first glance, the old man hated zombies very much. Now that he heard that Shen Feng was going to kill zombies, he immediately supported Shen Feng's action, and his whole body became excited. At this time, the woman who supported the old man hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't be so excited. Besides, there are men and women here, so it may not be appropriate to live in the same room." Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "I didn't expect that at this moment. You are still so particular. I also have a lot of people under my command. They will all be crammed into this hotel tonight. It's not like a dozen people live in one room." At this time, the old man asked, "Young man, this old man is called Chu Yangshan. What's your name?" Shen Feng walked towards the rooftop, leaving a sentence, "Shen Feng." Shen Feng walked to the rooftop of the hotel, looked at the land below, with a smile on his face. In fact, this is the most suitable place to attract zombies. Behind the hotel, there is a construction site under construction. Of course, the workers are definitely gone, but the tools such as excavators and bulldozers are still here. I heard that this place is going to be built as an amusement park, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, but as soon as the ground was broken, zombies broke out. The battles have already been built, just to prevent zombies from rushing in, and the construction will be much easier. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The ultimate goal of Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi is to save people, but for the urban area, the most indispensable thing is zombies. Looking far away, the streets are full of zombies. If there is no place to accommodate them, it will definitely be a disaster. Tens of thousands of zombies rushed over, and there was no way to resist them. Therefore, the open space where the amusement park has not yet been constructed is the best place to fight. Soon, the villagers were sent to the hotel, along with digging tools such as hoes and shovels. After that, Li Xiang led his men back and forth between the two places, bringing food and people in batches. Come on, after driving 4 times in total, all the people and supplies were brought to the hotel. Immediately, the hotel became lively, and everyone basically crowded into one room with more than a dozen people. At this time, Shen Feng's side the number was about 1800, and if the rebellion had not occurred today, the number would have been almost 2000 at this time. The people at the club were completely panicked. Hao Lianguo's hand holding the binoculars was trembling slightly. He thought that there were only 700 young people there, but the more than 100 cars kept going back and forth. He brought more than 1,000 people, and there were still a lot of food and weapons in the car. When he saw this, he understood that the 200 people on his side were obviously no match for those people. There are so many people, there are almost 2,000 people. If they attack our club, we can't defend it. The man on the side said quickly. When Hao Lianguo heard this sentence, a fierce look appeared on his face. He slapped him, and then said, "Shut up, I have a gun in my hand. I will be afraid of the people over there? Let's talk. My son has supernatural powers. With him around, no one can get in." After finishing speaking, Hao Lianguo quickly left the window. He knew that at this moment, he needed to find a solution to his son. After that, Hao Lianguo came to a room on the 3rd floor, knocked on the door, and asked, "Son, it's me. I have something important to discuss with you now." There was a heavy gasp in the room, and it took a while before the door was opened. A man with a bath towel around his waist opened the door and asked, "Dad, what's the matter?" To give birth to the next generation, passing through the man's body, one can see that there are several women on the bed in this dim room, and there is a foul smell in the air. Hao Wangxi was an ordinary person before, but on the day the zombies broke out, Hao Wangxi accidentally got caught in the rain, and then he had a high fever. Fortunately, Hao Lianguo is the owner of this club, so he took careful care of him. 3 days later, Hao Wangxi's body temperature returned to normal, and his physical fitness improved a lot. Later, he found that he even got a special function, that is, he can manipulate the water flow. The water flow around his body can be controlled as he likes. Even in the extreme situation, he can set off huge waves. In this situation, no one can threaten his safety anymore, so Hao Wangxi used his abilities to kill many nearby zombies, ensuring the safety of the club and allowing many survivors to seek refuge here. Afterwards, Hao Wangxi thought that he was the chosen one, so he could obtain the supernatural power. The existence of this supernatural power was to allow him to survive in the apocalypse. Therefore, he kills zombies, but when he sees a woman he likes, he will snatch them and eat them forcibly. "Son, a group of people came to the hotel over there. There are about 2,000 people. Do you think you can beat them?" Hao Lianguo asked nervously. 2,000 people. Hearing this, Hao Wangxi had to pay attention, frowned and thought carefully, and then said, "Even if there are 2,000 people, I am not afraid. I can directly control the water flow to suffocate these people." "That's good, that's good." Hao Lianguo finally felt at ease. As long as his son said he could deal with the enemy, then it would be fine. Hao Lianguo and his son have always depended on each other for life. Because his wife died early, he doted on this son very much. Now that his son has acquired supernatural powers, he is more at ease, thinking that he and his son will be able to live smoothly. As he said that, Hao Lianguo touched the gun on his body. There were not many bullets, but as long as there was a gun, the people below would not dare to rebel. In the evening, Shen Feng returned to his room. He and Chang Jianyi had their own separate room. Of course, this was the prerogative of the president and the vice president, and the others would not envy them. But, Shen Feng, when I got back to the room, I felt that the atmosphere was not right, because at this time, candles were lit around the room, and the senior was sitting on the bed at this time. Her head was covered with a hijab, her hands were cramped together, she seemed very nervous. Sister, this is. Shen Feng couldn't help swallowing, and walked slowly to the bedside. Actually, I was thinking of wearing a wedding dress, but now it's a troubled time and I can't find a wedding dress, so I can only use a red hijab instead. From now on, I will be your wife, Chang Jianyi said in a low voice. Shen Feng also quickly lifted the hijab, only to find that the senior sister's face was blushing at this time, and there was a kind of hazy beauty under the light of the candle. Before that, Shen Feng had never known what it meant to see a beauty under the lamp, but now at this time, he understood. Under the dim light, the senior sister's every look was full of charm. At this time, there were only 2 people in the room, and it was impossible for other people to disturb them at this time. For a while, the atmosphere in the room became subtle. Sister, you are so beautiful. Shen Feng couldn't help saying, since I'm beautiful, why are you still like a log? Chang Jianyi said with a blushing face. Shen Feng was moved, stood up and closed the curtains, then returned to the bed and hugged the senior sister. The 2 fell on the bed. The couple became distraught at this moment. Before, Chang Jianyi said that when there is a suitable opportunity, the 2 of them can be officially together. And Shen Feng has already decided that from now on, he will protect senior sister wholeheartedly and make senior sister the happiest woman in the world. Don't call me senior sister from now on, call me wife, then. You have to call me husband. There are lovers lying on the bed, their clothes gradually thinning. Time passed gradually, and the people in the hotel gradually fell asleep. No one knew that on this evening, a new couple became husband and wife. They don't have a grand wedding, no guests and friends who come to congratulate them, and they don't have the embellishment of delicious food and wine. What they have is just the sentence I love you. In troubled times, there is nothing special. As long as 2 people really love each other, they can be together, and there is no civil affairs bureau to register marriage, but the identity of husband and wife cannot be changed. In fact, Shen Feng really wanted to tell his parents that he was married, but in the current season, there is no electricity, no signal, no internet, and thousands of miles away, it is impossible for him to fly over to tell the happy news, so he had to bury his thoughts in my heart. I look forward to telling this when I see my parents in the future. Chang Jianyi also had her own considerations. She knew that Shen Feng was going to do dangerous things for her. Although she was not a crow's mouth, she was also thinking, what if Shen Feng couldn't come back? So should I and Shen Feng finish the things that should be done between husband and wife first? If Shen Feng fails to come back, unfortunately, she will die in love together. So, tonight's wedding was already the only thing Chang Jianyi could offer Shen Feng. Chapter 37 Creating Favorable Terrain. The 2 newlyweds went crazy all night, and they didn't fall asleep until dawn. Chang Jianyi woke up after not sleeping for a long time. Looking at his watch, he found that it was already 7 o'clock, and hurriedly said, Shen Feng, hurry up. Wake up, time to plan. Shen Feng slowly opened his eyes, looked at the senior who was getting dressed, and couldn't help but said, Sister, I'm too tired, I'll sleep a little longer. Okay, no. You are the president now, what if you don't show up? Besides, you have to lead people to clean up the zombies. Get up quickly. Chang Jianyi said hurriedly. Shen Feng was helpless. Even though he was an evolutionary, he was still a little too crazy last night, so he felt physically exhausted. He didn't expect to get up early at this time to arrange other things, and he couldn't help but lament that life is not easy. Feng. Get up quickly. Chang Jianyi said while kissing Shen Feng's face with the encouragement from his senior sister. Shen Feng immediately regained his energy and began to get up and get dressed. He also knew that the next thing he was facing was a real danger, and he had to be careful, so that he could successfully carry out the next plan rescue. After that, Shen Feng set off with the members of the combat team, entered the construction site of the amusement park, and cleaned up all the zombies on the construction site, and then Chang Jianyi also brought people over, except for the old and weak children who stayed in the hotel. The rest of the able-bodied people came to the construction site, including the girls from the logistics team, who also came here to prepare to work. Shen Feng said to the members of the combat team, I heard that you all know about the evolutionists, so I won't hide it from you. Next, we will hunt zombies near the construction site. Those who behave well, you will be rewarded. This reward is the evolution potion. As long as you drink it, you will become as strong as me. The people in the battle group immediately started cheering, because they finally had the hope of becoming evolutionaries. As long as they can become evolutionaries, it means that they can have a stronger ability to survive. It can be said that they have already opened up a huge distance from ordinary people. In this way, they can become even better existences. Chang Jianyi also said to the rest of the people, I have a blueprint here. Everyone will be working all day today. You have no right to object, because this is for the sake of La Xiao. This is for the future, that we will never work hard even if you are attacked by zombies. Afterwards, the people of the construction team who were under house arrest before were brought here, and these people were asked to carry out the construction according to the contents of the drawings. The workers were dumbfounded when they saw it. Huge potholes, surrounded by dense ramps. It seems that everyone needs to build such a building on this construction site, but what is this building used for? You don't need to worry about what this is for, you just need to do it according to my drawings. As for the others, they are responsible for digging the ramp. The deeper the ramp, the better. In short, it will be completed today. If it can't be completed, then don't use it. Go to bed, and continue to work at night. Chang Jianyi said seriously. Everyone present did not dare to object. Yesterday, Chang Jianyi killed people to the extent that his body was covered in blood. Now, if he annoyed her, if she also did something, what should I do? So, isn't it just work? Just do it. There are excavators and bulldozers on the construction site, but the driver has turned into a zombie. At this time, the construction team has become the driver and started digging. Beside them, there are also students from the technical school. They have learned some excavators in the school, but they are obviously not very good at learning. At this time, they can only continue to learn from the workers. If the people in the construction team are tired, replace them and continue driving immediately afterwards. A group of people started to work in full swing. The excavator continued to dig the soil. In the center of the playground, someone drew a circle with lime. The diameter alone was 500 meters. Among them, the depth of this big pit must be at least 5 meters. The rest of the people are digging the ramp, and the dug soil can be piled on one side, just to increase the height of the sides of the ramp from a distance. There are densely packed ramps on the ground, like a maze, and at the end of the maze is a big pit in the central area. The excavator just started working, and the zombies gathered outside the baffle of the amusement park. Shen Feng hurriedly led people to stop the zombies. Since Li Xiong has also become an evolutionary, he also needs to fight together now. Hurry up. 300 people kept attacking the gathered zombies, but helplessly. The number of zombies was too many, and the combat team gradually became unable to support them. Fortunately, the noise from the construction site was not particularly loud, so the nearby zombies were only called in, and the zombies farther away could not hear the sound from this site. After killing thousands of zombies, the zombies from farther away have not yet arrived, and everyone in the combat team finally had time to catch their breath. However, everyone is also very clear that as long as the construction site continues to work, it will always attract zombies. Especially the zombies in the city. After finding a blank area, they will gradually fill it in, and when they hear the sound, they will continue to rush over, so the battle will continue. Yang Chang couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, President, there will be zombies rushing over later, and the defense line is too long. Otherwise, we should pour gasoline on the outside of the baffle and burn the zombies who want to come in from outside. No, excavators and bulldozers need gasoline to work, and the plan later is to burn the zombies to death. If we use gasoline now, the later plans will not be able to proceed. Shen Feng explained. The technical school has tested that it is feasible to burn the zombies to death with gasoline, but if there is not enough space to trap the zombies will go far. However, we can't just fight foolishly like this. Otherwise, we'll bring the cars over to block the outside. More than 100 cars can more or less block some of the zombies. Yang Chang continued to suggest. Shen Feng still didn't agree with this suggestion. He said directly, if the cars are used to fend off zombies, what should we do when we retreat? Could it be that we still have to run with our feet? Yang Chang was very helpless. Although he had become an evolutionary and recovered very quickly, his brothers were not evolutionaries. They were already tired after fighting for a short while. Suddenly, Yang Chang saw the vehicles in the distance, and quickly asked, since we can't use our own cars, then we should be able to use other people's cars to fend off zombies, right? Shen Feng frowned and asked, we don't have the keys to these cars, how can we create obstacles? Yang Chang gritted his teeth and said, President, we are evolutionaries now, we can carry the car with our hands. I believe we can do this with our current strength. Later, We will let Yin Li and Zhang Xiaoqiang come over, so we already have 6 evolutionaries here, and the speed of moving the car will not be particularly slow. As long as the speed of the zombies can be reduced, it will be easier for the brothers to deal with. Okay, let's do this. You go and ask the 2 of them to come over now, and the rest of you, move the car right away. On the top of the club in the distance, a group of dozens of people are watching the situation on the construction site with binoculars. They are particularly puzzled by the actions of Shen Feng and others, and they don't understand why these people are still on the construction site at this time digging this oil above. Is it possible that these people want to bury the zombies alive? Son, what do you think of the people over there? Hao Lianguo asked Hao Wangxi, who was beside him. He couldn't understand why the 2,000 people over there were working in full swing. Aren't these people afraid of attracting zombies? The telescope in Hao Wangxi's hand was pointing at a girl on the construction site, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. This woman looks good, I must find a way to get her to my bed. The telescope in Hao Wangxi's hand was aimed at Chang Jianyi on the construction site in the distance. At this time, Chang Jianyi is dressed in a smart attire and is directing the people to dig the ground continuously as a dandy young master. Hao Wangxi's favorite thing is to play with women, because he wants to see the woman others want in his bed. This kind of perverted psychology directly leads to what he did to the survivors in the base. As long as it is the woman he likes, he must find a way to get it. I'm asking you, can you stop looking at women? Hao Lianguo said with some dissatisfaction. Hao Wangxi's tone gradually became impatient, and he said, what's the rush? Anyway, it's just creating a trap on the construction site. As long as we don't go there, is it possible that we will still fall into the trap? At this moment, a man said, boss, young master, look at the fighters over there. After killing the zombies, they are actually moving the car. Hearing this, everyone quickly pointed their binoculars at the combat team in the distance. In their view, those members who were fighting in the distance were simply not human, because some of them were holding a car with both hands manufacturing roadblocks. Hao Wangxi glanced over there, and was immediately frightened, because he saw a young man moving a car with his hands in his arms. It was obvious that he lifted the car alone. Hao Wangxi himself can do this step, but it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to do it. Could it be that these people are also supernatural beings? Hao Wangxi muttered to himself. Originally, Hao Wangxi believed that only he had supernatural powers, so he represented the destiny. He was the strongest, and he could climb to the pinnacle of power. However, at this moment, he saw that several people in the distance could carry a car by himself, and he immediately understood that after the outbreak of zombies, not only himself became stronger, but other people also became stronger. Most importantly, there are 6 supernatural beings over there. With so many supernatural beings, my side is definitely not an opponent. Hao Wangxi was very confident before, thinking that after he had supernatural powers, even if the other party had 2,000 people, he would be able to deal with it. However, at this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The other party had more supernatural powers than himself. In other words, even if they fight, they are very likely to lose. If they are supernatural beings, why don't they use their supernatural abilities to deal with the enemy? Hao Lianguo asked quickly. Hao Wangxi also thought of this, and quickly observed carefully. Indeed, no one has used the supernatural ability. No matter when moving the car or killing zombies, these people did not use the car. The reason for this is only 3 possibilities. Either these people don't have abilities, or these people don't know how to use abilities, and then these people have been deliberately not using abilities. Hao Wangxi analyzed. However, these may all exist. It is not clear what the situation is. Hao Wangxi can only pray in his heart. It is best that these people have no supernatural powers, otherwise, he really has no advantage on his side. Son, what do you mean they don't know how to use abilities? Hao Lianguo asked quickly. Hao Wangxi didn't hide anything about Dad's question, and said directly, actually, I didn't know how to use supernatural powers at first, and I only mastered them later. Therefore, generally speaking, using supernatural powers may require a certain opportunity, otherwise if not, the ability will not be used at all. After Hao Lianguo learned of this, he realized that the power also needs an opportunity to use it. But the group of people over there are too many supernatural beings, right? There are 6 people, and 2 of them are girls. Hao Wangxi looked at Chang Jianyi, who was constantly directing, and felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. He couldn't stand it anymore, through the binoculars, and said, I'm going to vent the fire, you keep watching. As long as they don't come to attack us, then don't worry about it. Hao Lianguo looked at the 2,000 people in the distance, feeling very afraid in his heart, and couldn't help touching the pistol in his arms. There were only 5 bullets in it, so he must use it sparingly, otherwise, the muddy legs below they can't be suppressed anymore. In fact, there are more than 200 people in the club, but only 50 of them are managers, and they can walk around casually. After enjoying it, the managers under him will try something new from time to time. The rest of the people want to resist, but Hao Wangxi is a supernatural being, and Hao Lianguo has a gun in his hand. Neither of them wants to die, so they can only endure it, but they are cursing this pair in their hearts. Father and son, pray to heaven to hack these 2 beasts to death as soon as possible. Chapter 38. With a car as an obstacle, the speed of the zombies really slowed down. However, the people in the battle group couldn't stand the attacks of these zombies one after another, and the speed of waving the steel bars was obviously slowed down. It was noon, and the construction site also started to eat, so the work was temporarily suspended. The zombies didn't hear the sound anymore, and they gradually dispersed. However, in just one morning, 2,000 zombies had been killed, and the people in the battle group felt their arms were sore. If there was such a level of fighting in the afternoon, they are about to strike. Of course, if there is a strike, I am afraid that they will be suppressed by force. Thinking about the horror of the president and vice president, they can only grit their teeth and continue to work hard, hoping that they can become revolutionaries in the future. In this way, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Promote while eating. Shen Feng was looking at the construction results on the construction site, and couldn't help frowning. The construction in one morning did not even complete a quarter of the expected 1/4. Finished. The main problem is that the people in the battle group can't stand it anymore, and they can fight for another afternoon at most. Chang Jianyi came to Shen Feng's side and asked, "Look, can the plan continue? There are really too few people in the combat team, but once people are dispatched to fight, the construction progress will be even slower." Shen Feng frowned and said, 20 days have passed since the zombie outbreak. Your brother's current situation is not clear whether it is safe or dangerous. Moreover, the plan has already begun to be implemented, so we can't give up halfway, otherwise there will be no chance next time. Already, looking at the potholes on the construction site, Chang Jianyi felt powerless. It seemed that time and manpower were not on her side. Next, what should I do? Afterwards, Chang Jianyi looked at the people who were eating in the distance, and she knew very well that these people were not lazy, and they were really digging hard. You know, even a few professors in the school went to battle in person, and their suits were already stained with mud, and the people in the hotel were all old and weak. Even if they came to the construction site, they might not be of much use. Vice President, what are you worried about? At this moment, Yuren Shu also walked to Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi's side. Her body was also covered in dirt. It could be seen that no one can avoid work. The female doctor is about to start working. Shen Feng took a closer look at what Yuren Shu was wearing today. At this time, she was no longer wearing a white coat, but was wearing a knitted sweater on her upper body, slacks on her lower body, and sneakers on her feet. It is not gorgeous, but it still fits her well. If Chang Jianyi saw that the junior was staring at other women, couldn't help coughing, and said, "The progress of the construction is too slow, but the combat team is already extremely tired. What can you do?" Rinshu didn't mind being stared at by Shen Feng, and then she said slowly, "I can see that you want to create favorable terrain to deal with the zombies, but the zombies will always come to obstruct you in the process. But, you guys, have you ever thought that we don't necessarily need to deal with the zombies? As long as the zombies don't come and harass us, you mean to lure the zombies away?" Shen Feng shook his head and said, "Impossible. The playground is surrounded by cities on 3 sides, so the zombies will come from 3 directions, and the construction site makes a lot of noise. Ordinary voices can't attract the attention of zombies. The sound is not loud enough, the movement is not loud enough, so you can't attract zombies, right?" Yuren Shu continued, "Then, why don't we think of a way to make a bigger noise? As long as the zombies are attracted by a bigger noise attraction, then the pressure on the battle team here will be greatly reduced, and the people in the battle team can also join the ranks of building fortifications." Shen Feng heard this, and found that what Yuren Shu said was indeed a good idea, but this idea was not perfect, because attracting zombies in the city, if you are not careful, you will be surrounded by zombies. It's a zombie that can't run even if you want to, like a tide, it's like a nightmare. So, Who is going to track the zombies? Are you going to show off? Shen Feng asked back. How come a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? I still know this truth, so I am giving you advice now. Yu Renshu slowly took out the map from behind, pointed to a nearby point and said, 1 kilometer away, there is a Buddhist temple, and what is the thing that can make a sound in the Buddhist temple? Bell. Both Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi realized that there were bells in Buddhist temples. Normally, they would not be rung in order not to disturb the people, but at this time, it was the best thing to attract zombies. As long as the nearby zombies hear this sound, it is conceivable that all the zombies will chase after this place. Chang Jianyi frowned and said, however, even if we enter the Buddhist temple, the zombies will immediately surround the temple. Then, how can the person who rings the bell escape? Yu Renshu shrugged, left the map and left, leaving a sentence. I'm just responsible for coming up with ideas, but I'm not responsible for considering the follow-up, so don't ask me about other things, I don't know anything. Shen Feng looked at the map on the ground, picked it up slowly, and said to Chang Jianyi, I'm going to ring the bell. I'm an evolutionary, and I have a high probability of running away, so you are here to direct the construction. I'll go over there to attract zombies, and if it goes well, I'll be back at dusk. Chang Jianyi hurriedly hugged Shen Feng and said, don't go, don't go. If the construction can't be completed today, we can continue the construction tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, so don't take risks. What are you worried about? Shen Feng pretended to be relaxed and said, I have not attracted zombies once or twice, and it is not difficult to attract zombies now. Chang Jianyi hugged Shen Feng's waist and didn't let go. She was afraid that if she let go now, Shen Feng would leave immediately. She said sadly, I'm afraid of becoming a widow. You know, before attracting zombies, they were all in the suburbs. At most, it is on the edge of the city. The number of zombies is not particularly large, but this time you are going to the city. Once you ring the big bell, it means that you may be surrounded. Then, how do you run? There are thousands of zombies come rushing over. Even if you are an evolutionary alone, it is impossible to resist. Shen Feng quickly comforted, I know it's dangerous, but our chance is really fleeting. We delayed day by day, only your brother will suffer, and I'm not unsure, because you sent me the samurai sword has already been sharpened. No matter what kind of zombies I am dealing with, I can fight. As for dealing with ordinary zombies, I can move between street trees. Don't worry. Where? Is there a street tree in the Buddhist temple? Don't lie to me, it's really dangerous for you to attract zombies now. Chang Jianyi said sadly. She didn't want to watch her husband go out to take risks. Shen Feng hugged the senior sister and said softly, if it is dangerous, tomorrow's action is still very dangerous. I am going to. Sooner or later I will take risks. Let's make an agreement. If there is no danger by tomorrow morning when you come back, you bring people to rescue me. I promise, I will hide on the roof and wait for you. Well, attracting zombies is second, and the most important thing is that you must protect yourself. Don't die, otherwise, my life will be meaningless. Chang Jianyi finally compromised, knowing that Shen Feng was about to take risks. She still can only watch helplessly afterwards. Shen Feng gave some instructions to the combat team, and then left with his sword in hand. Now, his samurai sword has been sharpened. When chopping zombies, it's like chopping melons and vegetables. Of course, no matter what a sharp sword, after a long period of use, it will eventually break, and at the last moment, it will also break. Shen Feng hurried towards the direction of the Buddhist temple. He was always moving above the canopy of the tree. Although the zombies under the tree could see him, they couldn't catch up. Therefore, Shen Feng kept moving on the tree, but the zombies still couldn't get him. Shen Feng was lucky. There were no mutant zombies along the way. If there are mutated zombies chasing Shen Feng's progress will not be so smooth. Finally, after advancing up the tree for 20 minutes, Shen Feng arrived at the gate of the Buddhist temple. After that, he quickly climbed over the wall and entered. There is a pavilion on the high platform of the Buddhist temple, and inside the pavilion is a big bell made of bronze. When Shen Feng saw the big bell, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't make the trip in vain. Looking around, there were only a few scattered zombies, probably the tourists and monks in the temple before. These zombies could not threaten him. Shen Feng quickly went to the high platform after judging his current situation. Pull the bumper and hit it on the bronze bell. Dang! A loud sound spread far away, and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Dang! Shen Feng continued to ring the bell. He knew that the sound of the bell could only attract zombies for a while, so the zombies would only come if they kept ringing the bell. Moreover, there is a wall around the temple, so that if zombies want to enter the temple, they can only enter through the door. Dang! The bell continued to ring, which not only alarmed the zombies, but also the nearby residents. They hadn't heard the bell for a long time. Generally speaking, the bells in the temple would ring only during festivals. Otherwise, they generally would not hit them. Once it is considered a nuisance to the people, the temple will also be interviewed by the relevant departments in a nearby 3-story building. A girl opened the window to look at the Buddhist temple, and at the same time shouted behind her, "Mom, come and see, someone is ringing the bell." A middle-aged woman in her 40s rushed to the window, looked at the young man who was ringing the bell in the Buddhist temple, and said helplessly, "Isn't this young man looking for death? If he dared to ring the bell to attract the attention of the zombies, wouldn't he? Aren't they going to be surrounded? All the zombies have really gathered," the girl exclaimed. After hearing the bell, all the zombies in the surrounding streets rushed towards this place, not only the nearby streets, but even those in the distant streets. The zombies have all come in this direction. Zombies were densely packed. Looking upstairs, it was like watching a piece of soybeans rolling, and these soybeans were nothing more than the heads of zombies. There were at least a few thousand zombies walking on the street, and zombies from afar were also gathering. After the zombies gather, a tide of corpses is formed, because as far as the eye can see, the densely packed zombies have formed an ocean, walking shoulder to shoulder on the street. Every action is like the tide hitting the rocks. The endless zombies are coming here, and their goal is Shen Feng, who rang the big bell. The sound of the bell also spread around the construction site. After hearing the sound, the zombies walked towards the Buddhist temple in a daze. As a result, the zombie crisis around the construction site was eased. Chang Jianyi didn't dare to miss this opportunity, and hurriedly directed everyone to continue to work. But she couldn't let down the opportunity Shen Feng finally created, and at this moment, she must seize the opportunity to rush to work. Otherwise, it is a waste of time. Chang Jianyi left one person to stand guard outside the baffle, and the other fighters joined the ranks of digging. With the addition of fresh troops, the progress of the project was finally much faster. However, Chang Jianyi was somewhat worried. What if something happened to Shen Feng? This time, he was facing endless zombies like a tide. However, Chang Jianyi's worry did not come true, because the bell was ringing all the time. Although there were occasional intermittent situations, the bell still kept ringing. The bell sounded like an encouragement to everyone, and it kept going. Once again, the bell stopped for half an hour. Chang Jianyi suspected that something had happened to Shen Feng. However, half an hour later, the bell continued to ring, and the people present were also encouraged to dig the ground hard. They all know that the president is now attracting zombies from a distance. How can he waste the good opportunity he created at this time? You're quite courageous, but I don't know if you can survive. Yu Rinshu couldn't help thinking in her heart when she heard the bell. In fact, when the suggestion was put forward, Yu Rinshu was wondering whether Shen Feng would send someone to the Buddhist temple, but now it seems that he went out in person. One rushed out to face it. No wonder he was able to become the president. However, Yu Rinshu then looked at Chang Jianyi, who was directing, and thought silently in her heart, it's really a talented woman with a clear division of labor. Shen Feng dared to go all out, and she also insisted on her plan. It seems that my cooperation with them, it's no problem. Chapter 39. When Shen Feng was ringing the bell, zombies kept pouring in from the gate of the temple. These zombies kept attacking Shen Feng, and Shen Feng had to fight the zombies after the bell hit, although he could cut it down with just one knife. The heads of ordinary zombies, but there are too many zombies, forcing him to deal with them carefully. The most dangerous time was when a speed zombie appeared behind Shen Feng. At that time, this small zombie was hiding under the high platform. When Shen Feng hit the bell, he went forward and attacked. Fortunately, Shen Feng was at that time. Hearing the sound of the wind, he escaped the fatal injury, but was still scratched fiercely at the waist. Afterwards, Shen Feng turned around and took care of the speed zombie. In normal times, he could have chopped off the zombie's head and taken it away. Due to too many zombies, the threshold of the gate of the temple was broken. Dang! Shen Feng hit the bronze bell again, making a deafening sound. He knew that he couldn't stop the impact, otherwise, the zombies would disperse again, and by then, the construction site would be in danger. Seeing that there were more and more zombies, a strong zombie rushed into the temple, chasing Shen Feng. but Shen Feng had to fight with this zombie. After half an hour, he finally succeeded in killing it. However, this also means that the bell stopped for a while, and Shen Feng hurriedly continued to strike. Zombies keep appearing and rushing up the high platform. Today's zombies are no longer the kind of things that can't climb stairs. Their mastery of the body has risen to a higher level, and the way of attack has become much faster. It seems that zombies will also gradually learn to evolve. If the zombies are always walking dead, there will be no danger at all. However, if the zombies continue to mutate, it will lead to terrible consequences unknowingly. The land under the high platform has been covered by zombies, because all the killed zombies were kicked down by Shen Feng. Shen Feng did a rough calculation, and he had killed nearly 200 zombies, but, for the zombies that were like tides in the distance, these 200 were nothing. Shen Feng took the time to look at his watch to confirm the current time. As a result, only 2 hours have passed until now. If this continues, more and more zombies will rush into Shifu Temple, and they will also become stronger. Shen Feng also felt a little tired. Before he knew it, Shen Feng's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and his breathing became heavy. He felt that there was a strange breath in his body that was about to burst out, which made Shen Feng's head a little bit pain. He felt bad. Could it be that after killing so many zombies, I'm going to have a mental problem? It shouldn't be. Shen Feng had to stop now, because he was worried that his mental problem might occur. Ever since he became an evolutionary, Shen Feng has been feeling that something is wrong in his body, but he can't tell what's wrong at this moment. Many zombies have been killed, and Shen Feng thinks that he is gradually becoming tyrannical. If he continues to kill zombies, he may really become a mentally ill patient. As the senior sister said at this moment, a strange sound came from outside the temple, and Shen Feng hurriedly looked. However, he found that a section of the temple wall gradually began to collapse. At this time, Shen Feng could already see the densely packed zombies outside the temple. Boom! The wall fell to the ground and made a heavy sound, and the zombies behind the wall showed their true colors. The row of zombies standing in front were not ordinary zombies, but a group of pot-bellied guys. The most eye-catching. The only thing is that these zombies have swollen stomachs, as if they are sick. Their mouths are constantly spraying light green liquid, and the masonry on the wall seems to have been corroded, so the wall will fall down so easily. Mutated zombies. Shen Feng felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that new mutated zombies appeared at this time. These zombies' fighting abilities were not strong, but the acid they spewed out could definitely corrode the walls. Even the walls were corroded by the acid and collapsed. Shen Feng had no doubts about the power of the acid. If it was sprayed on the face, it would disfigure the face on the spot. If it was sprayed on the eyes, it might cause blindness in the end. It seems that after these zombies have mutated, there is a lot of stomach acid in their bodies, and the acidity has been strengthened, so they can spew out so much liquid. But is this too exaggerated? Shen Feng began to speculate about the current situation. The reason for the formation of zombies, but no matter what, his situation is already very dangerous. The collapse of the wall made it easier for the zombies outside the temple to enter. In an instant, hundreds of zombies rushed in inside the temple. Now, Shen Feng let alone continue to ring the bell, and now he can't even protect himself. Somewhat dangerous. Shen Feng looked around. At this moment, he had to protect himself. At this moment, Shen Feng saw the main hall not far away, and suddenly had an idea. It seemed that striking a wood was not necessary to ring the bell. Shen Feng killed 2 zombies blocking the way, and climbed up to the top of the hall from the position of the pillars. The zombies chased after them, but they couldn't climb the wall, so they could only linger under the hall. The roof of the Buddha Hall is an old-fashioned brick structure. Shen Feng picked up a tile and threw it in the direction of the bronze bell. Dang! The bell continued to ring, but the sound was obviously not loud enough. After all, the weight of a tile cannot be compared with the weight of the wood. After reaching the top of the Buddha Hall, Shen Feng's situation is finally a little safer. After all, at this time, ordinary zombies can't catch him, and mutant zombies have not appeared yet, but because of the existence of the bell, it is still there are a lot of zombies wandering around. The IQ of zombies is not high, they only follow the direction of the sound tracked. And Shen Feng stood on the top of the main hall and kept throwing tiles, which immediately attracted the zombies to the high platform, and could only bite the big clock in vain, but obviously, it was impossible for them to destroy the big clock. While throwing the tiles, Shen Feng began to think about how he should run next. The road when we came here is obviously dead, The road is full of densely packed zombies. It is impossible for these zombies to disperse in a short time, so we need to find a shortcut. Otherwise, once we fall into the crowd of zombies, we'll be torn apart in an instant. Shen Feng has great strength and can throw tiles or bricks like a baseball, and his accuracy is not a problem, because every tile or brick can hit the bronze clock soon. The tiles on the top of the Buddha hall lost a large piece, and Shen Feng could directly see the golden Buddha statue in the hall from above. From Shen Feng's perspective, the eyes of the Buddha statue were closed, as if he couldn't bear to look directly at the world painful. But in fact this is what the designers did on purpose under normal circumstances. Buddhas and bodhisattvas have lowered eyebrows. In this way, it is nothing to look at from a distance, but when you kneel down and raise your head, you will find that the Buddha statue is staring at you. This is a psychological hint, indicating that the Buddha is looking at you in the sky. Shen Feng didn't understand Buddhism either, but he had torn down someone's roof after all, so he could only say, "Buddha blesses me, if I can escape today, I will definitely return the tiles to you in the future." In fact, Shen Feng was also looking for a psychological comfort. He couldn't really place his hope on an empty Buddha. If the Buddha really existed, why didn't he show miracles? Why not just kill all the zombies present? So, at its root, if you want to survive, you still need to rely on yourself at this time. Shen Feng saw the buildings around the Buddhist temple. On both sides of the main hall, there are actually wing rooms, and the eaves between the two are connected. Looking at the distance, there is a gap between the buildings. The distance between them is not very far. It seems that they can move on the roof, but after leaving the Buddhist temple, there is a section of road without street trees. In this way, Shen Feng will inevitably fall to the ground, and then he still has to face a lot of zombies. Let's take one step at a time, at least for now. We still have to continue to track zombies here. Shen Feng said to himself, there are too many zombies, and there is no lack of mutated zombies. Some strong zombies did not catch Shen Feng on the roof, but killed ordinary zombies in the crowd and ate their brains loose. The acid-spraying zombies had no scruples and began to eat the corpses of the zombies. Shen Feng watched the fight among these zombies, and felt a little depressed. Although the ordinary zombies are dead, the mutated zombies will become stronger. In the future, if the ordinary zombies disappear and all the mutated zombies are replaced, then the problem is serious. Finally, at dusk, Shen Feng also understood that his task had been completed, and the construction progress on the construction site should have improved a lot after attracting zombies for a whole day, so he also needed to retreat here. Speaking of retreat, the temple is already densely packed with zombies, not only ordinary zombies, but also mutant zombies. Shen Feng knows that these mutated zombies are all intelligent, so they haven't made a move yet, not because they are kind-hearted and want to let him go, but because they are afraid of their own force and want to attack when they show their flaws. However, Shen Feng didn't want to stay here anymore, so he started to move on the roof of the temple. Now he can also temporarily fly over the walls, because the distance between the buildings here is relatively small. As long as Shen Feng jumps hard, then it is possible to reach another roof, but it is impossible to leave the temple. The distance between the outer buildings is more than 10 meters. Such a long distance, only Spider-Man can move smoothly afterwards. Shen Feng came to the wall that had not yet collapsed, looking for the next foothold. Fortunately, although there are no street trees around to settle down, there are still telephone poles. Moreover, now that the city has been cut off, there is no threat of electrocution when climbing a utility pole, just to get to the other side of the street through the cable. So Shen Feng immediately climbed onto the pole, grabbed the cable, and moved with the help of the cable. Shen Feng began to pray in his heart, the cable must not be disconnected. If it is disconnected, I will fall into the crowd of zombies, perhaps. Shen Feng's crow's mouth appeared. At this time, he looked back inadvertently, but found a strong zombie grabbing the jet zombie. They were standing next to the electric pole. Not long after, the jet zombie, the acid began to be sprayed honestly, and the acid immediately began to corrode the utility poles. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was immediately stunned. Seeing the behavior of these two zombies, he couldn't help blurting out, "The zombies are still cooperating, what's the matter?" Shen Feng then looked at the group of zombies below, and could only see heads looking up one by one, and the mouths of these hateful zombies were growing, as if they were waiting for Shen Feng to fall from the cable above. Shen Feng didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly grabbed the cable to move. Now it's time to race against time. Once you fall into the crowd of zombies, you will definitely be bitten to death. At that time, Even the whole body will not be left behind. However, at this moment, seeing that Shen Feng was about to run away, the strong zombie couldn't help but get a little impatient, kicked the jet zombie away, and then started shaking the telephone pole. The telegraph pole is made of concrete with steel bars inside for support, so it is difficult to break it for a while, but it is difficult for Shen Feng, who is holding the cable on it, to move forward. However, at this moment, the strong zombie became so ruthless that it began to hit the electric pole with its head. Suddenly, the electric pole could no longer support it. It had been corroded by acid for a while, and then it was shaken for a long time. The impact immediately caused the utility pole to fall sideways. Shen Feng was caught off guard, his body fell down uncontrollably, and fell into the crowd of zombies in an instant. The zombies rushed up with claws and claws, ready to have a big meal. This scene was seen by the surrounding survivors. They thought that Shen Feng, a man with outstanding martial arts skills, would be able to escape successfully, but now, they are still about to die. The surrounding area is a residential area, and all kinds of buildings are very far away from Shen Feng, and the people in the residential buildings have no intention of helping. After all, tens of thousands of zombies are besieging. If they are surrounded, they can only wait to see the Buddha. The moment he was surrounded by zombies, Shen Feng aroused his desire to survive. Even in the crowd of zombies, Shen Feng didn't want to give up his life, so he resorted to the knife fight 8-fang hidden knife style. He closed his eyes and slashed around. Of course, this slapping move was also very effective. In an instant, there were fewer zombies around Shen Feng. But then the zombies continued to charge up. However, at this moment, a strong figure rushed out from the group of zombies. This zombie had already set his sights on Shen Feng's brain, so after breaking the electric pole, he rushed towards Shen Feng directly. Along the way, the ordinary zombies standing in front of the strong zombies were knocked away, and what's more, they were knocked into the air. Boom! After the strong zombie rushed over, it punched Shen Feng in the chest. In an instant, Shen Feng's body was blown into the air. He is very physically fit, so the strong zombie didn't interrupt him. However, Shen Feng couldn't breathe at this time. The blood in his mouth surged, and in an instant, blood spewed out. Shen Feng's body flew away like a broken kite, and then hit the residential building heavily. After that, the strong zombies continued to rush over. He couldn't wait to enjoy the food now. Shen Feng looked at the strong zombies that were getting closer, as well as the ordinary zombies that were like a tide, and his strong will to survive began to burst out. Then, an unknown force began to surge on Shen Feng's body, and then, Shen Feng slowed down. Standing up slowly, the clothes on his body rattled, as if there was a wind blowing, but at this moment, there was no wind in the street. The strong zombie rushed in front of Shen Feng and punched out. The target was Shen Feng's head. As long as it hit the head, Shen Feng would definitely die at this moment. With Shen Feng as the center, suddenly, a gust of wind radiated to the surroundings, forming a whirlwind around Shen Feng, and the strong air pressure instantly rolled up the ordinary zombies around, and the pace of the strong zombies was also affected. The whirlwind disappeared after only one breath. However, all the zombies within 5 meters around Shen Feng disappeared, and the previous zombies were all blown away. At this time, the strong zombie had already arrived in front of Shen Feng, and punched him. Shen Feng dodged sideways and stabbed the strong zombie's chest with the knife pieces. The strong zombie fell to the ground, and the rest of the zombies continued to surround him, and Shen Feng also felt exhausted. After the whirlwind appeared just now, Shen Feng felt his body became weak. After finally killing the strong zombies, he had reached his limit now. Am I going to die? Shen Feng thought in a daze. However, at this moment, a rope hung down from above, and a female voice appeared from above. "Hero, come up quickly." Shen Feng looked up, but found a girl on the 3rd floor of the residential building, opened the window and was yelling at herself, and the rope was naturally put down by her. Shen Feng didn't have time to think, grabbed the rope and quickly went climbing up. After arriving at the window, he climbed in forcefully, then collapsed on the ground, dressed roughly, and finally survived among the zombies. At this time, Shen Feng was extremely weak, and he had already consumed a lot of energy to climb up just now. Chapter 40 Hidden Danger. Shen Feng leaned against the window, panting heavily. Although the battle just now lasted only 10 minutes, he consumed a lot of energy. Now that he has a place to rest, he finally narrowly escaped death. When facing the tide of zombies, he could only resist for a few minutes, but the number of zombies he killed was still too small. "Hero, how are you doing now?" After Shen Feng climbed up the rope, the girl who had just dropped the rope hurried forward to ask. Shen Feng also saw that behind the young girl, there was a middle-aged woman standing with her hands behind her back. Maybe she was holding something in her hands. Why do you call me a hero? Shen Feng asked while wiping his samurai sword with a curtain. After today's battle, the samurai sword already had a chip. It seems that the quality of online shopping is not good. However, after careful calculation, this knife also killed hundreds of zombies, and it is normal to have a gap. The girl quickly said, you have killed so many zombies, and you are highly skilled in martial arts, and you can fly over walls. What else can you be if you are not a hero? Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders, as acquiescing to the address, and then asked, is there any water? I want to drink water. When the girl heard Shen Feng's request, she quickly turned around to fetch water. Shen Feng saw that the girl was only 15 or 16 years old, and guessed that she should be in high school. Afterwards, Shen Feng saw the middle-aged woman who was looking at him vigilantly, and said helplessly, Auntie, thank you for saving my life. I will rest for a while and leave when I regain my strength. You don't have to be so nervous. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, I'm not nervous, I'm just curious. Why are you going to ring the bell? You've attracted so many zombies here, you almost died. What are you thinking? Shen Feng said with a smile, this is because I am leading a group of people to take back Luzhou, but the zombies harass me. I am buying time for them, so I come here to ring the bell. Calculate the time, and their construction should be about the same. What? You are recovering Luzhou? The woman immediately became happy when she heard this sentence. 20 days have passed since the outbreak of zombies. During this period, rescue has never come, and the number of zombies has not decreased at all. The food stock at home is also constantly being consumed. I thought that no one would come to save me, but now it seems that there is still a chance of survival. Of course Shen Feng is talking nonsense. The purpose of him and his senior sister has always been to save his younger brother, but they can't say that to the outside world, otherwise the people under him will not accept it first. Therefore, Shen Feng can only say that the plan is to recover Luzhou, which is also true. It really moved many people, such as the old man I saw yesterday, or the middle-aged woman. Now the girl walked over with a glass of water and saw her mother's hands behind her back. She felt very uncomfortable, because her mother was holding a kitchen knife in her hand. How could she do this? This is a hero, so she had no choice but to say, Mom, the hero must be hungry. If you have a knife, go and cook, you child. The middle-aged woman was very helpless. She was holding the knife to protect the mother and daughter, but when the woman saw the handsome young man opposite, she betrayed herself. It was really an elbow. After that, the middle-aged woman left the room with a smile, and actually went to cook, and said she would entertain Shen Feng. After that, Shen Feng took the glass of water handed by the girl, drank it down, and then said, My name is Shen Feng, what's your name? Today is thanks to you, too. Be honest, if the girl in front of me hadn't thrown the rope from above at a critical moment, I would have been torn to pieces by the zombies. Now the girl quickly said, My name is Su Xing, how can you be so strong, hero? Shen Feng leaned against the wall and continued, I'm not a hero, I'm just a lucky one who just got enough power. Speaking of which, have you been waiting for rescue all this time? Su Xing nodded quickly, and said, We believe that rescue will come, so my mother and I dare not go out. Hero, when you were just now, a gust of wind suddenly appeared around you. What kind of move is this? I still want to know what kind of move this is. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought of something, and quickly said to Su Xing, Is there a mirror? Let me use it. Su Xing quickly handed Shen Feng the small mirror she used to dress up. Shen Feng looked at himself in the mirror, paying special attention to the condition of his eyes, but found that the bloodshot eyes in his eyes were gradually dissipating, and he couldn't help guessing in his heart, could it be possible? The power in my body is not a bad thing? It means that I can release skills after accumulating anger. Shen Feng thought of the games he often played. He often needed to accumulate anger or energy bars to release skills. Therefore, his eyes were red when killing zombies. Does it mean that he can use skills? Shen Feng stayed at Su Xing's house for a while, and was ready to leave after his body recovered. The evolutionary's recovery speed is very fast. After sitting for half an hour, his physical strength has almost recovered. Of course, it was also because the smell of Su Xing's mother's cooking wafted into Shen Feng's nose, and Shen Feng didn't dare to eat. After all, The woman had hidden a knife behind her back just now. What if she put medicine in the food later? So, I must leave now. Shen Feng handed the samurai sword in his hand to Su Xing, and said, I can't repay you for saving my life. I can only find a way to repay it later. I have to leave now. My wife is still waiting for me at home. This knife is a gift to Su Xing. You are gone. If you need help in the future, take a knife and go to the person with the red cloth strap tied on the arm, and let them bring you to me. Su Xing quickly nodded and agreed. After that, Shen Feng turned over from the window to the roof, and then ran along the roof of the residential building to the distance. Although there are no street trees around the residential building, except for the residential area, the end of the street is actually there are trees on it as the night gradually fell. It was also because the dim light made the zombies' eyesight worse, so they couldn't see Shen Feng at all. Finally, Shen Feng saw the street tree in the distance, so he jumped onto the tree and continued on. The street tree proved that he could now return to the hotel from the tree. Shen Feng observed while moving. Most of the zombies are stupid, and the closer to the outside of the city, the fewer the number of zombies. It seems that the previous actions have attracted the zombies here, and the construction site should not be affected hinder at this time. Chang Jianyi was constantly looking around at the rooftop of the hotel. He was constantly searching for Shen Feng in the direction of the Buddhist temple, but the sky was getting darker and darker, and her heart had sunk to the bottom. She was regretting, noon at that time, if I resolutely stopped Shen Feng from ringing the bell, it would be fine. It would be a big deal to waste a few days digging the soil. Why must I take risks? While searching for Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi suddenly discovered that in a building a few hundred meters away from the hotel, there were several people peeping in the direction of the hotel with binoculars, and immediately became vigilant. Why did the people there keep hiding? If they were ordinary survivors, they should say hello, but now they have been spying secretly. Maybe they are planning some conspiracy. There seems to be someone in the club over there. Could it be the gathered survivors? Why are you peeping? Just when Chang Jianyi was guessing endlessly, a series of cheers broke out in the hotel, because their president Shen Feng had returned. The old man Chu Yangshan also saw Shen Feng's return. At this time, Shen Feng was covered in blood all over his body. However, the blood was the blood of zombies. Shen Feng himself was walking steadily and entering the hotel. The eyes are especially fiery, and no one can do this kind of deed to be able to kill from the zombies. This person will definitely save Luz Hao, definitely. Chu Yangshan said excitedly, grabbing his granddaughter beside him. Chu Qiaoyan didn't expect her grandpa to become so excited, but after thinking about it carefully, one person can fight out from thousands of troops. Such a character is really worth following afterwards. Chang Jianyi, who flew down from the rooftop, quickly appeared like a shadow, and then fell into Shen Feng's arms, not caring at all about the zombie blood stained on Shen Feng's body. When she heard the news of Shen Feng's return, Chang Jianyi went down the 9 stairs from the rooftop in one breath, and found Shen Feng who had just entered. Shen Feng saw a senior sister like this, and quickly said, Sister, it's okay, am I doing well now? You. Rinshu also walked over slowly, and said, aside from other things, you are still very brave. Just kidding, I'm super brave. Shen Feng replied afterwards. Shen Feng said to the people around, it's nothing, everyone should go back to sleep now, the real battle will start tomorrow. By the way, Yin Li, send some food to my room later. Go, I've been hungry all day. After that, everyone prepared to leave at this time. Shen Feng said to Yu Rinshu, Doctor, I have something to do with you, come with me. After that, Shen Feng took Chang Jianyi and Yu Rinshu back to his room. When he returned to the room, Shen Feng closed the door and began to take off his clothes. The clothes on his body were already stained with the blood of the zombies, and it was impossible to continue dressed. However, after seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi immediately blushed and asked, what are you doing? There are still outsiders here. Yu Rinshu also said loudly, President, please respect yourself, for the safety of both of us. Shen Feng pointed to the fist mark on his chest, and said to Chang Jianyi, Senior sister, I was injured here, please rub it for me quickly. As for the doctor, I have something to ask you, about the evolution. The scars on Shen Feng's body cannot be seen from the outside, but when Shen Feng took off his blood-stained clothes, there was a clear fist mark on his chest, which was caused by a punch from a strong zombie. Shen Feng almost couldn't bear it. Chang Jianyi quickly asked Shen Feng to sit down, and began to rub the mark on Shen Feng's chest distressedly. It was obvious that Shen Feng must have been in great pain after being hit by this, so at this moment, the fist mark has not disappeared. But Yu Renshu didn't understand what Shen Feng wanted to ask. Shen Feng stretched out his hand and asked Yu Renshu, "Doctor, can you feel it?" Shen Feng released the power in his body and created a small whirlwind in his hand, while Yu Renshu stretched out his hand to feel it, and was shocked. "Is this the wind? Is this the wind you created?" Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, "That's right, it's the wind I created. When I was in crisis today, I uncontrollably released a whirlwind all over my body, blowing away the zombies around me. I don't understand what it is. Situation, so I would like to ask you to see if you know, wind? Why is there wind?" Yu Renshu didn't understand, and muttered to herself, "The professor didn't mention wind in the materials, but in Australia, there are indeed evolutionaries who can use it out of thin air. Records of fire, I'm guessing that the reason why I can manipulate the wind is because my body has been transformed by viral proteins, but why don't you have other changes?" Shen Feng continued to ask. Yu Renshu thought about it carefully, and said, "This matter is a bit beyond my imagination, but I can boldly guess that your ability to use the wind may be due to the influence of the zombie virus, and the virus protein in your body is actually stronger. We want to be high. It may be that the concentration of virus protein in our body is not enough, so only you can use the wind. We can't do this. It seems that it will take a long time to fully understand the situation of the virus." Shen Feng sighed helplessly. Now, Shen Feng has very little information. Apart from knowing that the virus came from the Pacific Ocean, he also knows that the virus protein can make humans evolve, and zombies can also evolve. "Now, I can manipulate the wind, probably because of the virus." Yu Renshu frowned and thought carefully for a while, and finally said helplessly, "If you want to find out the consequences of the virus, you must do experiments, but we have neither the space nor the time to do experiments. We can wait until later to study." At this time, Chang Jianyi also noticed that the samurai sword beside Shen Feng was gone, and asked quickly, "Where's your sword?" Shen Feng replied, "Give it to my savior. Today, without her, I might not be able to come back." Chang Jianyi hurriedly asked what happened today, and Shen Feng also began to tell about his experience. Yu Renshu was very sensible, and it was better for him not to disturb the couple's time, so he opened the door and retreated out. At this time, Chang Jianyi also began to wonder, first, someone can create flames, and now Shen Feng can manipulate the wind. Could it be that evolutionists can gain more power? Chang Jianyi never thought that someone could use wind. Doesn't this mean that human beings can obtain supernatural powers? Chapter 41. After Shen Feng told what happened today, Chang Jianyi also lamented that Shen Feng encountered many dangers today, and he also became more aware of the horror of zombies. Facing the almost endless zombies, evolutionists can only persist for a few days. In a few minutes, if ordinary people encounter zombies, it must be difficult to parry. However, there is also good news that there are no zombies at noon. The fortifications planned by Shen Feng have been built, and you can see that behind the hotel, the previously planned playground has been dug up. In the middle is a large pit with a diameter of 500 meters and a depth of 5 meters. There are more than 30 ramps connecting the pit. The ramp was excavated for 1 meter, but the excavated soil was piled on both sides. Make the ramp 2 meters deep. The ramp is aligned in 3 directions of the city, and the tail is looping. The further you go, the narrower the ramp becomes. This is what Shen Feng planned, using the zombies' low IQ behavior to let them walk into the pit step by step, and then burn them all to death. While the plan is in progress, zombies will inevitably be attracted in large numbers, and at that time, there will be a large gap in the city. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng will go to the elementary school to rescue Chang Jianyi's younger brother Chang Haoji. Attracting zombies is not enough. If the zombies return suddenly, they will surround Shen Feng, so all the zombies that are attracted must be killed, otherwise there will be endless disasters. At this time, Chang Jianyi thought of something, and quickly said, "By the way, I found out today that there seems to be someone in a building in the distance. They have been staring at us, and I don't know what they are doing." Shen Feng frowned and said, "Now we don't have time to think about those people. Let's save your brother first. If those people dare to make trouble, we will take care of them after this matter is over." In short, there shouldn't be too many people over there, and the threat is not big. Chang Jianyi also nodded in agreement. At present, the plan is still going on, and it cannot be changed because of some trivial matters. However, Shen Feng then grabbed a little hand that was massaging himself, and said to Chang Jianyi, "Sister, it's getting late, let's go to sleep." How could Chang Jianyi not know Shen Feng's little thoughts? Newly married Shen Feng must be very excited. And it's not easy for her to refuse. She was also very crazy last night. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Chang Jianyi hurriedly withdrew her palm to open the door. After opening the door, she found that it was Yin Li, who was holding food in her hand, and said, "Vice President, I will send the food is here." "Where's the president?" "It's okay, you can go back, just give me the food." Chang Jianyi brought the food over and quickly closed the door. On the second day, Shen Feng got up early, put on his clothes and set off. Before leaving, he called Li Xiong from the transportation team and 9 other people, and asked them to follow him to do a critical task. Li Xiong didn't dare to refuse, so he immediately drove and set off according to the instructions. It was obvious that today was the key day of the battle. Why did he still leave now? Is there a more important task? After thinking about it, Li Xiong couldn't figure it out. Afterwards, Shen Feng asked Li Xiong to park the car at an intersection 2 kilometers away. There were not many zombies here. As long as everyone didn't make any noise, the zombies wouldn't be able to make any big moves. Li Xiong didn't understand why he came to a place that was obviously far away from the battlefield, so he asked, "President, don't we want to participate in the battle?" Shen Feng said flatly, "There will be a battle later, don't worry, it will be a more dangerous battle." Hearing this, Li Xiong suddenly felt that something was wrong. The more dangerous battle? Could it be said that he had to face the zombie group directly? If this was the case, it would be fatal. On the construction side of the playground, Chang Jianyi showed up with the members of the combat team, and beside them, there were people whose limbs had been broken because of treason. Now, the battle is about to start, and the members of the battle group are very puzzled. Why is the president not here? The vice president directs everyone to face the zombies. Can they really do well? Chang Jianyi directly issued an order, "Take all these traitors down for bloodletting. Remember, there must be blood in every ramp. After the bloodletting is completed, throw them into the pit." As soon as the words came out, the team members started to fight one after another, while the traitors cried for their parents and begged for mercy. They were not thrown into the lake to feed the fish before, so they thought they had escaped, but now they see, "Come on, we still have to go on the road of feeding zombies." Dean, who was scared to pee at that time, and begged quickly, "You can't do this, we are all human, how can you use me to feed zombies? At least I am still your teacher in name." Li Xiangxiao was also very embarrassed, and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, my dad has a lot of money, he can use it to buy my life." "Of course, you don't want money. You have food. My dad can do you a lot of good." Among the other prisoners, some were begging, some were cursing, and some knelt down and begged for mercy. Chang Jianyi knew that these people wanted to live, but since they started to rebel, Chang Jianyi had already issued their death sentence, and now, it is just used to lure zombies, so it is just a use of waste. So he said coldly, "Do it." This is what happens to traitors. The combatants quickly began to execute the execution. During the execution, the captive said everything in order to survive. "We fought side by side before, do you remember me? I also helped you kill the zombies behind you, don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 7-year-old child. If I die, they will lose all hope. What's wrong with me? Don't I just want to live a better life? Why do you treat me like this? You have no right to kill people. You are just a group of students. Don't go astray. Don't you want to be charged as a murderer for the rest of your life? Come back." For all kinds of words, the patient team members pretended not to hear them, but the impatient team members began to treat them roughly. They stuffed the stones picked up from the ground into the captives' mouths, so that these people could not make a sound. After that, after arriving at the ramp, cut the blood vessels of these people and start bleeding. When they reached the end of the ramp, they were thrown into the big pit, and it was over. Chang Jianyi looked at the others and said, "Go and remove all the baffles around the ramp, but don't remove the baffles near the hotel. Be quick and try to resolve the battle by noon." Then, Chang Jianyi asked people to take out the prepared things, which turned out to be bundles of fireworks. The noise of this thing was indeed loud, and it could be heard clearly several kilometers away. It was used to attract zombies. Nice magic weapon. As for the fireworks, Shen Feng has already collected a whole house, And now they are using them, and they can be set off for a long time, light it up, and attract the zombies in the distance. Chang Jianyi ordered in the hotel behind. Thousands of people are watching the battle here intently. Yesterday, everyone was working hard. Even the old man Chu Yangshan in the hotel brought a dozen people down to gather work, because they know that this is used to deal with zombies. Everyone is looking forward to seeing the demise of the zombies. As long as the zombies are dead, human beings can return to their normal lives. They can go to watch movies every day when they have nothing to do, and they can do whatever they want, eat delicious food, strolling with loved ones. Thinking of this, everyone's hopes are getting higher and higher. Boom. After the fireworks were lit, a white light soared into the sky, and the fireworks that everyone hoped for rose to high altitude, and then exploded instantly. Bang! A loud noise spread all around, awakening countless zombies, and after that, the zombies walked towards the direction of the sound. Bang! Another firework rose, and then exploded. Survivors near and far away saw the firework, and immediately raised their hopes. Survivors far away from the playground can only hear the sound, but the sound is like fairy music. To them, it is obviously the sound of artillery. It seems that the army has come to recover the city, but this army is somewhat unprofessional. How come they only know how to fire cannons, but don't shoot? Sitting in the car, Shen Feng also saw the rising fireworks. He knew that the plan had already started, and the zombies were basically rushing towards the place where the fireworks exploded, and he had to wait for the right time to rescue people. President, what are we going to do now? Li Xiong couldn't help asking. Shen Feng said flatly, keep waiting, wait for a suitable time. Li Xiong kept guessing in his mind, was the president planning to take his people behind the zombies for a sneak attack, or to spy on the enemy's situation inside the city, or to hunt and kill mutant zombies? There are a lot of guesses and actions within the scope of logic, but unfortunately, Shen Feng's goal this time is very small. The zombies approached one by one. After they smelled the blood in the ramp, they walked into the ramp. Once they walked, they couldn't turn back immediately, because the zombies behind were constantly squeezing forward. The zombies walking in front can only keep going, but after reaching the end of the ramp, they can only be pushed into the big pit by the zombies behind. Many of the captives who were thrown into the big pit did not die. They failed to escape the attack of the zombies in the end, and their lives have come to an end. The fireworks were still going off, and Chang Jianyi was standing on the edge of the pit, watching the zombies below keep falling. The construction of the ramp is very particular, and the mouth of the funnel is aimed at the direction of the city. As long as the zombies want to come to find out, they can only enter the big pit. In the end, Hao Wangxi in the club was looking at this side with binoculars. After seeing the fighting style of Chang Jianyi and others, he gritted his teeth and said, this group of people actually killed zombies in such a way. They really have the courage and strategy. Afterwards, Hao Wangxi pointed the telescope at Chang Jianyi, who was directing at the side. At this time, Chang Jianyi was wearing a jacket and jeans, with her hair pulled back, looking heroic. This made Hao Wangxi very excited, and said to himself, I must get this woman, no matter what means I use. How? Lianguo said with some concern, son, the people over there are not easy to provoke. They plan to deal with a lot of zombies. The method is too ruthless. Let's not provoke them. You like beautiful women, so there are many. Wouldn't it be good to find a few more? Shut up, how can I not get the person I want? Hao Wangxi said coldly, those women are too weak and not special enough. I just like this kind of woman. Don't look at her being protected now, wait until when the opportunity comes, I will still get her. How? Lianguo had no choice. Ever since his son became a supernatural being, he couldn't persuade his son anymore. Now he wanted to be wise and protect himself, but his son was obviously planning to go to Hushin. Hao Wangxi suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, Father, do you still have the medicine in your hand? Give me a bottle later. How? Lianguo quickly said, yes, there are many more, I will bring them to you later. How? Wangxi had an evil smile on his face. He knew that it was impossible to take away a woman without offending the group opposite, especially the woman who seemed to be the leader. Then there is only one way, and that is to take her away quietly. How can it be done? Of course it was drugged, heroic, graceful, and beautiful. It really suits my appetite. Hao Wangxi murmured. Chang Jianyi didn't know that she was being targeted. She still only continued to lure the zombies. Whether it was a success or failure, it was all about it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Shen Feng kept watching with a map in his hand, while the zombies kept moving towards the construction site. Shen Feng estimated the time, and it would take about an hour before he could set off. By then, all the zombies at close range would be attracted when he got to the construction site. The zombies on the street would not be an obstacle, and he could set out to save people afterwards. Shen Feng handed the map to Li Xiang, who was beside him, and said, "After a while, you will follow the route I drew. The target is the elementary school here, do you understand, Li?" Xiang looked at the map in his hand, and couldn't help frowning and asked, "There's a shorter path here. If we are in a hurry, why don't we just take the path?" "Of course, I am not doubting your decision, President, I just want to know why." Shen Feng explained, "The small road here is very close, but have you ever thought that once this kind of road is blocked, then we may not even turn back, so we would rather take the big road. If it is blocked, we can go directly from the sidewalk, but the trail is out of the question, Li." Xiang understood Shen Feng's consideration, but at this moment, he suddenly realized one thing. Why do people like himself go to elementary school? Li Xiang looked at Shen Feng's side face, and had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that people like himself are not going to fight, but to save people? I heard that the vice president also has a younger brother, whose life or death is unknown. In this way, could it be that the student who was rescued had the brother of the vice president? It's not just that. Li Xiang couldn't stop after his brainstorming began. He began to think, when did the plan to save the vice president's brother start? It seems that it started when the fortifications were excavated yesterday, but if you think about it carefully, the people who did the work were all found before. Not only the workers, but even the driver of the excavator is from the former construction team. Thinking about it again, does this matter start when Shen Feng became the chairman? Even from the moment he entered the school, the plan had been formed. Li Xiang thought a lot. The more he thought carefully, the more he felt that everyone had fallen into the trap of the president and the vice president. These two people have already counted all the people involved in the plan. Then, what the president said, to recover the entire loss. How? Is this a slogan, or is it true? It's simply thoughtful and fearful. Nearly 2,000 people are acting for a secret plan, but this plan is still under the banner of justice. It can be said that if it is really what they guessed, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi are using more than 2,000 of their subordinates to do their own things. Isn't this just treating others as cannon fodder? Was such a vicious plan really made by these two people? If the plan goes wrong, it will not only be these two people who will die, but more than 2,000 people will be killed by zombies. At this moment, Shen Feng patted Li Xiang's shoulder, and Li Xiang, who was immersed in thinking, was startled, and asked stammeringly, "President, what's the matter?" Shen Feng said with a smile, "I see you are so serious. I want to ask you if you have any doubts. What is the situation?" "It is the degree of turning two corners. You don't need to be so serious, right?" I'm just looking around and studying the map. Maybe I can use it in the future," Li Xiang said with a smirk. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and leaned casually on the seat, but he told Li Xiang, "After 50 minutes, if I don't wake up, just call me." After that, Shen Feng began to take a nap in the co-pilot's seat. If the plan is perfect, there will be no danger, but if there are zombies that are not attracted, then everyone will face a vast crowd of zombies, and it will be inevitable to fight at that time. It is uncertain whether he will survive or not. Beside Shen Feng, there is a steel pipe. This is his current weapon. The previous samurai sword had many gaps. Therefore, Shen Feng chose the steel pipe as his weapon. It is ugly, but it is very durable. At this time, everyone on the construction site was nervously looking at the big pit. 10 minutes had passed, and the zombies hadn't filled the bottom of the big pit, and the zombies that fell into the pit were also. It is no longer possible to climb out, and the plan has been successful until now. However, not only ordinary zombies have been attracted, but even mutated zombies have appeared. Speed zombies and strong zombies are the most. Not far away, there are even tank zombies. Fortunately, the number is not particularly large. There were 6 evolutionaries present. At this time, a speed-type zombie rushed over, and was immediately attacked by 6 people. In the end, the speed-type zombie was killed on the spot, and his head was cut off. It was thrown into the pit. Yurin threw the zombie's head into a box. She didn't want to keep carrying this ugly thing. At this time, she saw a strange phenomenon, that is, the zombies below were trampled to death, and some zombies started to eat it. Looking at the brains of dead zombies, she couldn't help but say to herself, could it be that zombies eat brains to increase the concentration of viruses in their bodies, so that they can evolve into mutated zombies? Chang Jianyi looked at the densely packed zombies below. There were about 5,000 of them, but the first floor of the big pit was still not filled, because there were always gaps among the zombies. If they were placed so densely, maybe the pit could hold tens of thousands of zombies. Pour gasoline. Pour all the gasoline down. Chang Jianyi ordered. Chang hesitated for a moment and asked, Vice President, why don't you wait a moment? If we pour gasoline now, what if more zombies fall in later? Did it cover the flame and then extinguish it? How can it be so easy? Chang Jianyi said slowly, can gasoline be extinguished so easily? Things that can't even be extinguished by water will be extinguished by zombies in your mouth. If you don't pour gasoline now, it will be extinguished later. The gasoline may not be able to pour down, and then only the layer of zombies on it will be burned to death. Chang understood, and immediately took people to pour gasoline. After the gasoline was poured on the zombies couldn't help roaring, but it was impossible for them to climb out of the pit and kill the guys in front of them. In the end, all the gasoline was poured down, but most of the gasoline was absorbed by the soil, and when the fire was ignited, the soil would also be burned. Chang Jianyi looked at the direction in the distance, and found that the zombies were still boundless. In fact, as long as tens of thousands of animals gather together, with the naked eye, they will never see the edge. It's a pity that Chang Jianyi didn't have a drone in her hand, so she couldn't look at the street in the distance. In fact, the zombies in the vicinity of 5 kilometers are already moving towards this site. In fact, the IQ of mutated zombies is not particularly high, because these mutated zombies rushed up one after another. Even if a strong zombie is besieged by 6 evolutionaries, it is still a dead end. After the second attack, they found that they couldn't beat the few people here, so they started to stay behind and beat the brains of ordinary zombies to eat them. Knowing how to seek good luck and avoid bad luck seems to be a relatively normal animal. Yurin thought silently at this time. After these mutated zombies discovered the crisis, they never charged again, which proved that they knew their own strength, and they stopped immediately after finding out that they couldn't fight. And this kind of behavior of seeking good fortune and avoiding evil is actually a choice that ordinary animals would make. For example, after Tibetan foxes find danger, they will immediately take their children to hide in the cave. I just hope that the evolution of zombies will never catch up with human beings. Otherwise, human beings may be eliminated if they don't have an IQ advantage. Yurin thought silently. Although she got 5 mutant zombie heads at this time, she not happy enough. When the time was up, Li Xiang woke up Shen Feng, who was next to him, on time. After that, 10 cars drove into the city. At this time, the city was deserted. Only 20 days had passed, and the streets had already grown the weeds and the cars on the road are placed in a mess. Without the management of the staff, the city is full of garbage, and there are some dark red marks in the distance, which are probably the blood of humans or zombies. The zombies nearby have been lured away, so they didn't encounter too many obstacles during the driving of the vehicle. Shen Feng has been observing the surrounding routes. In his opinion, if he moves on this kind of empty road, once he is surrounded and there is nothing to climb around, he may die miserably in the end. The group still ran into trouble, because the densely packed vehicles in front of them blocked the way. Probably on the day when the zombies broke out, there was a traffic jam in this place, so a large number of drivers turned into zombies, and a small number of drivers became food for zombies. This section of the road was blocked to death. Shen Feng checked the map and found that it was still 300 meters away from the primary school, so he frowned and said, everyone turn around the car first, and then walk to the primary school, all with weapons. Even if you are members of the transportation team, you will inevitably have to fight now. Everyone obeyed the order very well. After turning the car around, they all got out of the car and moved quickly towards the elementary school. At this moment, they only had one thought, that is to make a quick decision. Isn't it just to save people? It's only a 3-minute journey, so hurry up and run after saving someone, so as not to be surrounded by zombies. A group of people moved forward quickly, and soon came to the gate of the elementary school, but when everyone looked into the school, their hearts suddenly became cold, because the inside of the school was full of small zombies. It seemed that many students had already turned into zombies up. After a rough calculation, there are about 300 zombies wandering around. I don't know if there are more zombies hiding in the dark. Li Xiong couldn't help cursing. They were all brats in the first place, but now they are dead and cause trouble to others. How can we deal with so many zombies? Shen Feng observed carefully at the door, and suddenly found that on the road close to the cafeteria, between the two buildings, there are tables, chairs and benches blocking the road, which means that if there are any survivors, they must be hiding in obstacles behind. Avoid being attacked by zombies. You don't need to go in through the main entrance. We climb over the wall from the back of the school. I think the survivors are hiding in the cafeteria. Shen Feng said hastily, so everyone came to the back of the school. After climbing over the wall and entering it, no zombies were found behind the school, but there were actually a lot of blood on the ground, and it was hard to tell whether it was human blood or zombie blood. It looks pretty much the same after that. Shen Feng led the people to the door of the cafeteria, but the door of the cafeteria was tightly closed. Shen Feng knocked on the door and shouted, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone? We are here to save you." Li Xiong looked in from the window and found that there were indeed people walking around on the first floor of the canteen, so he raised the steel bar in his hand to smash the window glass, and then pried off the anti-theft window stickers. Said, "President, I will go in and open the door from here, just wait for me." Afterwards, Li Xiong entered the room through the open gap, and found many people hiding in the room inside, big and small. They should be students and teachers. Li Xiong didn't care about these things, and quickly opened the door from the inside, and the group quickly entered the cafeteria. "What are you doing here?" A male teacher stood up and asked, pointing at a group of people. Shen Feng said directly, "We are here to save you, follow us and leave now, it will be too late later." The male teacher obviously didn't trust the group of people who appeared in front of him, and said directly, "We won't believe you. You are not a soldier or a policeman. Why should we believe you?" Shen Feng didn't care about this, and walked over directly, and then saw 4 male teachers and 3 female teachers present, and the rest were more than 20 students. Other than that, there is nothing else here. It seems that these are the only survivors in the school after all. They are all elementary school students, and they are unable to cope with the disaster. The students in the technical school are strong enough to resist, but other than crying, the elementary school students may only call the police. However, the power has been cut off now. It's impossible. Chapter 43. Looking at this group of elementary school students, Shen Feng felt a little heavy. After all, this is a school with hundreds of students, but there are only more than 20 elementary school students who survived. So, will there be a younger brother of a senior in the school? The probability is very low, but anyway, you have to give it a try. What if you are still alive? Among you, is there a student named Chang Jianyi? Shen Feng asked directly at this time. A boy slowly raised his hand. His face was full of fear, and he said cautiously, "I am." As soon as he raised his hand, the female teacher at the side immediately pressed his palm, and asked Shen Feng vigilantly, "What do you want to do? I remember that this child's family doesn't have anyone like you." As Shen Feng walked forward, he said, "I'm here to save you. Time is running out. No time to explain. Follow me now." As he said that, Shen Feng picked up Chang Jianyi. He is still in the 3rd grade and Shen Feng's brother-in-law. He is lucky that he is still alive at this time. However, the little boy at this time was very frightened, and directly shouted to the female teacher, "Hurry up and save me, Mr. Li, he's going to kidnap and sell me." Shen Feng hugged Chang Jianyi and was about to leave. You know, there is only one chance. If the zombies suddenly surrounded him, everyone would be doomed. Teacher Li hurried forward, grabbed Shen Feng's clothes and said, "You must not interfere with our freedom. We will wait for rescue here. We will not go anywhere." Shen Feng was very helpless at this time, and said to Teacher Li, "Please let go. I am the relative of this child. I will take him away now. If the rest of you don't want to leave, then stay here. Let me tell you in advance, I will not come to save people again in the future." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng broke free from Teacher Li's palm, and prepared to leave quickly with his brother-in-law. Seeing this scene, Li Xiong said to the teachers and students who were still watching, waiting for rescue, "I advise you to save yourself. The army may not be able to rescue you within half a year. If you want to if you are starved to death, then stay here." After speaking, the group was about to leave quickly. At this time, Several female teachers also realized that they wanted to catch up with the children. However, at this moment, the leading male teacher stopped the 3 female teachers and said, "Don't talk nonsense after you go out, keep everything that happened here a secret." The 3 female teachers hesitated for a moment, and they all nodded in agreement. After that, everyone chased after them and said, "We will follow you, please take us away to a safe place." In the 20 days after the zombie outbreak, many things happened in the cafeteria, and children obviously don't understand these things. However, it would be bad for these female teachers to talk nonsense after going out. After much deliberation, everyone unanimously decided to keep it secret. Naturally, it is impossible for children to climb over the fence. Shen Feng can only let Li Xiang go out first, and then he will pass the children out one by himself. When it was the teacher's turn, Shen Feng reached out and wanted to hug Teacher Li, but Teacher Li quickly refused. "I can climb over the wall by myself, no need for help." Shen Feng shrugged, didn't say anything more, then watched Mr. Li climb over the wall and leave. It took 3 minutes for everyone to leave the school one by one, but at this moment, a group of zombies appeared, about 30 or so, and they all attacked the crowd. Shen Feng picked up the steel pipe and said to Li Xiang, "You take the children to the car first, and I'll break it here." Li Xiang quickly said to the teacher and students, "Now you follow me, don't stop. There are only a few hundred meters away, so you must persevere." At this time, Shen Feng had already started fighting with the rushing zombies. In between, Shen Feng raised his stick and landed, and cleanly dealt with the zombies in front of him. After the zombies wanted to chase, they were also blocked by Shen Feng. These zombies were all ordinary zombies, can be dealt with by Shen Feng alone. Now he has fought many times, and he has rich experience in dealing with zombies. Afterwards, the teachers ran quickly with the students, and only Li Xiang hugged Chang Jianyi. He knew very well that this was the ultimate goal of his pedestrians, so this little guy must not be injured. The president's brother Teacher Li looked back worried, only to find that Shen Feng was killing zombies neatly at this time, and finally he was relieved. It seems that this group of people are very capable and can protect everyone from harm. But, does Chang Jianyi really have such relatives? Why does Chang Jianyi seem to not know him? Of course, Teacher Li also knows that teachers and students like himself have no reason to be targeted by others. What else can a group of children be used for? In the current situation where zombies are everywhere, children are equivalent to burdens. Except for the teachers here, who would take a load of burdens on the road without any problem. Soon, a group of people came to the side of the car, and everyone got on the car quickly. Li Xiang specially arranged for Chang Jianyi to sit in his car. Teacher Li also sat up for Chang Jianyi's safety. It can be seen that she is a very responsible teacher. 5 minutes later, Shen Feng appeared covered in blood. He opened the car door and sat in. He told Li Xiang, "Drive, let's leave now." Li Xiang didn't dare to be negligent, and drove away quickly. Shen Feng heard very keenly that the sound of fireworks in the distance had stopped, and immediately understood that the zombies that the hotel could deal with had reached the limit. At this moment, Chang Jianyi, the instrument, is probably already setting fire, and without the attraction of the sound of fireworks, the zombies will probably come back. According to the analysis of the data of the zombies wandering around, after about 20 minutes, this group of zombies will fill the gaps in the city again. Li Xiang, within 20 minutes, we must leave the city, otherwise we will die. Shen Feng said hastily. After hearing this, Li Xiang stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom in an instant, and rushed out towards the distance. The cars behind also quickly followed, and the 10 cars moved forward quickly. Li Xiang, who had nothing to do, turned on the radio by the way, and the radio was still broadcasting the recovered locations, and then encouraged the people to save themselves. A strange point appeared. Yazhou has not been recovered yet. It is obviously a municipality directly under the central government, but until now, there has been no news of recovery. Shen Feng turned around and looked at Chang Jianyi. This is a very timid boy. Of course, it is not clear whether he has always been timid, or he only became timid after the outbreak of zombies. The sword instrument is somewhat similar, but there is still a big difference when you look closely. "Chang Jianyi, do you know why you want to call me?" Shen Feng asked with a smile. Chang Jianyi said carefully, "Could it be my cousin?" "Wrong." Chang Jianyi wondered if he guessed wrong about his seniority. If he was of the same generation, he could actually be collectively called cousin here. So, he continued, "Uncle." "Wrong, uncle, wrong." "Then, I can't guess." Chang Jianyi gave up guessing. He knew that he didn't know this guy at all. Shen Feng then said, "I'm your brother-in-law, so forget it. When you meet your sister, everything will be clear, teacher." Li also remembered it at this time. Indeed, Chang Jianyi has an older sister who is still very beautiful, but she is a little quiet at ordinary times. It turns out that this young man is actually Chang Jianyi's brother-in-law. But Chang Jianyi, how could you not know? You are my brother-in-law? But my sister never mentioned you. Chang Jianyi said honestly. Shen Feng said lightly, "The depth of the relationship does not depend on the length of time, but I can clearly say that we have already cooked the rice. From now on, you will live with us. The specific situation will wait until you meet your sister. Let's talk about it later, but..." At this time, Chang Jianyi rolled his eyes and asked, "Brother-in-law, don't you have a lot of power?" Before Shen Feng could answer, Li Xiang on the side said directly, "Of course, your brother-in-law is now our president, so of course he has power." Chang Jianyi quickly said, "Brother-in-law, can you avenge teacher Li? She treats me well, those people bully her." Before he finished speaking, teacher Li immediately stopped. "Chang Jianyi, don't talk nonsense, I have not been bullied." Afterwards, teacher Li looked at Shen Feng very apologetically, and said, "Children don't understand anything, you don't take it to heart. Speaking of it, I still don't know your name." Shen Feng seemed not to understand teacher Li's interruption, and said directly, "My name is Shen Feng, and you will be safe from now on, because I will protect you." The vehicle kept moving forward, but when everyone was about to leave the city, a group of zombies suddenly appeared on the road in front of them, a few hundred meters away from the vehicle. But it was difficult for the car to rush over. If it was slowed down, everyone has only one dead end. "President, there are zombies ahead, what should we do now?" Li Xiang asked quickly. "Don't slow down, I'll take care of these zombies, you just need to be responsible for rushing over." After Shen Feng said this, he immediately climbed to the roof of the car. Standing very still, he took a deep breath slowly, as if he was feeling the wind around him. No one could see that a whirlwind gradually appeared around Shen Feng, and this whirlwind kept spinning around Shen Feng. Although Shen Feng has now learned how to use abilities, it is the first time that he can control abilities to fight zombies. Right now, the zombies are about to surround him, so he can only try it out. This time, it must work. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. It has only been one night since he learned his own abilities. At this moment, Shen Feng thinks that he can only rely on only with supernatural powers can I get out of trouble, but I don't know if I can still blow away the zombies around me like yesterday. Moreover, the duration of this whirlwind is too short. At this time, Li Xiang had already seen the group of zombies close at hand, and he felt overwhelmed. At this time, he could only follow the president's instructions, so he gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator, and his speed reached 100 in an instant. 20 yards. If it is seen by the traffic police, it must be illegal. How can you drive so fast in the urban area? However, there is no traffic police at all right now, so Li Xiang is already prepared. At worst, he will knock all the zombies in front of him into the air, but he doesn't know how far he can go at this moment. A whirlwind formed with Shen Feng as the center, and then began to blow violently towards the surroundings. The wind was so strong that the surrounding zombies were blown away instantly, so the car rushed into the crowd of zombies without hindrance, and the speed was not slowed down. This time, Shen Feng used his ability to last for 2 breaths, and the group of zombies on the road was instantly separated. Looking down from above, one could see a road with a width of 10 meters appeared among the zombie crowd. The car headed by Shen Feng seemed to cut through the center of the zombie crowd like a sharp knife. Hoo-hoo. Shen Feng tried hard to stand firm on the roof of the car. Using the whirlwind was really exhausting. He felt so tired, even more tired than fighting zombies at this time. Shen Feng thought helplessly, "Why is this a range attack? Can't you give me a stronger skill? This skill consumes my physical strength, and it's not very lethal to zombies." The blown zombie got up from the ground immediately after landing, and chased after the car. Chang Jianyi sat at the back of the car, and when he rushed into the group of zombies, he saw the zombies on both sides being blown away, and his eyes widened. He knew that all of this was done by his brother-in-law, but this also really handsome, right? So many terrifying monsters were blown away in an instant. Is this the strength of my brother-in-law? I must become this powerful too. Chang Jianyi made up his mind in his heart. Shen Feng didn't know that his act of blowing away the zombies had planted a seed for his brother-in-law to become stronger. He only knew that if he successfully rushed out, the zombies behind would not be able to catch up with the car. My brother-in-law is safe and sound. Shen Feng was guessing. When the senior saw her younger brother, she probably threw herself into her arms, right? Chapter 44 Burning Zombies with Fire. On the construction site, the fireworks were set off for an hour, successfully attracting all the nearby zombies, and the zombies in the big pit had become densely packed. These zombies were stacked up to 3 layers. A rough calculation, there are about 30,000 zombies here. At this time, Chang Jianyi understood Bai Qi's feelings. When Bai Qi killed 400,000 Zhao Jun, he probably faced a more terrifying scene than this, right? On the side of the big pit, Ren Jing lit a torch. At this time, everyone was looking at the big pit intently. The battle here is not over yet, but everyone knows very well that as long as the fire is started, victory is already doomed. Chang Jianyi looked at so many zombies, took a deep breath, and then gave an order, light it up. There is no need to set off the fireworks. This big pit can only kill so many zombies. Ren Jing quickly threw the torch down, and in an instant, the gasoline-soaked fire suddenly started to burn, and raging flames rose from the big pit. In just a few seconds, the pit was filled with flames, and the zombies began to howl. It's not that zombies don't know pain, it's just that the feeling of pain is not obvious enough. However, when facing the danger of death, these zombies still know the taste of pain to some extent. Okay. The people in the hotel were lying on the windows and watched nervously. When they saw the flame rising, they immediately burst into cheers. They know that today's battle has been won, and it is a complete victory. Looking at the zombies in the distance, it has become sparse, which means that the nearby zombies are basically here. As long as these zombies are burned to death, all the nearby buildings can be cleaned up, and the people inside can also be saved. The cheers spread far away, and everyone in the club could also hear them. Not only could they hear the cheers, but they could also use binoculars to watch the battle on the construction site from a distance. At this time, Hao Lianguo also felt very excited. He is also a human being. After seeing the zombies of the human enemy being killed, he was also sincerely happy. It's just that Hao Wangxi didn't know what he was thinking at this time. His face was cloudy and cloudy. Sometimes he was smiling, and sometimes his face suddenly became cold looking at the burned zombies. Chang Jianyi felt that the boulder that had been hanging high in her heart finally fell to the ground. This was her first time commanding a battle. When she put down the rebellion, she faced only ordinary people. What kind of tactics to arrange, but facing zombies is different. Zombies walk over shoulder to shoulder, and there may be mutated zombies mixed in. If you are not careful, people here may be surrounded, and the end of being surrounded by zombies, most of them are group annihilation. Fortunately, the plan this time was perfect after all, and there were no accidents. The mutated zombies had already been disposed of. If he made potions, he could have a few more evolutionaries on his side. Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but feel a little proud. I am not worse than Shen Feng, right? Afterwards, Chang Jianyi began to worry about Shen Feng's situation, wondering if he had successfully rescued his younger brother, and of course, did not know whether his younger brother was still alive. The burned zombies are constantly struggling, but this is futile, because they can't get out at all, and can only be continuously burned by gasoline. Black smoke shot up into the sky, adding a strange color to the blue sky. Along with the black smoke, there was also a strange smell of barbecue. Yang Chang found some masks and began to distribute them to the people around him. According to him, don't accidentally inhale the ashes of these zombies. Everyone wore masks. Chang Jianyi also put on a mask. Looking at the burning zombies in the big pit, she knew that she had won. The mutated zombies in the distance seemed to be scared, and hurried towards the distance. After all, these killed the zombies were of the same kind, and now that there were so many zombies killed, they were shocked on the spot. After all, the mutated zombies have IQ. When they realized that they couldn't win, they started to retreat, and finally turned into fleeing. Maybe these zombies are also afraid of being burned to ashes. The zombies at the bottom were the first to die, not because they were directly burned by the flames, but because the already turbid air was consumed by the burning gasoline, so the zombies could only be suffocated to death. Professor Hao is right, zombies have all the weaknesses that humans have. Afterwards, it was the turn of the zombies on the second floor. Their bodies were constantly falling, and finally they had to face the burning of the fire and endure the hypoxic environment, which soon became unbearable. The zombies on the top are also the worst dead. The zombies on the lower 2 floors die faster, but the zombies on the top cannot die quickly. They can only endure the burning fire while feeling the pain. Can be burned alive. Chu Yangshan in the hotel saw this scene, tears flowed out of his eyes, and said sadly, that's it, kill these hateful things. We must avenge mankind. After the outbreak of zombies, the old man Chu Yangshan saw too many tragedies in the world. I don't know how many people were killed by zombies. Now, it is finally possible to kill these zombies. It is really not easy. Chu Qiaoyan quickly said to her grandfather, don't be so excited, it's not good for your health, these zombies are dead, you should take a rest. Chu Yangshan looked at the billowing black smoke, feeling very heavy. Originally, we lived well, but these zombies suddenly appeared and destroyed our home, making us precarious. Your parents could not be contacted before. It probably died outside. When Chu Qiaoyan heard this, she couldn't help bowing her head, and said sadly, I heard from these people outside that the infection rate of viruses to humans is 9 out of 10, and young people have stronger resistance, but old people and children are particularly easy to become zombies. The people in the hotel were also constantly cheering. Many people laughed and cried, because they thought of their family members who had become zombies, and also thought of their relatives after being bitten by zombies. Now, the zombies have been wiped out. They are both happy, but more sad in their hearts. Not long after, Shen Feng and his group came back. At this time, there was a little boy beside Shen Feng. Seeing her husband and younger brother returning successfully, Chang Jianyi was very happy in her heart, rushed up and hugged Shen Feng, and couldn't help kissing her. Afterwards, she possessed her body and hugged her younger brother. He knew that his younger brother might be her only relative now. Now that he was still alive, it was really not easy. Sister, don't cry, I'm safe. Chang Haoji also hugged his sister and said during the 20 days when the zombies were rampant, Chang Haoji experienced a lot, and now seeing his sister, he is also very happy. However, this scene is not so happy to be seen by other people. Everyone was speculating on where the president went, but now, the person appeared. As a result, the president went to save people for personal gain. Didn't he know that a battle here is more important? Could it be that everyone here is not as good as a group of brats? Of course, everyone didn't dare to directly criticize Shen Feng's decision, because they couldn't do without Shen Feng's leadership to reach the current level. Besides, Shen Feng's strength is something everyone needs to look up to. Dare to come forward and accuse. Shen Feng walked to the edge of the big pit, looked at the burning zombie corpses, and finally felt relieved. It seemed that there was no problem with his plan to build fortifications to deal with the zombies. Looking around, there seemed to be signs of fighting. In this way, mutated zombies have also appeared before, but these zombies have already been killed. Yang Chang walked up to Shen Feng and said in a low voice, President, should we grab the territory now? Basically all the zombies on the streets around here have been killed. This is a good opportunity. As long as the streets are once the key intersection is blocked, zombies will not be able to enter. Being reminded like this, Shen Feng quickly looked towards the distant street, only to find that there were only scattered zombies on the street. Indeed, if you want to seize the territory, now is a good opportunity, but, since the goal is already if you have reached it, why go to the time-consuming and laborious attack on the streets? Looking at the burning corpses in the pit, Shen Feng was thinking about what to do next. In his plan with his senior sister, there were only a few ideas for the future, either to go down the river to Yazhou, or just take people to take the high speed to Rongcheng. The only thing is that there is no plan to regain Lazhou. The reason for shouting slogans is simply to use these people. Shen Feng's own family members are all in Rongcheng, and according to the senior sister, they are not infected. Shen Feng also wants to go to Rongcheng to reunite with his family. However, it seems that the current situation is difficult to ride at Tiger, and the group of people behind them are convinced that they can regain Lazhou. However, one thing to know is that there are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies in Lazhou. How can so many zombies be eliminated? Today, 30,000 zombies have been wiped out, and everyone is already cheering. However, compared to the hundreds of thousands of zombies, this is just a little bit of superficiality if possible. Shen Feng does not intend to continue to recover Lazhou, so Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, should I try to persuade these people to follow me to Rongcheng? Let the recovery of Lazhou be left to more capable people. Shen Feng was constantly thinking about it, but Yang Chang couldn't wait. He didn't understand why the president took so long to think about it. Could it be that the president was afraid? So, Yang Chang hurriedly asked, "President, brothers are watching you." This sentence reminded Shen Feng. Let Shen Feng understand that a qualified leader should have decisive courage. If you don't have decisive courage, then pretend to have it. So, Shen Feng turned around and waved his hand, and said to the members of the combat team, "Get ready for lunch." In the afternoon, occupy a few blocks nearby and block the road with old vehicles. Let's take back this area first. The members of the battle group had fiery eyes, and they were all excited at this moment. Sure enough, as long as they follow the president, they can continue to make achievements. If they regain the block, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. It would be great if they could find something good. Of course, the most important thing is to kill all the zombies in Luzhou and drive them out of the city. In fact, Shen Feng's plan is very simple. After regaining the block, whether it is to resettle the survivors, deal with the remaining zombies, or even some trivial matters, it will take a lot of time. During this time, he can calmly plan the next step actions to think about at this time. Yurinshu walked up to Shen Feng's side and said directly, "President, can you give me a car? I'm going back to the laboratory to get some experimental equipment and help you make evolution potions. Are you going to get it? More evolutionaries? Isn't now a good opportunity?" Shen Feng glanced at Yurinshu, and thought in his heart, does the doctor want to run away? No, she must not be allowed to act alone. So, Shen Feng said with a smile, there is no need for the doctor to worry about it. At noon, I asked Li Xiong to take someone on a trip. If you need any reagents or equipment, just tell him and let him bring them for you. As for doctor, you should rest well and don't run around. Rinshu had expected Shen Feng to say this a long time ago. Shen Feng's little thoughts are easy to guess. For you Rinshu, sometimes a little thinking can understand what Shen Feng is thinking now at this time. Chang Jianyi had also comforted her younger brother, walked to Shen Feng's side, and said, when regaining the neighborhood, I still remember to do one thing, that is to control the food, and conduct unified management of the personnel. People with strong bodies can be drawn into the Self-Aid Association. Shen Feng nodded in agreement. In fact, the food they have here is enough for a long time now, but he can have excess food, and others cannot have food. Otherwise, many people may go out on their own, which is not conducive to team unity. Chapter 45 The Disappearance of Senior Sister. During lunch, Chang Haoji was very happy. He was finally able to reunite with his sister, and he had the concept of home. Moreover, since my brother-in-law is so strong, he will definitely be able to protect everyone, but I don't know if I can grow so strong. Sister, brother-in-law, when did you get married? Why didn't I know? Chang Haoji asked curiously. Chang Jianyi smiled and said, what happened 2 days ago? You want to get married too, Chang? Haoji's face turned red immediately, and he quickly explained, because I haven't met my brother-in-law before, I just want to know how you two got to know each other. I don't want to get married now. Shen Feng shrugged and said, your sister and I fell in love at first sight. Do you believe it? Don't talk nonsense. What is love at first sight? Didn't you go through a week of mutual support? Chang Jianyi was a little dissatisfied, and explained to her younger brother, your brother-in-law and I were born and died before, and I saved him once, and he also saved me several times. We have already developed deep feelings for each other. In short, if you meet a girl who sacrificed her life to save her in the future, you can pursue it decisively. Whether it is gratitude or other feelings, she is willing to sacrifice her life for you, girl. You must cherish it, Chang. Haoji nodded, somewhat understanding in his heart. It turned out that sister and brother-in-law are in a life and death relationship. No wonder they got together so soon. However, Chang Haoji immediately remembered an important matter, and quickly asked, have you received your marriage certificate? What's the use of this thing now? Shen Feng shrugged and said, as long as you really love each other, why do you need that paperwork, Chang? Jianyi thought about it, and found that it was indeed the case. Now that there are no institutions that handle marriage certificates, how can they get a marriage certificate? Even if they have a marriage certificate, what else can they prove? Now that things are at stake, who cares if they have a marriage certificate? After lunch, Shen Feng left with the members of the combat team and the transportation team. The combat team was responsible for dealing with the remaining zombies on the street, and the transportation team was responsible for moving unusable vehicles to create obstacles. Make sure that all the roads into the block are blocked, Otherwise, zombies may walk in groups at any time. Shen Feng walked on the street, led people to kill zombies, and rescue the survivors in the neighborhood. I have to say that there are more survivors in the city. This is also because of the relatively large population base here. Of course, after blocking the entrance to the block, he didn't forget to let the members of the transportation team carry the food. You know, as long as you control the food, you control the people, of course. Shen Feng didn't forget to ask his subordinates to help him find the weapon he had in hand. He gave Su Xing his previous samurai sword, so he didn't have any weapon in hand for the time being. At this moment, Shen Feng urgently needed one. A powerful weapon, otherwise, walking on the road with a steel pipe all day long, it would be a shame for others to see it at this time. Renjing found a small zombie on the roof in the distance, and quickly shouted, "President, there is a mutant zombie here, come quickly." Hearing this, Shen Feng hurried towards Renjing's direction. Mutated zombies can create evolutionaries, so how could they ignore it? What's more, the threat of mutant zombies to human beings is too great. Since we saw mutant zombies at this time, we can't let her leave alive. However, at this moment, the speed-type zombie saw that he was found, and fled towards the distance at high speed. Since the mutated zombie was acting on the roof, everyone present could not catch up and could only watch helplessly. As he left the occupied neighborhood, he disappeared into the distance. It's really strange. Are the mutated zombies so timid now? Why do they run away when they meet? Renjing said speechlessly afterwards. Renjing told Shen Feng the scene of burning the zombies this morning, and all the mutated zombies at that time also ran away, with no thought of fighting at all. Hearing this, Shen Feng suddenly felt bad, and said to himself, these zombies will be afraid. That means their IQ may have improved, otherwise, they will attack desperately. Immediately, Shen Feng felt that something was wrong. The mutated zombies learned to be afraid, and they would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. When facing humans in the future, they would definitely not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they would continue to attack. Constant harassment, such zombies will definitely be more difficult to deal with. After that, everyone continued to patrol the block, and at this time, Yang Chang said mysteriously, "President, guess what I found here?" "What?" Shen Feng asked casually. "There is a police station here, so I went in. There is no one alive in it, and I found something good in it." "Guess what it is?" Yang Chang said in a low voice. Shen Feng carefully pulled Yang Chang aside, and asked, "Did you find the gun? How do you know?" Yang Chang didn't expect Shen Feng to guess the answer, so he couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Could it be that his answer was so obvious? Shen Feng said in a low voice, "The good things in the police station, what else can they be?" "Of course they are guns. Tell me quickly, how many have you found?" "All we found were pistols, probably more than a dozen." Yang Chang said in a low voice, "So many? Are there any bullets?" Shen Feng continued to ask. "No." Yang Chang gave a disappointed answer, which immediately made Shen Feng roll his eyes. "There are no bullets. What did you say? Make me happy for nothing." Shen Feng was very disappointed. He didn't expect to have a gun with great difficulty, but it turned out that there were no bullets, so what's the use of a pistol? Throw it out and hit people, not. Now, what if there are bullets in the future? Keep them for now. Yang Chang said quickly. "By the way, one of the rooms is dedicated to storing prohibited items. We found a lot of weapons in it. The guns are no, but there are control knives and crossbows. If you have a crossbow, it's not bad things." Shen Feng was not completely disappointed. To be honest, the craftsmanship of some modern crossbows is also very sophisticated. The means of attack, the things are here, and I put them all in a room for safekeeping. Yang Chang said quickly. "Take me to take a look. You did a good job this time. You will be the deputy leader of the combat team in the future. If you find any good things in the future, remember to hand them to me quietly." Shen Feng said with satisfaction. Yang Chang immediately took Shen Feng happily to the place where the contraband was collected. When he walked in, Shen Feng was stunned. On the floor of the whole room, controlled knives were densely piled up. 4 or 5 crossbows, not only the crossbows, but also the arrows are ready. Afterwards, Shen Feng squatted down and began to look for weapons at hand. At this time, these confiscated knives became his possessions. He was thinking about whether he wanted to use these knives to arm his combat team. They fight zombies with steel bars all day long. It's a bit too shabby. Shen Feng saw the two swords lying on the ground at this time, so he picked them up. It seems that they should be made in the form of ancient swords, and they have been sharpened. They look very sharp. It was owned by a fan of ancient weapons, and it was later confiscated in the police station. The shapes of these two swords are the same, so Shen Feng didn't pay much attention to it. He picked it up and held it in his arms, saying to himself, "It's just right, I also want to try the Erdeo style. Now that I have the sword, I will find a chance to learn it. Let's go." After choosing the right weapons, Shen Feng and Yang Chang went out. Next, they had to arrange the materials and manpower in the hotel here. Things need to give senior sister a headache. Just when Shen Feng was thinking wildly, Yinli suddenly ran over and said to Shen Feng nervously, "President, the vice president is missing. When did it happen? Could it be that you didn't find her? Maybe she went to find her brother." Shen Feng asked with a frown. Yinli quickly explained, "No, the vice chairman arranged for people to deliver supplies by my side at the time, but when I turned around, the vice chairman disappeared, and no one saw where the vice chairman was going. It's gone. I think something is wrong, so I'll report it to you right away. Why did senior sister disappear?" Shen Feng was suddenly confused. You know, he and senior sister have been together since the outbreak of zombies, but now senior sister disappeared suddenly. Something must have happened. So, what exactly caused the senior sister to disappear? Shen Feng thought carefully for a while, and said to Yang Chang beside him, "You take 100 people and follow me, equip them with swords, and you can also come with a crossbow." At this time, Shen Feng had to consider the most serious consequences, whether the senior would encounter a new type of zombie, and therefore, the senior would suddenly disappear. If there are new zombies, it means that you need enough combat power to deal with them. Shen Feng is very nervous at this moment. If something happens to the senior, he will not know what to do next. After all, he has been discussing the plan with the senior all along. Now, the senior has disappeared unexpectedly. Will she appear? Dangerous? Will it be attacked by zombies? After Shen Feng returned to the hotel, he immediately began to ask the girls in the logistics team, but they all said that they had not seen the vice president. Zhang Xiaoqiang said hastily. At that time, almost everyone was preparing to move supplies, and none of them paid attention to the vice president. When they found out, they had already disappeared. Didn't everyone find anything suspicious? Shen Feng frowned, and then ordered, "The girls in the logistics team all go to the hotel to ask, no matter what clues, as long as they are related to the vice president, bring them here. In addition, people in the battle group are always ready to fight." Shen Feng began to observe the surrounding environment, and asked where the senior was standing before she disappeared. In the end, she found that the senior was standing in the courtyard of the hotel. There was a fountain with flowing water in the courtyard. Of course, the fountain has stopped working now, and the small bridge and flowing water are still around. And the senior sister seemed to be standing by the side of the small river. After that, Yinli found out that the senior sister was missing. After a while, the girls in the logistics team found everyone in the hotel and started asking. As a result, almost everyone said they hadn't seen the vice president, but when everyone was at a loss, Chu Chaoyan stood up and said, "I have clues, but I want to see your president." Everyone didn't dare to waste time, and quickly took Chu Chaoyan to meet Shen Feng. At this time, Chu Chaoyan made a request. "I heard that you have an evolution potion. I hope that if my clues are useful, you have to give me a tube." Potion. Shen Feng frowned. The value of the evolution potion is very high. It's disgusting that this woman asked for the potion at the first word, but it can't be too much to deal with now. Shen Feng said directly, "As long as you can give a clue, I will consider it." After getting the affirmation, Chu Chaoyan immediately pointed to the stream in the courtyard and said, "I was upstairs looking at the scenery just now, and I happened to see Chang Jianyi being caught. A monster appeared, grabbed Chang Jianyi and brought him into the water." Hearing this answer, Shen Feng quickly said to the people in the battle group, "Look around immediately to see if there is any abnormal place around." After that, Shen Feng said to Chu Chaoyan, "Now you can go back. If your clues are useful, I will give you something." Chu Chaoyan laughed, and then returned to the hotel. She was going to tell her grandfather the good news. Ever since she knew about the existence of the evolution potion, she always wanted to get some, but the potion was only in Shen Feng's hands. Therefore, if he wanted to get the potion, he had to ask Shen Feng to agree, But he didn't expect the opportunity to come to him. Yang Chang soon discovered water traces in the lower reaches of the creek, which led to the club hundreds of meters away, and this place was exactly what Chang Jianyi had observed before. Someone inside has been spying on the hotel, but Shen Feng didn't pay attention at the time. Upon hearing the news, Shen Feng gradually showed a crazy look on his face, and then sneered, "I always thought that the senior sister was in danger, and the danger came from zombies, but I didn't expect that the one who attacked the scholar was actually a human being. If that's the case, then you can't blame me." Shen Feng never expected that it was not zombies who dared to hurt senior sister, but human beings. As for the means, that's out of the question. The most important thing now is to save the captured senior. If someone dares to do something unfavorable, Shen Feng will pay for it with blood. Shen Feng called 100 people and headed towards the club. Now he is already angry. He will never let anyone who wants to hurt his senior sister. Before, he didn't have time to take care of it because of the implementation of the plan, but now it's different. Shen Feng intends to destroy the group of people on the opposite side. Chapter 46 Fighting Against Supernatural Beings 1. When Shen Feng arrived at the club, he directly knocked on the door, and soon someone opened the door and asked cautiously, "Is there anything wrong with you? We don't seem to have provoked you. Get out." Shen Feng kicked the person who opened the door away, and then more than 100 people rushed in. Yang Chang held a stringed crossbow and said, "Shut up, everyone. Who dares to act presumptuously in front of me now? I'll kill anyone with one arrow. Hold your head and squat down obediently." Shen Feng walked into the club and took a look. The place seemed to be quite big. There were quite a few people in it. Among them, there were more than 100 people present in the lobby on the first floor. Next, and these people are just ordinary people at first glance, and they have no intention of resisting afterwards, Shen Feng continued to issue orders, "Start the search, and report to the vice president as soon as you find it. If anyone dares to object, do it directly, and I will take care of you." As a result, everyone started searching immediately. For the rooms that could not be opened, they just kicked them open, holding weapons such as swords in their hands, and Yang Chang and others were holding bows and crossbows. When there were no guns, the bows and crossbows it is the strongest long-range weapon. Within close range, a crossbow arrow can even shoot through a person. No one dared to stop Shen Feng and his party, so Shen Feng started the search, directly investigating from the first floor up. At this time, someone from the upstairs also came down. There was a suave young man standing, and the other 40 or so people were holding rubber rollers in their hands, and they seemed to want to do it right away. "What are you doing? This is my territory. If you want to come in, do you have my consent?" Hao Lianguo, the leader, stood up and said Hao Lianguo is very worried at this time and the opponent will start to fight, because he has seen the strength of the opponent this morning. Tens of thousands of zombies were directly burned to death. Even at this time, the flames in the pit have not been extinguished. It is still burning now, and black smoke can be seen billowing from afar. However, Hao Lianguo didn't want to do anything. His son had already done it, and not long ago, Hao Wangxi brought back the woman who fell into coma, and this woman was obviously the woman who was in command this morning, and he was immediately stunned. "I didn't expect my son to be so courageous that he actually went to kidnap an important person on the opposite side." He was very annoyed. He should have strictly disciplined his son before, otherwise, how could he be the lawless guy he is now? As a result, it didn't take long before the other side really brought someone in. The most terrible thing was that the other party had a crossbow in his hand, Hao Lianguo had a pistol in his hand, but there were only 5 rounds of bullets left. Obviously, if he really started to fight, he would suffer a disadvantage. Maybe, in the end, it still depends on the ability used by his son, otherwise he is no match at all. Shen Feng glanced at the leader, and then said directly, "Are you the leader? What do you want me to do after arresting my wife?" "I'm here to ask for someone, but I want to see who is so bold as to kidnap my daughter-in-law." Shen Feng winked at Yang Chang, and Yang Chang immediately raised the crossbow in his hand to aim, and the other 4 followed suit. Immediately, the faces of Hao Lianguo and his group turned ashen at this time. Hao Wangxi stood up and asked directly, "Why do you say that we arrested your daughter-in-law? We have never been out of the house, and everyone present can testify." After saying this, the people behind Hao Wangxi immediately echoed, "That's right, we didn't arrest anyone, absolutely not." Shen Feng sneered, and said to Yang Chang, "Go and close the gate. From now on, no one is allowed to go out. I will deal with you when I find someone." After Speaking, Shen Feng led people to forcibly break into the second floor and began to search. All the rooms and all the doors were kicked open to check whether there were people hiding inside. And Hao Wangxi also stopped the actions of his subordinates, and said, "Let them search, I will see if they can find the missing person. If not, I want you to give me an explanation." After almost everyone went up to the second floor, Hao Liangguo asked in a low voice, "Son, have you hidden people well?" Hao Wangxi said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I hid the person in the old place, and it is absolutely impossible for them to find it." Chang Jianyi was originally directing everyone in the courtyard of the hotel, but at this moment, a stream of water suddenly appeared from behind, and then Chang Jianyi's body was dragged backwards uncontrollably. At this time, Chang Jianyi hurriedly called for help, but just as she opened her mouth, another stream of water entered her mouth. Immediately, Chang Jianyi could not make any sound. The water in her mouth seemed to have a strange taste. Chang Jianyi, before he had time to think carefully, his head became dizzy, and his consciousness gradually fell asleep. When Chang Jianyi woke up, she found that she seemed to be in the dark. She quickly groped around, and soon, she touched a smooth thigh. She couldn't help being startled, and asked, "Who is it? Who's here?" Chang Jianyi groped her body carefully, and found that there was a lot of clothes on her body. It seemed that she had not been violated, but that she seemed to have been kidnapped. The dagger tied to his arm was not found either. At this time, Chang Jianyi still had the ability to protect himself. A female voice came from the darkness. "Have you been caught by that devil too? It seems that you are doomed too. Woohoo, who can rescue me?" Chang Jianyi quickly asked, "What happened? Please tell me carefully, maybe I can rescue you." "Who is the devil you speak of?" The woman in the dark quickly told her experience. It turned out that after the outbreak of zombies, she had been staying at home waiting for rescue. On this day, a young man appeared at her door and knocked on the door of her house. Said that the zombies had been killed by him, so he invited himself to live in his shelter. The woman was also very happy, thinking that in troubled times, it is better for everyone to stick together, so she followed this young man to the club. Unexpectedly, after coming here, the young man showed his true colors, and he even brought himself into the club. "I forcibly violated myself in the bedroom, and then threw it into this room when I got tired of playing. After that, the most painful nightmare began. She was imprisoned here without enough food or warm clothes, and she was even deprived of her clothes. Once someone has thoughts about himself, he will be ruined immediately. This kind of life has lasted for more than 10 days. It seemed that there were women locked up in other rooms, but in this room, only she and Chang Jianyi existed. Now that you are caught, you will probably have the same fate as me." The woman couldn't bear it anymore and cried out. When Chang Jianyi heard about this woman's experience, she immediately trembled with anger. She didn't expect such a person to exist in the world, and besides, she was already being targeted. Thinking of this, Chang Jianyi hurriedly began to look for the exit, and finally she found a door in the dark room, and this door was closed tightly, as if locked from the outside. "I won't stand still, I must go out and kill that villain, and then I will rescue you all." Chang Jianyi took the short knife from his arm, and then began to dig the door, which was made of solid wood. It is not easy to open this door. If it is an iron door, Chang Jianyi can directly pierce the iron sheet, but this door is made of solid wood, so it is very difficult to open it. The woman heard that Chang Jianyi was trying to open the door, and said quickly, "Don't waste your efforts. If those people outside find out that you want to run away, you will be beaten. Moreover, that demon has special functions, and you can't defeat it. So, are you just waiting to accept your fate? Let me tell you, I used to pray for someone to save me, but it didn't happen. We can only save ourselves. No matter what kind of environment we are in, we can't give up the hope of survival. If you really accept your fate, you will lose everything." Chang Jianyi continued to use the short knife to dig around the door lock. As long as the door lock can be destroyed, it will be much easier. Chang Jianyi originally planned to kick the door open, but the door opened inwards, so there was no other way but to destroy the door lock honestly. After all, Chang Jianyi couldn't destroy the entire door frame. After Chang Jianyi started digging the wooden door, the woman also understood that she could only save herself at this time, but she couldn't help anything, so she had to hide in a corner and curl up. Her eyes were looking at Chang Jianyi expectantly. Treat women like playthings, and try to catch more people, just to satisfy my perverted desires. I really can't think that this kind of person has acquired supernatural powers, and now I don't know if my junior has noticed that I'm missing. Chang Jianyi thought silently in her heart. However, Chang Jianyi quickly realized that the reason why he was quickly hidden was actually because he was worried about being discovered. In this way, maybe the junior is already trying to find him, so does he know that he is here? Hey, where are we? I'll find a way to pass the news to the outside. Chang Jianyi asked the woman. The woman said helplessly, we are locked in the basement now, and it is impossible to send news to the outside. If we want to resist, why not wait for others to open the door from the outside? Chang Jianyi didn't answer, and continued to dig the wooden door. Since it was in the basement, it was really impossible to send news to the outside. I just hoped that I had enough time. From now on, it would take at least half an hour to lock the wooden door. Dig it up, but it would be bad if something unexpected happens during this period. Fortunately, within half an hour, Chang Jianyi was not disturbed. The woman in the corner guessed, usually there are people patrolling outside, but today I don't know why, it seems that no one is patrolling. If you can go out, hurry up and find someone to save me. I can't go out now. Chang Jianyi was a little happy in her heart, and said, my junior must have come to look for me, so those people have all gone out. Don't worry, if I go out smoothly, then I will definitely find someone to rescue you. For what you said, we must tear that devil into pieces. In the end, Chang Jianyi successfully opened the wooden door. Chang Jianyi dug through the wooden door with a short knife. The door lock hung there alone, and the door with a huge gap was open. After opening the door, Chang Jianyi finally saw the light. This is indeed the basement, and it is very huge. In the center of the ceiling, there is a dim light, which seems to be a charging light, otherwise it would be impossible to light it now. Around the basement, there were densely packed doors. Chang Jianyi counted, and there were about 30 doors. If people were locked in these rooms, it would be too scary. In the past, Chang Jianyi occasionally saw in the news that similar things would happen abroad, but she never expected that such things would happen here. Wait, I'll bring someone to rescue you later. Chang Jianyi turned around and said to the woman curled up in the corner. Chang Jianyi found the stairs, and immediately climbed up. When he reached the stairs, he found that the place was locked by an iron door, and from here, he could vaguely hear the noise of fighting outside. Could it be that at this time, there is already a fight outside? Afterwards, Chang Jianyi kicked open the iron door, and walked out quickly. At this time, she realized that there was another door outside the iron door. Only by pushing this door could she really go out. At this time, Chang Jianyi saw the light outside, and finally left from the basement. Looking back, he was walking out of the closet. It seems that the entrance to the basement is still very hidden, and most people can't find it at all. Chapter 47 Fierce Battle Against Supernatural Beings. After Chu Qiaoyan returned to the room, she told her grandfather about the evolution potion. She thought she would be praised, but she didn't expect her grandfather to say something like this. You let me down so much, you used other people's dangers to blackmail you. And didn't know the mistake at all, but thought it was an honor. What you get in this way is like stolen money. Hearing what Grandpa said, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but retort, you think my actions are inappropriate, I think it's nothing. Besides, at this time, everyone is saying that the end is coming, and they have no ability to protect themselves. How can we survive? He is willing to make this deal, there is no problem in itself. Chu Yang said with a cane, you said it was a deal, so what do you think you traded for? You took advantage of other people's concern and goodwill. You thought you took advantage of it. It's cheap, but Shen Feng will never look up to you in the future, because in his eyes, you are just a woman who can only make deals at any time. Chu Qiaoyan was very unconvinced, and said directly, you have no idea what this opportunity represents. As long as I can get the evolution potion, I can get rid of the gap with others, and I can also protect you. As for Shen Feng, he won't look up, forget it, I don't need him to look up to me. Chu Yangshan couldn't help but tap the ground with his cane, and said angrily, you think you can see everything clearly? Then let me ask you, can you survive alone in the apocalypse? Don't you still have to rely on the masses to be able to survive? Do you want to live together? As long as you deal with people, you can't just focus on the immediate benefits, you need to see the future path clearly. If you build a good relationship with Shen Feng, then your safety can be guaranteed, and you can get reused when you have opportunities in the future. Then do you regard me as a commodity? Chu Qiaoyan asked back, Didn't Shen Feng already have a wife? Why should I please him? Am I shameless? Or is it that you just want him to complete the job? Your wish, and I'm just a tool to make a good relationship, you. Chu Yangshan didn't expect that he would be so suspicious of his granddaughter when he was old, so he was so angry that he threw away his crutches and said, "You can do whatever you want. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you hide a wall in the future. When people get along with each other, if you only pay attention to interests, you will be kidnapped by interests." Chu Chaoyin picked up the crutches and sent them to her grandfather, and then she went out. She also realized that what she said was a bit serious, but she didn't intend to admit her mistake. After a few days, her grandfather's anger subsided, so this matter would be overpassed. Speaking of the club, Shen Feng led people to search the entire club, but they found nothing, even searched all the places where people could hide, but still found nothing. It seems that the senior sister really not here. Shen Feng did not believe in evil, and continued to search, but found nothing at this time. Yang Chang quietly walked to Shen Feng's side, and said in a low voice, "President, have you paid attention to those people in the hall? Have you observed carefully?" Shen Feng frowned and asked, "Do you suspect that these people kidnapped the vice president? They should be just ordinary survivors, and they should have taken refuge here." Yang Chang shook his head lightly, and said, "President, that's not what I'm talking about. Look at the group of people below, they are basically men, there is not a single prettier woman, and the rest of the women are crooked. For the type of jujube, the ratio of male to female survivors is generally 1-to-1, but here is obviously an imbalance between male and female." Shen Feng realized that this is indeed the case. Virus infection has nothing to do with gender, but only with resistance, so the surviving men and women should be about the same. At this time, only a large number of men can be seen, which just means that women have disappeared. Batch. Shen Feng looked down carefully from the position on the third floor, and at this time Hao Wangxi also looked up in the hall. At this time, his gaze was extremely aggressive, which made Shen Feng frown. "President, I suspect that there are dark rooms and other buildings in this place, but it is difficult to search now. What do you think should be done now?" Yang Chang continued to analyze. Shen Feng took a deep breath and whispered to Yang Chang, "We may have to fight later, be careful. Let's go down and deal with the troublesome guy first, then." Shen Feng walked into the hall, looked at the squatting survivors, then looked at Hao Lianguo and others who were standing not far away at this time, and said, "Actually, I have never liked upholding justice. Therefore, when I catch people I don't like, I basically don't do anything, I just let them feed the zombies. Because these people didn't die in my hands, but in the hands of zombies." How Lianguo didn't understand why Shen Feng said this, and couldn't help asking, "Why are you talking about this?" Shen Feng continued to say to himself, "This kind of thinking seems to be ridiculed by Mencius, because these people died in my hands after all, because I either broke their hands or tied them up. They must not be able to escape the attack of zombies. I don't know what I'm standing for, but then I know, I'm upholding justice, and it's justice in my opinion. Sometimes, upholding justice is not easy, please. Don't tell us these complaints, we are not interested." Hao Wangxi said lightly. Shen Feng ignored Hao Wangxi, but turned to the survivors in the hall and said, "Now, I'm going to uphold justice, so feel free to speak out about the unfair treatment you've received, and I'll help you with this today." "Busy, how?" Lianguo stood up and said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about, young man? Just now we were considerate of your wife's disappearance, so we allowed you to mess around here, but now you haven't found anyone, and you started to incite these people to rebel. Why do you care? Is this inciting rebellion? Why didn't I find out?" Shen Feng knew that the other party was anxious, so he continued, "If you have done nothing wrong, why do you think these people will rebel?" How Lianguo couldn't say anything for a while, because if he continued to object, it would mean that he had done something wrong. Hao Wangxi coughed uncomfortably at this time, and then said to the people behind him, "I'm thirsty, go and get me a glass of water. Remember, I want a big glass." The subordinates understood Hao Wangxi's hint, quickly nodded and retreated, and said, "I'll go right away, young master, don't worry." Shen Feng didn't care about this episode, but continued to ask these squatting survivors, "Could it be that you really don't have any grievances? Please think clearly, it is a troubled world, and those who can abide by justice very few, even fewer people willing to uphold justice. If you miss this village, there will be no such shop." The survivors looked at each other, seeming to be considering whether to tell the truth, but is it really enough to tell? The other party had a gun in his hand, and the other young man was a monster. Many people died in the hands of Hao and his son. Oh, it seems that you are all willing to swallow your anger, so just pretend that I didn't say anything, but well, if I don't find someone today, I won't leave. Shen Feng said lightly at this time. A young man among the survivors couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up and pointed at Hao Liangguo and said, "The father and son over there are scumbags. They robbed my girlfriend and tortured her. I haven't seen my girlfriend for several days. They are all beasts. I let you talk nonsense. Go to hell." Hao Liangguo took out a gun from his body and shot the young man, who was shot on the chest on the spot. "Do it!" Shen Feng yelled, drew out two long swords, and started to move sideways. His movement was caught by Hao Wangxi, and then Hao Wangxi picked up an iron rod and rushed up. The speed was not slow at all, and said, "Where do you want to go? Your opponent is me. Are you an evolutionary too?" Shen Feng didn't expect that there were evolutionaries among these people. He couldn't get the evolution potion, so this young man evolved naturally, that is, he didn't become a zombie after being exposed to the rain, but gained the ability to evolve. You found out? However, you can't beat me. As for the reason, you will know later. Hao Wangxi sneered, raised the iron rod in his hand and started to meet the enemy. Shen Feng swung his swords and attacked Hao Wangxi constantly, but Hao Wangxi also blocked Shen Feng's sword with an iron rod. Shen Feng kept attacking with swords in both hands, constantly blocking, even blocked Shen Feng's double swords. Shen Feng's twin swords were bright and dazzling, and under the continuous attack, it was like snowflakes falling. Hao Wangxi kept blocking with an iron rod, blocking these snowflakes one by one. When the people around saw this scene, they were immediately stunned, because they could only see two shadows moving continuously in the room, and it was difficult for their eyes to capture the positions of the two, and they could only hear the sound of jingling in the room. There was a sound in the hall, like a duel between masters in martial arts among the people present. Only Yang Chang could clearly see the movements of the two of them, but he did not watch the battle leisurely, but shouted, "Hurry up and release the arrow." After finishing speaking, Yang Chang pulled the trigger on the spot, aimed at Hao Liangguo and shot an arrow. Unexpectedly, Hao Liangguo's reaction was very fast. After hearing the sound of shooting the arrow, he immediately rolled around like a lazy donkey and hid in the corner inside. One of his men behind him was shot instantly in the chest. The other four people also quickly fired arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. After the crossbow arrows were shot, the men of Hao's father and son immediately fell down. Two people, because these two guys stood at the front and had the largest target, so they were the ones who were hit the most. Two people, bang. Hao Liangguo, who was hiding in the corner, took the opportunity to shoot and hit one of the students holding a crossbow. After the boy fell to the ground, he handed the crossbow to his companion tremblingly, saying the last sentence, "Revenge me." No one expected that someone would hold a pistol in his hand, and if such a dangerous thing was mastered by someone, then the combat effectiveness would immediately change. Hurry up and find a cover. Set out 20 people to outflank the enemy from the side. They only have one gun, so they can't face the enemy from both sides. Yang Chang immediately ordered the people below to find a cover. The hall suddenly became chaotic. The survivors kept fleeing. No one wanted to die, and the two sides of the battle had already started a duel at this time. There were long-range weapons on both sides, so no one dared to show their heads, and all hid behind the bunker. Of course, Yang Chang had the advantage in numbers, so he immediately ordered 20 people to outflank them. Holding the sofa and approaching from the side, holding a machete in his hand, ready to cut people at any time. Seeing this scene, Yang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the opponent had a gun in his hand, as long as he had 2 pieces of bread on his side, the victory still belonged to him. However, at this moment, a man came running with a bucket in the distance and shouted, "My lord, the water is here, shoot him to death." Seeing someone who dared to show his head, Yang Chang directly ordered the people below. At this time, the bow and crossbow had been rewound, and the 4 men raised the crossbow and shot. In an instant, the man carrying the bucket was shot by 2 crossbow arrows, and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Yang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. The water in the bucket spilled all over the floor. Although they didn't know what the other side wanted the water for, they didn't succeed. However, at this moment, Hao Wangxi, who was suppressed in the battle, laughed loudly. "Now I win." After finishing speaking, Hao Wangxi waved his hand directly, and the water that was sprinkled on the ground immediately floated up, and then spun around Hao Wangxi's body continuously. The screen formed by the water blocked it. Are you a supernatural person? Shen Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the guy opposite also had supernatural powers. This way, it can be explained who kidnapped the senior sister. The guy in front of him must have manipulated the water flow to kidnap the senior sister. Otherwise, it is impossible for other people to approach the senior sister who has become an evolutionary silently. It's too late for you to know. Hao Wangxi directly manipulated the water flow to form two snakes and began to attack Shen Feng. Shen Feng cut off the poisonous snake made by the water flow with a sword, but then the water flow continued to hit Shen Feng, and Shen Feng's clothes were instantly smashed. Tears and erythema forms on top of the skin. Chapter 48, Fierce Battle with Supernatural Beings 3. Is this the only power? I thought you were so powerful. Shen Feng laughed, but he didn't expect that the attack power of the water flow was not strong enough. Hao Wangxi sneered, took out a medicine bottle from his body, poured out the pills in it, crushed them, mixed them into water, and said, now you can try it again. I want to see if you can hold it. After finishing speaking, Hao Wangxi manipulated the water flow to attack Shen Feng's head. As long as the water flow can enter Shen Feng's mouth, the medicine will gradually take effect. At that time, Shen Feng will definitely move slowly due to mental fatigue, and Hao Wangxi's victory will be within easy reach. Shen Feng stepped back quickly, and said to Yang Chang while backing up, Yang Chang, hurry up and grab the old guy on the opposite side. Yang Chang also quickly attacked the opposite side, but the people on the opposite side did not dare to show their faces, so he could only hope that the people on the side would be effective. But at this moment, Hao Lianguo raised his pistol and shot the person who was attacking from the side while carrying the sofa. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a person behind the sofa was shot through the shoulder on the spot. It seemed that the sofa couldn't block the bullets, it could only be used to cover the site. The rest of the people also stopped quickly, not daring to move forward. You still dare to go around the back, right? You try to go around again, and see if I don't beat you all to death. Hao Lianguo said viciously. Of course, Hao Lianguo himself knows that now he only has 2 bullets left. If the opponent really charges forward, he will definitely not be able to hold on, so he can only hope that his son will solve it quickly, otherwise he will. It's really dangerous here. The Self-Aid Association was also really frightened, and they really didn't dare to continue to charge forward, and the people led by Yang Chang couldn't use the crossbows to attack. They were all behind the bunker, and the effect of the crossbows was greatly reduced. At this time, the frontal situation was already at a stalemate, and the people on both sides occupied each side of the club, neither daring to show their heads nor move forward. If it is a cold weapon, Yang Chang dares to charge up alone, even if there are more than 40 people on the opposite side, but facing the pistol, he still hides honestly. After all, although he is an evolutionary, he wants to carry it. It is unrealistic to live with bullets. Afterwards, Yang Chang looked in the direction of the president, wanting to see if he could help, but in the end, he could only see that the president was forced into a dead corner by the water snake controlled by the opposite side, and he was also in a panic at this time. He can't help on the long side. Could it be that we are going to lose? Yang Chang thought silently in his heart. At this moment, Shen Feng was forced into a corner by Hao Wangxi, and it seemed that he could no longer resist. And Hao Wangxi also laughed. Ha ha ha, you continue to be arrogant. I want to see if you can still be arrogant. Let me tell you, I will make up your wife, and when I kill you, I will enjoy it. Hao Wangxi's arrogant words irritated Shen Feng, especially when he heard the content involving the senior sister. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had entered a dead end at this time, and there was no way to retreat. Really? I think you are too arrogant, right? A whirlwind suddenly blew up around Shen Feng, and instantly blew away the water around Hao Wangxi. With Shen Feng as the center, within a radius of 5 meters, everything they were all blown away, except for Hao Wangxi, who didn't feel a particularly strong wind, but the water flow around him had disappeared. You are also a supernatural power user? When did you learn it? Hao Wangxi yelled. Obviously no one knew how to use supernatural powers before. Why now, at this moment, the guy opposite has already learned supernatural powers? Shen Feng sneered and said, you don't need to know. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng rushed forward and stabbed Hao Wangxi's chest with his sword, and then stirred vigorously, cutting his heart into pieces. After a breath, the strong wind ended, and the things in the hall became disorganized. The tables, chairs, benches, or flower pots were blown everywhere. Shen Feng was a little weak. He drew out his long sword and fought against the supernatural being this time. He won. First, it lures the enemy to go deep, then blows away the water flow, and stabs the person to death with a sword. Bang! Gunshots sounded suddenly, and Shen Feng saw a fast-moving bullet piercing through his abdomen in an instant. He couldn't dodge it, even if his body wasn't weak, he couldn't dodge it. The bullet pierced his abdomen, and blood flowed down on the spot. At this moment, he felt that he seemed to be getting carried away. Just now, he should have used the corpse as a cover. Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi, who rushed out of the basement, happened to see such a scene. She didn't expect to see Shen Feng being shot just after she came out. Why did this happen? She thought that what was waiting for her was a beautiful life. But now it seems that life has been destroyed. Chang Jianyi immediately rushed forward, and at this time Hao Liangguo was turning his back on her. Hao Liangguo did not expect someone to rush out from behind, and when he reacted, Chang Jianyi had already rushed to his side. Chang Jianyi swung his knife fiercely, and Hao Liangguo's head fell to the ground. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi snatched the gun and threw it to Yang Chang's side, saying, "Kill all these scumbags, don't keep your hands. Even if people go to feed the zombies, it's cheaper for them." After that, Chang Jianyi rushed to Shen Feng's side and quickly pressed his abdomen to stop the bleeding. At this time, Shen Feng's body was already stained red with blood. Seeing his senior sister's worried appearance, he said with difficulty, "Senior sister, it's good that you're fine, but I don't know if I can hold on." Chang Jianyi didn't dare to delay. She hugged Shen Feng with her arms across her body and rushed towards the hotel, saying as she went, "It's okay, it will be fine, we are from the medical school, classmates and teachers will definitely save you." Yang Chang is in charge of cleaning up the scum here. He was suppressed by a gun just now and dared not go forward. He was a little aggrieved, but now that the gun has been obtained, it is time for him to show his skills. Yang Chang was also very worried about the safety of the president, but he had to resolve the situation here, so he held his gun and shouted, "Brothers, follow me." After finishing speaking, Yang Chang rushed out first. Seeing that the boss and the young master were dead, Hao Liang and Guo's subordinates fled quickly, but at this time Yang Chang aimed at a person and started shooting. Bang! The gunshots, the sound rang, and a person who fell behind was killed on the spot. Afterwards, Yang Chang continued to shoot, but there was no bullet, and Yang Chang began to swear on the spot. Fuck. Yang Chang was very speechless at this time. If he had known that there were only such bullets on the other side, he would have rushed forward with his people. He didn't expect everyone to be frightened by such bullets. It was really helpless. Yang Chang put the pistol in his pocket, and started attacking the fleeing guys. Those who couldn't escape immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, "It's none of my business, I was ordered by others, please forgive me." Yang Chang walked over and stabbed him. What a joke. Isn't it considered a bad thing to be instigated by others? As long as you do something bad, then give me death. Under the siege of more than 100 people, more than 40 doglegs were killed on the spot, and the survivors fled far away. I believe they will never dare to return to this place. It's just that near the end, Yang Chang found an open wardrobe with a door behind it. Yang Chang went to the basement, saw the closed room, saw one of the open doors, and also saw the woman curled up inside the door, and nameless anger rose in his chest. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden room hidden underground. Such a deep sin. Yang Chang led the people back out, and said, "Go and call the girls, bring some clean clothes, there are some victims down here." Yang Chang walked to Hao Liangguo's side, couldn't help but took a knife and chopped it down, saying, "What a scum." At this time, Chang Jianyi had already returned to the hotel with Shen Feng, who was covered in blood. Shen Feng was powerless and moaning in pain. He felt that he had returned to the day when the zombies broke out. Confused, he murmured, "Sister, help me." Tears began to flow from Chang Jianyi's eyes. It seemed that the junior was also asking for help in the same way. He also started calling for help when his life and death were unknown. It took several days to get through the difficulty. But now at this time, it is so similar to the original scene. So this time, can the junior survive? After that, Chang Jianyi carried the bleeding student to the teachers and asked for help. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Shen Feng was still fine this morning, but now it turned out like this. It was blood, probably from a fierce battle. Professor Hao looked at Professor Zhang at the side, and said, "Old Zhang, haven't you been a clinician before?" Chang Jianyi immediately knelt down to Professor Zhang and said, "Professor Zhang, please save my husband. We may have disrespected you before, but now my husband's life is dying. Please don't forget about villains." "Yes, save my husband, Professor." Zhang came over to look at Shen Feng, who had fallen into coma, and said in embarrassment, "This is a penetrating wound, and the internal organs may have been injured. I probably can't save him, Chang." Jianyi put Shen Feng aside, and then kowtowed, "Professor Zhang, please help me. If my husband is lucky enough to survive, there will be rewards in the future." At this time, a group of girls had already gathered around. Seeing the bloody president and the vice president kneeling on the ground, they also knelt down and asked Professor Zhang for help facing this situation. Professor Zhang was a little at a loss, and finally he could only grit his teeth and say, "It's alright, I'll help, but I don't guarantee that I can successfully revive you. Now it's better to stop the bleeding. Shen Feng has already lost blood. Too many. I don't know how you learned it. In this case you should stop the bleeding first." Chang Jianyi quickly raised his head, and then everyone started to stop the bleeding according to Professor Zhang's instructions. A girl suddenly said, "There seem to be several clinics in the block over there. They should be cleaner and more hygienic, Professor." Zhang quickly said, "Then go to the clinic for an operation, and quickly find some clinical students to help me. As for whether Shen Feng can survive in the end, it depends on his good fortune. Who can hurt him? Like this, injured by a gangster with a gun." Chang Jianyi only had time to explain this sentence, and then asked someone to remove the door panel, using the door panel as a stretcher, and placed Shen Feng on it. Professor Zhang continued, "It's okay to talk about the pistol. The wound should not be particularly big. As long as the internal organs are not seriously injured, maybe they can survive it." Afterwards, the group moved to the clinic. At present, they can only hope that there will be surgical equipment in the clinic. In addition, they also need to see Shen Feng's physique. Professor Hao whispered to Professor Zhang, "I thought you would die without saving. Didn't you always dislike Shen Feng?" When Professor Zhang heard this, he couldn't help but replied, "Do you think I am against it indiscriminately? What I don't like is Shen Feng's dictatorship, you know. Everyone has no choice, and they all have to follow his. Of course I don't like people who act on their own ideas and don't listen to other people's words. But he is helping us by leading people to kill zombies, so I can't deny his credit." "Right, then you have to work hard next time. Don't put the hero to death," Professor Hao said with a smile. Professor Zhang shook his head helplessly. In fact, he was not completely sure, but he was the only surgeon at the moment, so he had to do it by himself. I don't know if many years later, he would still be able to pick up the scalpel. Now he is the tall one among the dwarves, so he can only barely try. Of course, he is also very happy about so many people kneeling on the ground begging him today. After all, these young people now know what they are capable of. Before he had a temper, he just felt uncomfortable being ignored by a group of students as a teacher. Now I got worship again, and the resentment in my heart disappeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49: The Second Evolution. After arriving at the clinic, everyone did find the surgical instruments. Afterwards, they cleaned up a clean room and sprayed alcohol for disinfection. The current conditions are poor, and the operation can only be performed under such conditions. However, at this moment, Renjing and others came to ask for instructions on the next move. It was difficult for Chang Jianyi to leave at this time. After all, her husband was still undergoing surgery inside. Wouldn't it be very heartless if she left now? If you go to direct, the people below will be in a mess again. Coincidentally, Yurinshu came over with a finished potion and said, "I heard something happened to Shen Feng. How is it? Is it serious?" Seeing Yurinshu appearing, Chang Jianyi immediately seemed to see a savior, grabbed Yurinshu's arm and said, "Now you must help us. Next, I will let you also become the vice president. Then, you immediately go and direct the people below to act. I can't leave here." Chang Jianyi knew Yurinshu's abilities. She has a PhD, so her IQ must be fine. It's okay to give everyone a temporary command at this time. The big deal is to wait until later to take back the power. And I must not leave the clinic now, no matter what happens. When Yurinshu heard Chang Jianyi's words, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, You said this, I will be the vice president in the future, then I will have the same status as you, don't regret it, Chang Jianyi said seriously. You will never regret it, just do it, you. Rinshu nodded, took out 10 test tubes from his body and handed them to Chang Jianyi, and said, if necessary, give Shen Feng to drink all these evolution potions, maybe he can evolve again, when the time comes, his recovery ability it will definitely improve a lot, Chang Jianyi took the potion suspiciously. She had heard Shen Feng talk about the feeling of drinking the potion before. In fact, after drinking it, he felt that nothing happened. His strength and speed did not increase, and there was no abnormal reaction afterwards. Chang Jianyi said to Yin Li who was beside her, go follow the doctor and tell the people below that from today onwards, Dru Rinshu is also the vice president of our self-aid association, with the same status as me. Command everyone to move over. Yin Li nodded in agreement, and then followed Yu Rinshu away. As long as Yin Li was by her side, everyone would know Yu Rinshu's identity. Because Yin Li has been following Chang Jianyi for a long time, Yin Li and Zhang Xiaoqiang usually do anything. Now, at this moment, she represents Chang Jianyi to a certain extent. After Yu Rinshu walked away, he quickly found Yang Chang, and said directly, you immediately take someone to protect the body of that supernatural person, and don't allow anyone to hurt it. Now I use the identity of the vice president to order you. Hearing this, Yang Chang said helplessly, what do you want this scumbag's body for? I have hacked it several times, maybe now, the brothers have chopped up this scumbag, let's forget it, leave it alone, you. Know what a fart. Yu Rinshu said directly, if it weren't for the evolution potion I made, you would still be an ordinary person now. I want the corpse of this supernatural person to do experiments, so hurry up and take someone to collect the scum's corpse. Even if it is broken, you have to put him in a box and give it to me. Yang Chang was very helpless, and took his brothers back to the club, and collected Hao Wangxi's body. When Yu Rinshu returned to the hotel, he immediately started directing, everyone is moving for me now, first of all, to carry food and luggage, and then tools, the most important diesel generator must not be forgotten, take the things found in the hotel, the generator is also taken away. In addition, the elderly and children don't have to bother so much, just go to the block over there, and the place to stay is in a residential building. Remember to act in unison, and you are not allowed to run around. In fact, there is no difficulty in transferring materials and personnel. You just need to arrange the order, and other people will follow the instructions. Compared with ordinary people, it can be said that students are very lazy, but as long as they are organized, it is the most convenient. After that, Yu Rinshu thought about what else she needed. Now that she has finally become the vice president, of course she can't wrong herself. After much deliberation, Yu Rinshu thought of an important thing, and quickly said, Zhang Xiaoqiang, you go to Ranjing and ask him to bring someone to clean up a separate building, preferably on the 5th floor. I want to use it as my building. The lab, got it? The 5th floor. In fact, Yu Rinshu had had enough of living in a dormitory with a group of girls, without any personal space, so she chose to seek personal gain by using power for personal gain. In this way, I even said goodbye to the days of living in Tongpu. At this time, Chu Yangshan came out with the people from the original hotel, and said, we want to join you, may I ask, you? Rinshu quickly asked, Mr. Chu, I heard that you are also a famous professor. Of course it is a great thing that you are willing to join us. Grandma raised her hands in favor. Speaking of which, what do you teach? Chu Yangshan couldn't help slandering. He also said that I am a well-known professor, and he doesn't even know what I teach, so he is just talking casually. Then, Chu Yangshan said, I teach ancient history, is there any question, you? Rinshu quickly shook her head and said, it's nothing, I just asked casually. In fact, Yu Rinshu was a little disappointed. She didn't expect that the other party was a liberal arts student. It seemed that it would not be helpful for a person who is a science student, so she continued to arrange personnel transfer materials, among which Li Xiang needs to drive all the time to pick up and deliver materials. Chang Jianyi, who was waiting anxiously inside the clinic, kept walking around, looking very anxious. She was very worried. What would she do if something happened to Shen Feng? Before she knew it, Chang Jianyi had imagined that Shen Feng's situation was extremely critical. At this moment, the door of the temporary operating room was opened, and Professor Zhang came out wearing a mask, and said, the wound has been sutured, and the bleeding has stopped, but there is one problem, that is, Blood transfusion is needed now. There are neither blood transfusion instruments nor ready-made blood packs. Hearing this, Chang Jianyi couldn't help feeling a little anxious. The hospital should have blood bags, but it was in the urban area, and it was far away from here. It was obviously impossible for him to go to the hospital. How should I do it? After much deliberation, Chang Jianyi touched the evolution potion in his hand, and suddenly remembered what Yuan Shu said. At critical moments, Shen Feng could drink these potions, so Chang Jianyi made up his mind and said to Professor Zhang, "Professor Zhang, thank you so much, leave the next thing to me." After that, Chang Jianyi walked into the operating room, and Professor Zhang quickly followed, explaining as he walked, "Shen Feng has lost more than 1/5 of his blood, and it is life-threatening, so he must have a blood transfusion as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the organs are not nourished, Shen Feng may also be in danger." After Chang Jianyi walked into the operating room, she quickly saw the incision on Shen Feng's abdomen. At this time, it had been sutured, but it still looked horrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of tragedy a body pierced by bullets would be like. Fortunately, Professor Zhang was able to perform the operation quickly. Professor Zhang explained, "Fortunately, Shen Feng's internal organs were not injured, only a section of intestine was interrupted, and I have also stitched it up." Chang Jianyi took out a tube of evolution potion from her body, opened Shen Feng's mouth and poured it into it. Professor Zhang quickly said, "That's not how you feed the medicine. You have to help him up, otherwise, he will be I can't swallow it." Chang Jianyi quickly helped Shen Feng up, and poured the pink potion into Shen Feng's body. After Shen Feng drank it, there was no change. Chang Jianyi kept on doing nothing, since he couldn't find any blood bags anyway, so he only had evolution potions, so he had to feed them all to Shen Feng. Seeing Chang Jianyi like this, Professor Zhang couldn't help but said, "Even if it's a panacea, you can't drink it like this. As the saying goes, medicine is 3-point poisonous. If you feed too much, not only may he not fully absorb the medicine, but also may cause drug accumulation." While feeding the potion, Chang Jianyi explained, "This is not a medicine, it's an evolution potion. Now we'll see if these potions can work." Chang Jianyi fed Shen Feng 9 tubes of medicine in a row, and when he was about to feed the 10th tube, Shen Feng's body changed. His body turned red in an instant, and his whole body looked like cooked crabs. This change immediately made Chang Jianyi nervous. Can the junior recover now? It would be even better if the junior evolved again, as Yuan Shu said. At this time, the assistant at the side pointed to Shen Feng's abdomen and said, "Look, the president's wound has healed. It's amazing, Professor." Zhang also hurriedly came over to watch. Under everyone's gaze, granulation sprouted from Shen Feng's wound to connect the wound, and then became tighter, and then the scar began to fade, leaving only a shallow mark in the end. Chang Jianyi hurriedly observed Shen Feng's back, only to find that the same thing happened on Shen Feng's back. The scar had disappeared. The recovery ability is so strong. It's unheard of. Professor Zhang was dumbfounded at this moment. Could this be the recovery ability of an evolutionary? In an instant, the previous fatal injury had disappeared. At this time, Shen Feng's body temperature gradually returned to normal, and his skin color began to turn white, but it was not the pale color before, but a little red in the white, which was a very healthy rosy white. At this time, Shen Feng slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw the face of the senior, and quickly called out, "Sister, am I still alive? Why are you crying?" At this time, Chang Jianyi was crying with joy. She laughed and shed tears, and said, "You still say? You are alive now, thanks to the operation performed by Professor Zhang and the evolution potion given to you by the doctor. Otherwise, you might have listened, but here you go. Next time you must be more careful." Shen Feng smiled helplessly, and said, "You have been captured by the bad guys, how can I be careful? I just wanted to kill the opponent at the time, but I didn't expect to be shot black when I was weak. I still underestimated the enemy, but I feel all right in my body. No, you have to lie here, I will accompany you. After I make sure that your body is fine, you can move freely." Chang Jianyi said quickly. She dare not let Shen Feng move casually now, if what to do in case of an accident. Shen Feng then looked at Professor Zhang and said, "Professor, thank you so much. It was my fault for locking you up before. I just didn't want you to spoil my plan. Please forgive me, okay? Don't talk about the previous things, this time is your fate." as long as you treat us old guys a little more politely in the future." Professor Zhang did not take credit for himself, but started a verbal reconciliation, which proves that what happened before is a revelation. Shen Feng suddenly remembered an important matter, and hurriedly said to the senior, "By the way, I promised Chu Chaoyan earlier that I would give her a tube of evolution potion. Remember to do it, Chang." Jianyi nodded and said, "Don't worry, I still have a tube of potion left here. I'll give it to her later. You don't have to worry about the outside things for now. The doctor is helping us to deal with it. She is the vice president now. It's grown, and with her here, there won't be any mess outside." After that, Shen Feng also felt a little tired and was about to go to bed, but he forgot that he was lying on the operating table. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Chang Jianyi quickly picked him up, walked to the other hospital beds, and covered him with a quilt after putting him down. "Let's go ahead and tell that the president is out of danger and has come back to life," Chang Jianyi said to the people waiting outside. When the people outside heard the news, they hurriedly started running to inform Shen Feng that he had woken up other people. After learning the news, everyone felt at ease. If the president died, they really didn't know what to do. Chapter 50. Under Yu Rinshu's command, nearly 2,000 people lived in the block, and then all the intersections leading here were blocked, and 3,000 people were rescued in the block. The population density in the city is really high. It's too big. There are 3,000 survivors in a block the size of a medical school. Of course, there are also a lot of zombies here. Yu Rinshu continued to use Chang Jianyi's method to centralize all the food and manage it, which can support the idlers, but absolutely must not let others have a lot of food. In this way, the rescued people can only depend on everyone. There were also people who resisted, but after being beaten up by Yang Chang, they all became honest. Yu Rinshu thought silently, "Now I should take advantage of the power in my hand to increase my own strength, otherwise when Shen Feng recovers, I will still be a pure scientific researcher." Therefore, Yu Rinshu immediately said to Yin Li beside him, "Go and turn on the generator, use the printing equipment to print the recruitment order, recruit young and strong people to join the combat team, and let Ren Jing and Li Shuang take all the clothes in the clothing store. After collecting them, people in the Self-Aid Association will need to use clothes to distinguish them." Yu Rinshu has already figured it out. When she is recruiting people, she can take the opportunity to form a group of her own men. In addition, she can also use clothes as a distinction. When Shen Feng recovers and sees that she has mastered a part of the fighting force, then I dare not underestimate myself unexpectedly. At this time, Yin Li said, "Vice President, the recruitment needs the approval of the President. You have no right to decide the recruitment by yourself. I am the Vice Chairman, and now the Chairman is not here. That is the highest command. Why can't I recruit?" Yu Rinshu was very dissatisfied. Now that she is the Vice Chairman, there are actually some people in the group below. Disobedience to command is really abominable. Yin Li continued, "As Vice President Chang Jianyi said before, you were asked to command us to relocate, so you were the highest command during the relocation, but now that the relocation is completed at this time, your task is also completed, and the rest everything needs the President's nod of approval. How dare you play me?" Hearing this, Yu Rinshu turned her head and left. She didn't expect that after working hard, she would lose all power after hard work. It seems that she still underestimated Chang Jianyi. Now, she can still use herself at a time like this. After that, Yu Rinshu didn't bother to care about the next thing, and went back to her own laboratory. She said it was a laboratory, but in fact it was her private domain, and no one else could enter it without her consent. In a certain box in the laboratory, blood was flowing out. When Yu Rinshu saw this box, a sneer appeared on his face, and he said, "You all think I'm easy to use, right? But when I gain stronger power, you won't be able to ignore my influence." Yu Rinshu couldn't swallow today's breath. At the critical moment, she helped Chang Jianyi to carry out the follow-up relocation, but she turned around and was thrown away. All powers were gone, and only the position of vice president was left. Think about it. Go. Yu Rinshu is ready to take revenge on Shen Feng, otherwise Shen Feng will ignore her own existence. And Chang Jianyi in the clinic heard Yin Li's report, smiled on his face, and said, "Yin Li, you have done a good job, doctor. She has already bought herself a separate house, which can be regarded as it is for her. Good thing. If she still wants to form her own team, it would be too much, especially the combat unit. She must not be allowed to get involved." Yin Li quickly asked, "Vice President, The survivors who were rescued were very unconvinced. They thought that we occupied their houses and robbed their food, so they all gathered together, as if to prepare for trouble. We need to deal with it quickly. Hearing this, Chang Jianyi suddenly felt helpless, and said, "These people only saw what we did, and they didn't know that we cleared up the nearby zombies to ensure their safety? It's really disgusting. The grace of saving lives can forget. Don't worry, the president has recovered very well, and we have evolutionists here. If they dare to make trouble, then suppress it directly." Yin Li nodded and left, ready to tell the combat team to keep an eye on the survivors so as not to cause trouble. Chang Jianyi said to himself, "It seems that recruitment is imperative. What can be done about those who want to rebel? Suppression would be too bloody, and it would eventually intensify conflicts. The best way is to win over those who want to rebel into your team, and it will be difficult for the rest of them to rebel." Chang Jianyi returned to the ward, but she found that Shen Feng stood up after waking up and walked around the room at will. The wound on his body had already healed, and it seemed that he could not see the injured and dying appearance before. Chang Jianyi guessed that when Shen Feng evolved, the hematopoietic function in his body was instantly enhanced, so he had enough blood cells, and his recovery ability also doubled. In just a few seconds, the wound healed itself, didn't I let you lie down? Why are you walking around? Chang Jianyi said, dissatisfied at this time. The sky was getting dark, and Shen Feng was lighting candles in the room at this time. After hearing the senior sister's voice, he replied with a smile, "I have recovered. And I feel that my physical fitness has improved to a higher level. Even the abilities I can use have been enhanced." "Really? Then what can you do with your abilities now?" Chang Jianyi asked curiously. "The only people with abilities at present are Shen Feng and Hao Wangxi, who was killed by him, so Chang Jianyi doesn't know about the abilities. What special things can be done? At this time she hopes to see it with her own eyes." Shen Feng slowly put a candle in his hand on the table, and then it disappeared in a flash. Chang Jianyi didn't see Shen Feng's movements clearly. At this moment, a pair of powerful arms appeared from behind, hugging Chang tightly. "Jianyi." Shen Feng appeared behind her and said in a low voice, "Now, I can use the wind to accelerate myself. Now, I can barely dodge the bullet attack. This trick, I call it follow the wind. What do you think, Chang?" Jianyi also understood at this time. It turned out that the junior had really recovered, otherwise how could it be possible to explode at such a fast speed? It was like a gust of wind, and he could move from in front of him to behind him in the blink of an eye. However, Chang Jianyi suddenly remembered another thing, and quickly asked, "By the way, what's the name of the move you mentioned earlier, where a whirlwind blows everything around you?" Did you think about it well? How about senior sister help me think of one?" Shen Feng said with a smile. Chang Jianyi really started to think carefully, and after half a minute, she said the name she had thought of. "Otherwise, it's better to call it Eye of the Hurricane, because your position in the center will not be affected, like an eye, and you are the pupil." "What?" the senior sister said. "That is what it is. I will listen to you." Shen Feng said in a low voice. Chang Jianyi also thought of something at this time, and quickly said to Shen Feng, "The survivors rescued today have the intention of rebelling. I was wondering if we should recruit people, otherwise the people below will rebel sooner or later, although we can beat them, but it's never good to have an argument." Shen Feng slowly let go of the senior sister's arm, then turned the senior sister around, and asked seriously, "Senior sister, there are only two of us here now, you have to answer my question seriously, can you?" "Of course." Chang Jianyi didn't understand why Shen Feng asked such a question, and couldn't help being a little puzzled. Shen Feng took a deep breath and said to the senior sister, "Since we have accomplished our goal, what are we waiting for now? Why don't we go? My parents and sister are in Rongcheng, let's go find them now. As for the affairs of Luziao, don't worry about it, just choose a president or a vice president at random, and let them carry out the next action. Wouldn't that be good?" Chang Jianyi was silent for a moment when she heard this. Her eyes flickered, and she said after a while, "I know that Rongcheng has been recovered now, but our safety can be guaranteed now. Why not stay? Here is my hometown." Shen Feng understood what senior sister meant. She actually didn't want to leave. At this moment, she wanted to stay and defend her hometown and the people who defended her hometown. Chang Jianyi continued, "Besides, didn't we promise Dru Rinshu? We said we would help her return to Yanjing. Going to Rongcheng will bring her back to Yanjing as soon as possible." Shen Feng said calmly, We can bring the doctor with us. She has already done sufficient research on viruses. After arriving in Rongcheng, Yanjing's people know her value, and they will take her away quickly, won't they? Chang Jianyi gritted her teeth and said, but what if Rongcheng is not safe? I'm not talking about the attack of zombies, but about your identity. You are now a person with supernatural powers. Evolvers can create them with potions, but supernatural powers, what about you? Now that you have supernatural powers, what if others take you away for research? How? Come, I am so strong now, when I go back, I will definitely become the main fighting force. Shen Feng didn't take the senior sister's defense seriously. Then, what if you are sent out to die? Chang Jianyi asked directly. If you go to someone else's territory, you have to obey their orders for life and death. I don't believe that you are so strong. Others won't win you over. If you can't win over, then let you go to a dangerous place to die. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. It seems that what the senior sister said made sense. He only considered that Rongcheng had been recovered, but he didn't think about what to do after he went to Rongcheng. It seems that the living conditions are not clear. After going there, I don't know what to do, and if I go, I will really lose my autonomy. Chang Jianyi continued, if you think about it carefully, do we really need to seek protection from others? Can't we build a base of our own? If you are worried about your parents, you can wait until the base is built and put your parents take it over. Everyone is still a family. Senior sister, are you reluctant to give up everything you have obtained now? Shen Feng asked suddenly. Before, Chang Jianyi analyzed from an objective point of view, which seemed to make sense, but when Shen Feng asked such a question, Chang Jianyi immediately didn't know how to answer it. Should he answer yes or no? If you answer no, you are cheating. If you answer yes, you will appear to be a woman chasing fame and fortune in the end. Chang Jianyi gritted her teeth and said, yes. Shen Feng immediately embraced the senior sister in his arms. At this moment, he was suddenly a little bored and didn't know what to do. Is it right to go to Rongcheng to seek asylum, or is it right to stay with the senior sister and build his own base? Yes, he could only say in a low voice, let's recruit people tomorrow, let's take a step at a time. At this moment, Shen Feng couldn't figure it out. He urgently needed someone to guide him, but there was no such person. Chang Jianyi didn't say anything either. Since she was locked up when the zombies broke out, she understood that she must not entrust her safety to others, otherwise, the end might be miserable. She wanted to guarantee her own safety. Safe, only you can do it. Moreover, Chang Jianyi now thinks that she already has power, and she is unwilling to hand it over. Why does she have to work so hard to achieve this step, and still let others be in power? There was a difference of opinion between the two, and Shen Feng could only choose to put the matter on hold for the time being, and was ready to wait for the right opportunity to discuss it again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.